wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You're too colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less, regardless of your mind. Destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like to jump. Nothing can change my willingness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
For thousands of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
Zombie uprising. Disaster has struck again, leaving a small town in a dire situation. The conflict between humans and zombie is escalating. Dear survivors of PUBG the new season launches on July 12th and lasts until September 9th. Your mission is to fight off zombies, get supplies, and evacuate successfully. Before starting your mission, let's first assess the state of the town. The town is full of zombies. No one is safe, and be sure to take extreme caution when near these places. These are where zombie bosses are known to be active. A mutant hides within the power station. Don't get hurt by its club. Here is where the paymen often linger. They are good at using their fists in close-range combat and summoning groups of zombies to attack together. Fighting them requires agility to avoid their long-range attacks. The radiation zone is occupied by Variant F. They will spray fire bombs at you, as well as lunge towards you to attack at close range. During the match, you will experience time of day changes, from day to dusk, and finally night. Be cautious of the time changes. When the darkness of night falls, zombies will be abnormally aggressive. Next, if you look carefully, you will find many special containers have appeared in the town, with different bosses inside. Each night, they will wake up from their container, and these bosses are stronger and have better abilities. Of course, they are not without weaknesses. Find the glowing energy source on them and try to eliminate them. Oh, and as darkness falls, more dangers will arise. Watch out for newly dropped containers. Defeat the bosses inside them to get more supplies. In the town, you will encounter all kinds of zombie enemies, as well as special supply crates. Opening special supply crates attracts swarms of zombies to attack. Stay vigilant. When faced with a zombie attack, the new weapons and utility items may come in handy. First, let's look at the new weapons. The M134 and the flamethrower. These weapons will help you deal heavy damage to zombies and eliminate them more effectively. You can also use the stealth serum and lure grenade. With these items and weapons, you can formulate your ideal strategy. Additionally, by utilizing the bonus special trait and special trait system, you can modify your gear and improve your combat capabilities. On the battlefield of Zombie Uprising mode, you can get schematics needed to make modifications. Take them to the workstation to forge or modify fabled equipment traits. In addition to the new gear and systems for fighting zombies, we made some improvements to the gameplay experience, including a new room feature, a more convenient access tab, loss replays, highlights, as well as firearm adjustments, improvements to teaming up, and more. In terms of weapons, we added faction variants of the DDS and S12K, and existing faction weapons have been buffed. Additionally, starting from this season, you can use the room feature in Metro Royale to organize a match and fight alongside friends. Also, team-up functionality has been improved. When teaming up, teammates won't be able to change their loadout settings once they've readied up. If the team leader enters the match with loadout settings that are too low, the whole team must confirm in order for the match to start as normal. When the match ends, you can view the match results screen to watch loss replays and highlights. By the way, a new, more convenient access tab can be used to enter Metro Royale. This season, Misty Port and Arctic Base feature Spirit Pearl crates that can be found and opened for supplies. Next, new collectibles will be available with the start of the season. Also, if it's your first time playing Metro Royale, the number of maps you'll need to download will be fewer than was needed in the past to begin playing. Frontline Confrontation and old Blockade Zone maps will be downloaded by default. Based on your own preferences, you can later download the Misty Port and Arctic Base maps. Metro Royale Chapter 21 is about to begin. Survivors, get ready for combat. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PUBG Mobile fans. We're getting closer to the start of the PUBG Mobile World Cup, so it really is time to take a look back and remind ourselves of how all the teams qualified. In PMSL EMEA finals, Brute Force took a decisive lead on the second day with a stunning 23 elimination chicken dinner. A standout performance came from their newest addition, Freezer, who impressed everyone with his consistent play on his first official tournament. He sealed the victory with an incredible 1v3 clutch in the final match, securing the championship for Brute Force. Joining them in the PMWC group stage are IWNRX, Besiktas Black, and Moneymakers. Brazilian teams dominated PMSL Americas, but the title was ultimately decided in the final match, with Team Liquid emerging as champions. Mythic and Ayala delivered standout performances that impressed everyone. Their rivals, Alpha 7 Esports, along with Inco Gaming, will join them and are sure to bring chaos and excitement to the stage, especially Revo from A7, who was crowned MVP. In PMSL Southeast Asia, Boom Esports dominated the finals with an impressive 115 eliminations. They secured 2 remarkable chicken dinners, each featuring 18 eliminations, showcasing their exceptional skill and strategy. A star to definitely watch out for in this roster is Yummy, who racked up an impressive 14 eliminations in a single match. They will be joined by DXavier, Alliance, and Talon Esports. In PMCL of Southeast Asia, Harambro had to give it their all against their fierce rivals, Oja Esports. But with Federales putting on a spectacular show, Harame Bro snagged the victory, claiming the title and qualified for PMWC by a 1-point margin. From the CSA region, 4 Miracle Vibes and Team Falcons were in a fierce battle for the title. Ultimately, 4 Miracle Vibes emerged victorious, with 98 eliminations and a consistently strong placements. The MVP, Doc, was a key factor in their success and is definitely a player to watch. Joining them on the journey to Riyadh are Madballs and IHC Esports. In South Korea, DRX dominated with impressive aggression and consistency, earning them the PMPS title, whereas D+ Kia will be joining them after winning PMRC Korea vs Japan. Over in Japan, KAG Osaka made a stunning impact on the final day, closing the finals with back-to-back chicken dinners. The PMGO champions, Reject, will also join them competing in the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Meanwhile, in PEL in China, Tianba's MVP QZZ made an unforgettable 1v4 play in boot camp during the league stages, setting a high bar for the competition. Tianba took an early lead into the finals and claimed the championship title and the spot for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. TJB Esports will join them, having secured the top spot in PEL annual points. Last but not least, we have 2 teams with special invites. Power Esports will represent Saudi Arabia as the host country invite, while Vampire Esports, the previous back-to-back mid-season champions, will join for the opportunity to defend their title. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament, and don't forget to cheer on your favorite teams.
Hello and welcome to the STC Play Gaming Hall in Boulevard City, the heart of Riyadh. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and we've got Kalaris, we've got Seven, and we've got Jukes here. You guys good? Yeah. You seem preoccupied, so okay. We're going to kick things off this week with the group stage. We've got 96 players, 24 of the best teams from all over the world. I've got Jackie, and I've got Blank, and John Allen here. You guys good?
Hell yeah.
Love that. Like I've said, 24 of the best teams from all over the world. We've got $3 million on the line and 1 trophy. Rivalries will be forged, and of course, hearts will be broken, but 1 champion will emerge. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup. I'm gonna have a game.
Hey guys, our MVP's here. There we go, got the portal nice and open. Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024 with 28 of the best teams from around the world all going head to head to become champion. And who wouldn't want to become champion when there's $3 million on the line and all you got to do is lift that trophy. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and no matter how hard I try, and trust me, I do, I cannot do this job alone. I have some of the best analysts in the world, some might say the true MVPs. Joining me here on the desk, we got Seven Worlds Gaming and Kalaris. Gentlemen, how are you doing, Seven? You're looking good.
I'm doing great, man. Happy to be back with you.
Yeah, it's good to have you back, even though I think you might have gotten a little bit shorter. But speaking of who hasn't gotten shorter, he's gotten more buff. It's Kalaris.
No, I'm not
Get a regular shirt, man.
I'm happy to be back in Riyadh once again here. Of course, our mid-season tournaments in the previous years have been awesome. And now once again, back for PMWC to be able to get ourselves a champion. Happy for it.
This is, without a doubt, the most competitive mid-season event we've ever had in PUBG Mobile history. I think personally even rivals PMGC at the moment because the competition's so high. In previous years, there was invitations.
Yep.
This year, you had to qualify.
I have to agree with that. I mean,
Are you going to disagree with me? You can't.
No. Usually we would have some teams that are favorite to win. In this one, it feels like anybody can win with how some of the teams are currently playing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone's looking at your Falcons, your Alpha 7s. If they both don't get second place, I guess both teams can't get second place at the same time. So maybe that's okay. We'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out for you guys at home. If you're unfamiliar with exactly when the show is going to be starting, we've got you covered with our nifty little calendar here. You can see wherever you are in the world, what time we'll be starting. But also keep in mind on that bottom left-hand side, we got 3 different stages here. We've got a group stage kicking off today. We've got a survival stage kicking off on the 23rd. And of course, we have our main tournament on the 26th. And to kind of clarify for people out there, Seven, some teams, 4 teams, did go straight into survival stage, which means they have 1 chance to qualify. And the rest of the teams here today are in the group stage, which means they technically have 2 chances.
Yeah, and for the teams in group stages, they're going to be playing 12 games. They're going to make sure that they don't have any mistakes, and they're going to make sure that they try to make it straight to the main tournament because we have seen how crazy survival stage can be. You do not want to go there.
You do not want to go down the survival stage. There are excellent teams here that will not be making the main tournament at the end because it is that grueling. Only 4 spots in the survival stage. There's 4 teams already in the survival stage that I would like to see in the grand finals. Never mind all the other 12 that are going to fall down there and try and battle it out.
You know, I'm going to say this. It's like, as long as you're not in the bottom 50% of our group stage, you go straight into the main event.
Yep.
But that sounds way easier than it actually is because you have the best teams in the world all going head-to-head. And, of course, let's actually see how they get there, of course, with our point system, which if you guys have been paying attention to PUBG Mobile Esports, you know exactly how it's going to work out here. 10 points for a chicken dinner, but 7, again, eliminations. I mean, we've been talking about this for the last few days. So important nowadays in PUBG Mobile Esports.
That 1 point per elimination has always been my favorite point, and I feel like it has now become the favorite point of a lot of teams because they start focusing more on those fragging. Before we used to have 1 team with 1 fragger, it would be like, okay, that's good. Then we move on to 2, and now it feels like every team, every player in 1 team can actually frag out.
Yeah, it also gives teams opportunities here, especially if the circle shifts all the way away from you. You can start playing edge. You can start saying, okay, we're not going to win this game, but let's just try and eliminate as many of these teams as possible, rack up some points. You can find your consolidation prize that way.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be tough because, again, you're competing against so many good fraggers. And, Seven, I did like how you brought up you can't just have 1 fragger on your team anymore. Talking with Maxman the other day, which, fortunately, he's not here today. It'll get better, Max. There's no support players really within the team. Anyone can pop off. It's just about when that moment's going to actually shine for you. And hopefully that moment comes soon because we do have our prize pool of $3 million. A lot of money to be won here for all these teams. But let's actually break it down. In group stage, $1 million of it. That's like a third of the prize pool just in the group stage. So if you didn't make it into group stage and you're in survival, you miss out on the opportunity of making bank.
You do. That's 1 million $1 bills just for anybody out there that needs them. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me, Seven. We've got ourselves, the 1.5 million though for the main event. I mean, those teams that have already garnered themselves huge amounts of money. Again, if you're thinking like Falcons, Alpha 7, there's not that many teams outside of places like China that have been able to rack up over $1 million worth of prize pool. Some of them will be breaking it here at this tournament.
Well, Vampire, I know they're looking to break it if they win the 2 back-to-back mid-season tournaments, but we can see the breakdown when it comes to our finals, right? This is not obviously group stage. 400 grand for first place, 200 grand for second, so Alpha 7 looking like they're going to go home with 200 grand. obviously not going to be trying to as they get themselves a potential victory here. But that's so much money, man. That's life-changing money we say every single year here. And you know every team really puts everything on the plate, everything on the table to try to win.
And I feel like that's why we get some teams like Vampire Esports. Usually when they go to the region, they don't tend to play that well. But when they come to Riyadh, my goodness, Vampire Esports is a completely different animal. And we'll get to there at some point, but I want to see if Vampire Esports could maybe defend some of their championships that they have gotten here in Riyadh.
Something in the water here or something like that gets able to have them pop off every time. Let's actually check out how we're going to be breaking down our battlegrounds here, right? And if it depends on where you've come from in the world with your PMSL, but this is the form we're going to be going with here today. We got Sandhawk to start the day off, and then triple Erangels. That's not a typo. That's not a graphics error. Triple Erangels into double Miramars.
Yes.
And honestly, I'm a big fan. I know, Clarus, you and I are both big fans of kind of how this format plays out.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the fact that you can learn from your mistakes straight away in these groups. It's not like some of the scenarios where you have rotating groups throughout the day. No, these are 2 fixed groups through the day. You can say to yourself, okay, this team hit us on this rotation. Maybe we can avoid going along this path to be able to then get to these next circles straight away on the particular battleground.
And 7, I know you want to see, you would love to see one potential change, which is kind of interesting, but we're not going to touch on that right now because something that needs to be talked about is kind of this uncertainty era that's happening within PUBG Mobile Esports. You know, Clarus, back in the day, you could predict who's going to win the event and generally be right. However, nowadays, it doesn't feel like that's possible.
Yeah, the fact that we have such a level of competition at in PUBG Mobile right now makes this uncertain. I couldn't have said it better myself, really. The fact that it's uncertain. We have IHC, current world champions. We have Reject being able to come off the win off the back of PMGO, and then all these other names, 4MV, Falcons, Alpha 7. As we take a look at the teams, I cannot put a finger on who is going to take this. There's a plethora of teams that could easily take the tournament here in Riyadh.
I think that's the exciting thing about PUBG Mobile Esports right now, 7, is that it's it is adapted and matured to the point that any team can really win, and that keeps things exciting. I kind of hate going into a tournament seeing, okay, this team's favored to win. Then again, I like to see them lose when that happens. But the fact is, there's just so many teams here today. It's impossible to predict.
It is. And you know what? With that said, let's predict a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Who do you have, Kyle?
Well, it wouldn't be
Maxman
me.
is not here to possibly curse him, and I think I have an idea.
I'll channel the spirit of Maxman. Yeah, at least he isn't here to curse him. You're right. I have to go with Falcons, man. Not only are they the greatest team, but now they have the greatest roster to be able to power things. But I'm not going to give the speech that I gave in rehearsal.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Good.
No, but ultimately, you've got Top, Action, Icy, Nerzed. All of these guys have been poised and focused to try and get themselves to that #1 spot. I think it might be now here. Team Falcons in Riyadh. Is it fate? Is it destiny?
We're not going to find out till day 2, right? Because unfortunately, Group Green will not be playing today. It's just red versus yellow. But yellow does incorporate the team, I think, 7, you predicted.
And that is going to be Alpha 7. Surprise, surprise. The team that I always end up picking, and they keep getting my hopes up and just letting me down when we get to the end. But with this team, the way that they have been performing, especially their players, I got a chance to talk to Revo, and something that usually ends up happening with that player is whenever they do end up having a bad day, he starts getting a little bit too much into his head. And I kept asking him, what's going to be different this time? What are you going to be doing specifically if that does happen? He's like, I got it under control now. I'm going to make sure that I don't end up getting into my head, because that is the main player for that roster. We're talking about everybody in that team can frag out, but you want to have Revo being the MVP out of PMSL Americas, performing even possibly when your team is not performing that well.
I'm going to be honest. It pained me a little bit to pick Falcons, which sounds ridiculous, but that's because every single global I've been saying, when is Brazil taking a tournament? When is Brazil taking a tournament? And Alpha 7, they're the guys that you would expect to take a tournament. So they keep coming so close, but can't get it done on the very last day of a grand finals each and every time, even though they have spectacular starts to grand finals. So the nerves need to be there for Alpha 7. This is theirs to take. A lot of people are looking at them to take it. Let's see if they can do it.
Well, they do have a first place somewhere in our power rankings, at least, because obviously they've been most consistent team in our last 3 international events.
And they have such a gap against second place as well. That's how much those second places weighed for Alpha 7 in those power rankings. It's ridiculous how far ahead they are of second place. So,
well, they have to defend the title here, right? Because this event does count towards your power rankings. So if you're a team out there that's trying to move up in the rankings, this is your opportunity. But I will say one last thing that we have to talk about Alpha 7. And I know you want to talk about this a lot. They cannot maintain a 4th in this team that they're happy with, that they can build synergy around, and that they can finally take that trophy.
And even with that, right, even though they do keep changing that fourth player, it's insane that they're still able to maintain that kind of performance, even though they keep switching out the players. But right now, this has been the most consistent Alpha 7 going back from PMSL Americas. I have never seen them play like that throughout a full tournament. Usually we see them just let go of the gas a little bit. This time it didn't seem like that, given that Team Liquid kept responding back and forth with them, which we'll talk about them at some point. But Alpha 7, they just need to make sure that if they do get a point gap, they don't let down on that pedal. They don't change anything that they end up doing, because that's when it ends up backfiring. They stop being aggressive. They go back to just being scared, and that's not the Alpha 7 that is going to become the champion.
Magdalene is the question mark, right? And sometimes players, these huge stages, sometimes choke a little bit. Sometimes people thrive. Let's see which one he's going to be.
Well, speaking of choking or thriving, how can we not talk about a certain team particularly when it comes to our pre-show? Vampire Esports are back-to-back champions here. Looking to do it for a third time, which honestly, that's hard. I mean, doing it twice is already ridiculously hard, but to do it for a third year in a row is insane. However, I did see Sertani at the Rolex store trying some new watches on, so I'm getting a little bit worried.
What are you talking about? He needs more? He's going to be walking around like this eventually. I can't bend his arms.
I know you mentioned a little bit, Seven, is that like the thing with Vampire is regionally, they seem to not play well. But every year at this event, they pop off.
And that is what's so weird about it. You were talking about it, maybe it's something in the water. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the prize pool that sparks them up, because when we go to PMGC, I mean, we haven't seen a performance like what they can do here in Riyadh in those big events like PMGC, right? For them, it comes down to how is Tony K going to be performing. Tony K, I mean, that's a player that everybody's going to be looking at. Is he going to be bringing in that clutch factor? And how is another player, Newsy, how is he going to be performing as well? Because that's been a big question mark for a lot of people.
Tony K holds the record, 53 eliminations here on this stage from last year, and honestly, that was an unbelievable feat coming out from him. And not only that, but he was doing it in a different way to everybody else. He was using the DMR. He was unbelievably precise with the Mini 14, and if he could replicate something like that to that effect, I know the meta has changed slightly since then we could see another Vampire win. However, as you say, back to back to back is unheard of.
But don't hate me on this, because I will put a little bit of an asterisk to the last 2 years of the mid-season tournaments. They were invitationals, right?
Correct.
This one, you had to qualify. So there were going to be a little bit of these feeder teams, I will say, when it comes to invitational, because you're popular, right? But now every team is going to be insanely hard. Honestly, not that I dislike Tony K. I love the guy. I don't think he's going to put up those numbers here today.
It's going to be more difficult.
Exactly.
There are a few teams that I do think might fall by the wayside as time goes on throughout this tournament, because the level we have here is insane. But there has never been quite the race to the top that we're seeing here at PMWC. People are voracious for this one. You hear it from the players. You hear how hungry they are to claim the trophy here, because they saw how Vampire did it the last year. They saw how Vampire did it the year before. So I'm excited.
Well, we'd love to hear your guys' thoughts as well at home. You heard our kind of predictions of who we think is going to win. You can head over to stcplay.gg and give your predictions and see how they kind of stack up against ours. I really wanted to jump into another region of EMEA, because that's one region to us that has a lot of question marks of who the top dog's really going to be. But we unfortunately don't have time for that. We got PMWC about to kick off, Seven.
I mean, you know what, Brute Force, I'm interested to see how that team's going to be doing, right? They won their region, but there is still a lot of big question marks out of them.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the countdown for the start of PMWC over on the main stage.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup, live from Boulevard City in the heart of Riyadh. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Sandstorm. And this week we're going to be kicking off the group stage from the STC Arena.
Yes, Barney, this is where regions collide and history is made, where the stakes have never been higher. 96 players will be joining us in the STC Arena for the group stage, representing 24 teams, fighting for the $3 million prize pool and, of course, the beautiful PMWC trophy.
It is beautiful. Each of our competing teams have dominated their region in order to be here. But when you step out onto the world stage, that slate is wiped clean and you are back at the bottom of the mountain, ready to climb once more.
These teams will begin their journey with 18 matches spanning across 3 days, where the top 12 teams will make it to the grand finals, and the bottom 12 will join us in the survival stage, where 4 more teams are waiting for them.
So, with that being said, I believe it is time to meet our competitors and introduce them to the main stage so that we can kick off the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
That's right, starting off with the runners-up from the 2023 Mid-Season Championship All-Stars Tournament. Give it up for D plus Kia!
To attack, it's gonna mile, run a marathon, we're ready for the challenge. Unbreakable titanium, we're hardened in the furnace. Tearing down the boundaries, we're pushing through the limits. Boundless energy.
Next up, give it up for your PMPS Season 1 champions, DRX.
We are unstoppable.
And now, the PMSL CSA champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for 4 Miracle Vibes!
Walking on the edge, we are renegades and surges taking over the world. It's mine, nothing can break us, nothing brings us down. We are taking the crown, we are unstoppable.
Next up, your 3-time PMPL champions and Brazilian powerhouse squad, Alpha 7 Esports.
Joining us now on the stage, top 3 from PMSL EMEA spring season. From Turkey, give it up for Beşiktaş Black!
We're unstoppable.
And now, looking to make a splash and entering as the representative of their host country, give it up for Power Esports.
And now, PMSL EMEA Spring Season Champions, give it up for Brute Force!
Your PMJL Season 4 Phase 1 champions, CAG Osaka.
Your third place representatives of PMSL SEA Summer, give it up for Alliance!
second place in spring season of PMSL EMEA. Give it up for Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting now the PEL Spring 2024 champions, Tianba!
Next up, your PMSL SEA Summer Champions, Boom Esports.
Your PMSL SEA Summers second place. Give it up for D. Xavier!
Leading the pack, we are fighters, warriors, born to attack. Let's cut 'em out, run a marathon, we're ready for the challenge. Unbreakable titanium, we're hardened in the furnace. Tearing down the boundaries, we're pushing through the limits. Boundless energy, rulers of the sea.
Fourth place in PMSL EMEA spring season. Make some noise for Moneymakers.
Starting up a riot, we are starting a fight.
Joining us now in the STC Arena, your PMGO 2024 champions. Give it up for Reject!
Walking on the edge, we are renegades and surges taking over the world. It's mine, nothing can break us, nothing brings us down. We are taking the crown, we are what? Unstoppable.
Taking second place in PMSL Americas, Inco Gaming.
And now, your reigning champions of the world. Give it up for Al-Ula IHC Esports!
And now your PMCL SEA Summer Champions, Harami Bro.
And now, third place in your PMSL CSA spring season. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Mad Bulls!
Next up to take to the stage, we have third place at PMSL SEA spring season, Talon Esports.
And now, joining us on the stage, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for TJB Esports! Changing it up, actually, boys and girls. It's actually your PMSL Americas champions, Team Liquid!
Now, stepping out onto the stage, we have our second place finisher at PEL Spring Season, TJB Esports.
And now, your two-time, back-to-back, mid-season championship kings, Vampire Esports!
And now, second place at PMSL CSA Spring Season and your hometown organization, Team Falcons. Sandstorm, I guess whether you're at home or you're right here in the STC arena, there's a few questions going through everyone's minds. Firstly, who has the ability to consistently put up numbers against the best teams in the world? Or who will buckle under the pressure of the main stage? And most importantly, who will be our champion?
That is quite a lot of questions, Barney, but I'm gonna add another one to it. Who will be able to come out on top with the $1 million prize pool that we have only for the group stage? The stage is set, the players are ready, and their journey begins now with our first set of games. So, casters, are you ready? Let's get the show on the road. Let's get the game started, and let the PUBG Mobile World Cup begin!
Let's go, baby. You know, we were born ready for this one. I have been waiting for this tournament for so long. The biggest tournament of the year. And to help me right by my side, I got none other than John Allen. Bro, are you ready?
Blowing it up. We are ready to go for the PMWC. Absolutely stoked to be here. We've got a lot of fantastic teams. As the desk was talking about earlier. Oh, well, the box.
That's right.
I guess.
The cube.
The cube.
That's right.
I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. They were talking about earlier, this is the qualified tournament, right? It's not an invitational mid-season event. It is a qualified tournament, meaning that the caliber of play likely going to be a lot higher.
Oh, it's going to be way higher. I mean, $3 million on the line. In the next 3 days, we got $1 million of those dollars about to be won. This is absolutely insane. We're live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and I can't tell you how pumped I am. There's, like we heard the host say earlier, there's so many questions to be answered, right? And obviously is who is going to win this thing? And it's really, really difficult to predict off the rip, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that people in these games at the moment are going to be focused on getting towards those top 4 spots in their group as well, because of course it is only those top 4 spots per group that qualify through to the final event. So it's not only about securing some of that prize pool, securing some of that fat milli, right? It is also going to be about getting those points rising to the top of your group. At the moment, we're starting off with the first 2 groups, right, coming into today.
Yes.
We're going to be taking those 2 into it. So we're not even going to see 8 of our teams today.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that's a lot of cheddar on the line here off the rip. And, you know, Seven said it a little bit earlier with, and I have to agree with it. I mean, anybody can win this. Anybody can win this. It's so difficult to predict.
I can win this?
Yeah, you can win this.
I can win
you
this.
You can win this
Let's
right now.
go.
You know what? Let's go. Yeah, let's strap on the phones and get in there, dude. We can do it. We could do it.
Those Infinix GT20s, man. What can you do?
Oh, man, at that point, we just got to sit back, relax, and make it happen. But, yeah, good luck with that. These guys have worked tirelessly to get here. And the one place they do not want to end up is in that survival stage.
No, I mean, you would rather end up there than nowhere, I suppose, right? Like, that's the sort of trade-off that you have at the end of the day, but absolutely you're right. It is not great to be going to those survival stages because it's a really, really volatile environment there, right? Because you're looking at so few teams actually qualifying through that stage. You're only getting 4 teams moving in from that survival stage. And you're only going to be playing, what was it, like 8 games total?
That's right. That's right.
And that is a really, really high volatility situation.
Absolutely.
That's where teams who just get like one banger chicken dinner just wipe the floor with the rest of the lobby. And there's nothing you can do because you don't have that time to be consistent and build it up that way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the championship formula here is like whenever you get those zones, you have to pop off, go crazy, get those, 20-point games, those 10 elimination plus chicken dinners, and when you don't get those zones, get some points, 7, 8 points consistently. But like you mentioned, with only 8 games being played, that's going to be so difficult to do. So
it might be 12, actually. I have to
that's right.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
but still, short form.
Still, yeah, very short format, not a place you want to be. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to this. I mean, this group stage is 3 days, and that's where the money is going to be made. And, I was talking to Kurajax, the coach there for Alpha 7, and one thing that this team has struggled with, for everybody that's just tuning in for the first time, is just that second place finish. So just even saying it's like a dagger in the heart. So many times they have come so close to winning the whole thing, but they haven't been able to put that belt around their waist just yet. And at the end of the day, I asked him, I was like, dude, what do you think? I mean, have you done anything differently here coming up for this tournament? And he said straight up, just practicing on that clutch factor, just getting that trained up, because at the end of the day, they got what it takes. We see them day 1 of PMGO Brazil go absolutely insane, but then towards the end, taper off.
Absolutely. I was in the lifts at the hotel, sorry, the elevators at the hotel, I guess, guys.
That's right.
National audience. The lifts at the hotel, we were going down, I was going down to dinner. I was like, oh, you going for dinner? He was like, no, we're scrimming. Woo! They were ready for it. That's Alpha 7. They are really here to play, as is everybody else, right? That's what it's all about. So hopefully they can be able to take this one home and set themselves up for potentially a strong year to come as well. Maybe take that international title off of IHC, who beat them to it last time.
Yeah, and you can see them right there. These guys are so pumped, so ready to go. And again, it's anybody's game here, folks. We're starting off in Sandhawk, though. That's going to make things interesting and spicy. So I want to see teams just play a little bit extra aggressive, because so many times in a tournament of this scale, that clutch factor, those nerves are so huge. So if you have that confidence, and a lot of these experienced squads definitely have it, right? Yeah. Maybe it may pay off to be a little bit extra aggressive and take advantage of some of these teams that are a little bit more nervous.
McGrellin. Woo! Showing some style there. Oh, he's let it. How many times do you reckon he could get it going before?
Oh, he's got a high RPM. At least, I would say 45 rotations per minute.
45 rotations per minute. That's right. Less than 1 a second.
Oh.
That is, I haven't got the numbers going right now, but that's 3, I don't know, less than 1 a second.
Low and slow.
Low and slow. All right. Well, slow and steady can win the race.
That's right.
In some of these slightly longer formats. Although, to be fair, each of these teams still not playing that many matches here in the group stages. It is a lot shorter, a lot tighter than we see in those PMSL stages, because of course, I mean, I was covering EMEA with Blank earlier on this year, and there is a lot of matches going on there. Even in the finals, right? You've got, I think it was 24 matches over in the finals. I hope I haven't misremembered that. I'm pretty sure it is. But that is a lot more opportunity to have consistency.
Sure.
Just like I was talking about with the survival stage, so too is it here in the group stage.
Yeah, and with 3 days, you're not going to have a lot of time to make adjustments. You're going to have to do it quickly. And at the end of the day, that's what it takes to be a champion, or even get, a big chunk of this prize pool, is the ability to adapt on the spot. I mean, one game to the next, you got to be able to make changes. And, it's going to be tough considering that we're starting off in Sandhawk, right? Because teams are not going to have that time to warm up at Erangel or Miramar and then, deal with that heat. We're going into the chaos right off the rip.
Absolutely. We are going straight on in. You got to be making those adjustments lickety-split. Woo! Ain't no time to hang about, because it will not wait for you. It will move away. You'll get left behind. It's not where you want to be.
Not at all. You can see these players ready to go. Nervous as well. They got to be feeling it here because, I mean, it all comes down to this. We've seen, you know, these different qualifying stages before. I covered Americas. I got to see, you know, Team Liquid clutch it up right there towards the end. I'm excited to see what they do. By the way, oh my gosh, this is by far, I think, the most beautiful trophy I have seen so far in PUBG Mobile history.
It's majestic.
It really is.
You're gazing into your crystal ball for the victory, for that overall ultimate chicken dinner. That's what they're looking for. These are the guys that you're talking about clutching it up towards the end.
Yeah, they definitely did. They definitely did. And for those people who don't know, this is the former Loops roster right now, taking that Team Liquid name. Oh, so excited to see this org here because, man, these guys deserve it. They've been around here so long, and they're hoping to take that trophy home. And I will say, if whoever team takes that trophy, they got to put it in their house just like that. You know what I'm saying? Because if they win
build a room like that stage.
They could afford it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just get a nice little pedestal, put it right there with a nice little downlight. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of not wrong.
Yeah.
That's
in their foyer.
That's the foyer.
The foyer.
Absolutely. Put the emphasis on that ER at the end. But yeah, absolutely. Foyer material right there.
Yes, sir.
That is decoration. Anyone comes into your house, you're like, oh, that old thing? No big deal. Just one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
Just paid for this whole place. No big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dear. Well, they're going to have to fight all the other players for it, I'm sure.
That's for sure.
It in the org house.
Oh,
That's what you want.
Oh, goodness gracious. By the way, you can see those keys right there. I can't wait to see how those come into play. Watching other teams, you know, crush them. Oh, it's going to be absolute insanity here. So, I mean, there's so much to cover, so many different regions here. I'm always excited to get into game number 1 and just see who really starts off the rip. But my question to you, John.
What's your question to me?
What are the odds we're going to see some hot drops off the rip?
You know what? I think on Sanhok, I think people are going to be a little bit reticent, a little bit reluctant, if you will, to go for some early hot drops. I think that there are some points of interest that may draw attention. For instance, most notably to the north side of Painan, I think just south of Boot Camp as well, could be a little bit hot. But I think other than that, teams aren't going to be super inclined to jump out at each other. You don't get a lot of Sandhawks. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they are going to go for those hot drops. Let's take a look at some of those videos to get warmed up before we jump on into our first match.
Team の雰囲気はまあまあです。メンバーは GO の時よりかは強くなってるんじゃないかなと思います。それとIGL が変わったので、それによる変化がとても楽しみです。PMGO は素直に楽しんでやれてたのが一番結果につながる要因だったかなと思うのと、その反面、予選の JL ではあんまり楽しくなかったんで、そこが9位になった範囲かなと思います。僕より強い選手はたくさんいるんですけど、うまいと思う選手はいないんで、普通にやれば勝てるんじゃないかなと思います。アルファ7 e スポーツが優勝候補かなと思います。理由は今までの世界大会でも高順位を収めてるんで、今回はよりモチベーションの面でもアルファ7は強いかなと思います。期待して見ててください。
You can see it right there. Hey, you could expect big results from us. And, you know, Team Reject was a team that we saw last year in the midseason, right? Hot drop off the rip in Rozhawk area. And they ended up winning the whole thing. So it just goes to show sometimes that aggressive playstyle works out big time.
Yeah, absolutely. It can, obviously, with... well, the now not so recent reduction in placement point emphasis over towards going only 10 points for that chicken dinner. That elimination count really comes back through. Only echoed by, well, previously IHC, now Al-Ula IHC, right? In that global finals at the end of last year back in Turkey, they won it almost entirely off those eliminations.
That's what it's all about.
And that's how they were able to change the game. This time around, though, I don't think it's going to be that easy, Jukes. We are going to be heading into the game with the dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screens. The GT20 Pro will equip the teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMSL EWC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Let's get this game started! Match number 1 of the PUBG Mobile World Cup live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Players have traveled all around the world for this moment. And we could see a beautiful playing path right down the middle here. Key points I'm looking at is I always look at to see which teams are landing on that island right there at the top left of the map. And it looks like Brute Force is going to be one of those, D plus Kia. If the zone goes there, that team has a high chance of winning the match and putting some serious points on the board. So it is a gamble, because if it does go to mainland, it's quite difficult to make it in there.
Yeah, a couple of options you have available to you. The thing I'm looking right now in that Northwest Island, the feature is D plus Kia have that outpost that's almost a little bit surrounded by Brute Force players, right? You can see Osal there, very close to Freezer. By the way, one of the best rookies we've seen all year in these tournaments. Incredible performance coming out from this guy. Make sure you keep your eyes on him. But in this situation,
what can I say?
It's going to be even more important, right? Jukes has absolutely put the nail, well, no, hit the nail on the head. There we go.
That's right.
And he is going to be right with that Northwest Island circle prediction. Looking at hot drops anywhere else on the map, we aren't really going to be seeing too much argy-bargy, as I like to say, in these early phases. There's a little bit more distance established between these players. Freezer retreating, doesn't want that fight either.
Well, teams are going to have to get moving pretty quickly here, and one team in particular is going to be Alpha 7. They're all the way on the bottom right of the map near docks, so they're going to have to push to pretty much every single squad to try to get into this zone. But you know what? At the end of the day, teams have prepared for this. Coaches, they know what the chances are if the zone does go here. They're going to have that strategy, and at the end of the day, it might not be bad for Alpha 7 because they love that edge play style. And if you're going to play aggressive, like I said, it works out. Day number 1, game 1, take advantage of some of those players that are a little bit, extra nervous. But at the same time, this is the World Cup, baby, right? There's no stragglers here. There's no feeder teams. Every single one of these squads is the best of the best in the planet.
Absolutely. That's exactly what they are bringing to this one. I'll be interested to see if anyone's going to go for a botation around the edge of these maps. I'm going to be curious to see if anyone's going to be looking for holds on those botations as well. I'm looking specifically at Tianbao and Kao. They have a pretty interesting place to hold a choke right on the edge. They can sort of sweep through. And DRX as well on that south coast. So if any botations go through, I'd be interested to see if they are going to be the ones to hold it. Right now, we're on board with DXavier, unchallenged in Paradise Resort, which sometimes can be a little bit toasty.
Yeah, definitely can be. I mean, this is a place, a high loot area. You're going to be able to get pretty much every weapon, ammo that you want, and you're going to be set for the rest of the game. So DXavier are in a good spot. There's not really anybody holding them up to be able to make it into this next zone. So they're wanting to loot very, very quickly here and get moving. You can see that Paradise Resort. And I'll tell you what, fortunate, right, for the rest of the teams here that the zone isn't here, because this would have been chaos off the rip.
Absolutely. Those hills around Paradise Resort as well, it becomes just a boiling pot. Really, really tough stuff. But Inco holding right now just to the northwest of Ruins on that bridge to the northwestern island. They've got control of this area. The question is, are they going to allow some teams out from the east side, moving over from that trifecta position to get ahead of them, right? That has always been the problem with this position, holding out that bridge, is you sometimes allow players from the east already on that northwest island to actually get in ahead of you. So having an outpost on the other side can be interesting, can be a way to play it, but then you reduce the power that you have as a backstop.
That's
so
right.
Inco in a little bit of a linchpin position, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely hold out so many different teams, but if the zone goes even further north, they're going to have a pretty difficult time. So I think if you are Inco Gaming, you kind of want to focus on eliminations right now. Absorb as many as you possibly can, just in case that zone does go far north, and that way you'll be able to put supports on the boat. Oh, hey, we got the boat team, baby!
It is Tianbao going for it, though. They've left from Kao. I was looking at them potentially being the ones to hold out rotation from teams like Boom, from Alliance as well, but they are going to opt to go for it themselves. Notably, they have split 2 and 2 on this, and it is generally quite wise to go that way. On a boat, your boat goes up with all 4 of you in, you're a goner.
Yeah, absolutely. So you know what? It's always an interesting position right there near Hot Tin, and you can see CAG Osaka is holding that point right now. A lot of teams in a zone like this, what they'll do is they'll do that boatate, they'll swim right toward those docks and hide it, but it looks like we're finally getting things kicked off here, and it's Inco 7 getting a nice knock, and as a matter of fact, that's 2. So Inco Gaming starting this game off strong.
finding those first eliminations. First blood is drawn. Nenebede puts 2 up for Inco Gaming. In Brazil, this is a team that is feared when you bring out their name, and it seems like they're going to start off that again. That hold on that bridge on the northwest side of that South Island, going to start off effectively. DRX not able to move through. Close by though, 4 Miracle Vibes. They're playing out to the east side of this Inco position. They're going to be playing to try and get across, try and get ahead of Inco Gaming, that vulnerability in the Inco Gaming position.
Yeah, Inco Gaming, like we just said a little bit earlier, they got to focus on getting those eliminations, and they did exactly just that. But timing of these fights are going to be so imperative right now, because if they take a fight just a little bit too early, their chance of getting third-partied are very high. So right now, it looks like they're just happy to just stay in their position and just gatekeep this bridge with all they got. They got to watch out, because we are seeing some swimmers come out from DRX right alongside them.
It looks like Inco are going to start to make their way across the bridge. You could see Nenebede leading that charge over the bridge. Will be their outpost, their foothold. Hopefully, they'll be able to regroup and coalesce onto that north side. A lot more focus over towards the hard tin edge of things as well, as teams start to coagulate over in that direction as well.
Yeah, it looks like Inco Gaming are going to start crossing that bridge and start taking a little bit more real estate here on this island, which is definitely a smart thing. They don't want to get stuck on the other side of that bridge for sure. And at the end of the day, when it comes to teams that have things to prove, Inco Gaming's definitely one of them. 3rd place in PMSL Americas. Team Liquid, Alpha 7, definitely up on them. But look at this, Tianba getting a nice double knock onto Boom Esports. So, I mean, we're starting to see these finishes come out early here.
Classic Yummy, though. Instant response coming through for Boom Esports, as they are starting to lay low one another right now. No knocks getting flushed, but a little bit more danger for Boom. They're a little bit closer to the action, closer to the enemy as well. It was a long-range suppression, and Boom have already lost 1 player on the back of it as well. So they are going to be playing on as 2. They're going to have to get a move on as well on that northeast side, close to the edge of this circle.
You're going to have to leave Resi. You have no choice. The next zone goes hard onto this island. So yeah, Boom Esports are going to have to move. Tianba's going to have to move as well. So I don't expect Long to stay in this position for very much longer, that's for sure. So just look, try to get that confirmation, and just try to get a good position to this next circle.
Inco making their way across. They've fully committed now to that North Island. Good stuff. Alpha 7 have made their way in, obviously a little bit later at the back of the queue from the southeast side of the map. F4MV yet to cross the river, but it looks like they're gearing up to do so. Boom trying to extricate themselves from the scrap on the northeast side.
Yes, they are on the move. You can see Carrillo and the rest of Alpha 7 just kind of straggle looting here on this ruin side. It's a very difficult rotation for them. They are the farthest traveling team so far, and you can see them keeping an eye on Besiktas. Let's see if he's able to get that knock. Does he see Lewis laying down there? He does, and he gets that initial knock. And that's going to be the one to open things up for Alpha 7 as they're on the move.
Besiktas losing a player there. Alpha 7, though, they are playing right on the edge, right? It's something that you said, you know, maybe they like to do that sort of stuff, but crossing that river is notorious for taking its toll on a team that leaves it a little bit too late. The fortunate side of this is the amount of teams on the north side of this island.
Yeah, I mean, this was really fortunate for Alpha 7. Since they played the edge so long in so many different tournaments, they're used to it, right? They're more trained than the rest of these squads. The problem, though, is, like we talked about a little earlier, this is the World Cup, right? Even teams on the edge are going to be fierce in this tournament, so it's going to be much more difficult to push in from the edge as opposed to tournaments prior to this one. So let's see how Alpha 7 does work this one out. They're very fortunate that this bridge is now open, so they can start moving their way in. But we'll see how they decide to play this one out. We are starting to see some battles up on the top near Hot Tin, and I believe that was from that boat tape we saw earlier from Tianba.
They have started to try and make their way through. I think Power and KAG Osaka are taking a little bit of a scrap with one another, and CAG Osaka have fully lost a player. Power have taken a knock in the meantime. This is over towards Hudson, so CAG Osaka do have to worry about that boat tape, right? That's what's splitting their attention, and Power can exploit that.
Absolutely, they definitely can. So, you know, Power Esports, the only difficult about Hot Tin, the difficult part about it is you think that you could take the entire town. You can't. You have to commit to one side of it. If they split up too much and the zone goes in this direction, they're going to have a difficult time, because we're going to see teams just full sending onto that position. But Alliance getting caught from the from Boom Esports. Pondbit getting a nice couple eliminations, and that's going to definitely help his squad out considering that they've already lost 2.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice little addition to it, a little cherry on what was a pretty disappointing cake previously. Unfortunately for Alliance, it will be them biting the bullet on that one, and that is not tasty at all.
Nope.
Alliance still looking across from that northeast side, and Alpha 7 as well, being held up a bit by the remnants of Besiktas. They were able to take down only the 1 player, actually, so they're going to have to still get across. IWNRX making the swim a little bit further west. Inco have spread their influence up that west coast, and they're still making life pretty difficult for DRX.
Well, let's see how difficult this game's going to get here with this next zone. It's about to pop, and it does go slightly north here, so this is the game right now for Brute Force. This is the zone that you absolutely hope for. So they have a big advantage here. They got it. They have to capitalize on it, though.
Interesting feature of this current circle, that high ground to low ground transition, right from the top of the mountain to the bottom. At the moment, you've got D+ Kia holding that high ground. They should be fairly firm with their grasp on it right now, but it's going to get a little bit weaker. It's going to get a little bit more important to have those routes open to leave it, and those paths are going to start to be shut down as teams move into them.
I talked about that championship formula right here. When you get that zone, you got to take full advantage of it. And when it comes to Sandhawk, this is that gamble, right? If the zone goes here and you land here, you have to finish strong. So my eyes definitely, like I mentioned, on Brute Force, D+ Kia, D Xavier as well in a pretty good spot. But we're starting to see teams now having to push each other. And CAG Osaka trying to take advantage of Power. Oh, but Power does have some really good sight lines onto NATO. Trying to get that first aid off. Beautiful nade, though. Does take down Satan.
Unable to do a lot of work, but the cross is covered. Easy has his back. Behind the wall, not going to be suppressed in time. CAG Osaka going to have to do a little bit more work on this one. Easy with AUG at range. It looked like Kagosaka's ammo reserves were running a little bit dry. Not too sure on the rest of the players, but going to have to try and force their way on through. In the meantime, over in Camp Alpha, 4MV did manage to get across. They did manage to keep all 4 of their players alive, and now Reject are suffering because of it.
Yes, they are. As a matter of fact, I'm looking right now. Team Reject already losing 2 of their players. Regi OCO going to be holding down Camp Alpha for as long as he possibly can. I don't expect him to move from this building until the absolute last second. But 4MV, they're on the move. As we take a look at this replay here, Pondbit, oh, wow! Okay. Knocking 2 out of that vehicle, so that's how he got it done.
That's just what you got to do, you know. That is the value that they're going to see. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Pondbit has just gone down over on that east side, close to Alliance, close to Tiamba. Nobody's really been able to leave that one effectively. This is the danger of leaving it too late. We'll check back in with them when they almost inevitably go down.
Next crate does drop on down. Who's going to get some of that loot? They definitely need it because this is a tough, tough circle. I mentioned those teams that land here have that full advantage. The rest of the squad's going to have to make something happen. You can see Team Reject suffering some casualties just to even get into this position. Meanwhile, the first team out so far is going to be DRX. So they got taken out quite early.
They got a lot of their players taken away by Inco early on that South Bridge camp, remember, and they tried to swim around the coastline. Hasn't gone well for them. On the south side, IWNRX and Moneymakers are clashing as well. IWNRX coming out better on this engagement. Moneymakers now losing a player, but they're both going to have to move up north, and this, again, keeps that high ground, low ground dichotomy in play. And at the moment, D+ Kia just not getting challenged.
Not getting challenged at all, and rightfully so. It's a very, very difficult position to challenge onto them. But meanwhile, Moneymakers, they have some good high ground, but they're going to have to leave it. They got to start moving up north as fast as they can. Oh, nice Molotov all the way from downtown.
What a big arm.
And I do believe he does catch the edge of him. Ooh. Gets that nice confirmation. But meanwhile, they do have IW next Ria right behind him.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the Moneymakers IW next Ruya fight that's been going on for a little bit longer than perhaps either of these two teams would like, but Moneymakers pretty happy to extract 2 points if they can find Swain, that is, and very likely that they do. The arm, it was big on the first one, not quite as large on that second one, and you can see he's just going to get that healing done. Maybe he doesn't have a first aid, otherwise you'd think he would have popped it by now. Next circle going to be coming on in, and it will start to close. It's going to burn Swain away. Inco trying to move across, but who's this waiting in the wings to take out the point? points, it's Alpha 7. They've managed to transition. They've still got all 4 players alive, although they have taken a knock. That is going to get rezzed onto Carrillo.
The Brazilian brothers going at it right now, and you can see Vitali is trying to be able to find some angles onto Alpha 7. He does catch him off Yoso wide in the open, hits the lay down very quickly. Another great knock. Alpha 7, oh, just that return fire is just too good. 7 has a beautiful angle though here onto A7. Oh, Alpha 7 gonna have a hard time getting into this circle.
First aid is going to get popped in the meantime. IWNRX did go down on that South Scrap Moneymakers, win out the fight, but Inco continued to lay down the hurt. I say Inco, just 7. McGrellin, the question mark on the roster of Alpha 7. Is he going to be able to stand up for them? He indeed will, and he will enter into the scoreboard for his roster. The newer addition to the team. It's going to work out.
Going to work out well, but you know, McGrellin did lose his buggy on that way, and he's the last player up for Alpha 7. They did get 4 eliminations, so that's going to help out considering that this was a very tough rotation. They're putting up points on the board, which is exactly what they're hoping to do. But at the end of the day, right, D plus Kia, brute force, they got to start soaking up these points big time because you do not get this opportunity very often.
No, absolutely not. We're looking right now, I'm looking right now at the circle. It's DX Xavier, it's D plus Kia, right? These are the 2 teams that I'm really looking at as stronghold teams. Brute Force certainly do have a chance, I think, on the western side. I think Kagasaka and Power, they're going to strip one another bare of any resource as they try and leave from that northern side. I think Camp Alpha is pretty much a death sentence, and with a circle like this, brilliant molly coming on through, pre-pod, you know what? That's fair. McGrellin goes down. He's done his bit. D plus Kia. This is their time.
Oh, yes. Yeah, D plus Kia are now in the best spot in this circle. How many eliminations are they going to get? Well, Team Reject are now getting pushed. For Miracle has no choice. They got to start moving right now, and they do get the finish. So as we start to look at this little split here, they're going to have to run out into the wide open. So, yeah, getting as many eliminations as you can right here, right now is definitely imperative.
Brute Force with that high ground oversight onto Paragin from DX Xavier. Potential to find a little bit of an opening here. CAG Osaka rotating on the northern side. They're looking for something over towards Brute Force, try and sweep down, but they don't have the manpower to do it really as effectively as maybe they'd like. They're only 2 players. D plus Kia, look at this high ground. K has so much control over 4MV.
D plus Kia are set up so good. The only difficult part about this is sometimes you don't want to give up that high ground. You just stay in that spot for a little bit too long. So once this next zone shifts, I want to see D plus Kia get together and just try to get this chicken dinner. D Xavier have been chilling right below this mountainside though, and they're holding those edges. Looking to soak up some of these points, but here comes Brute Force on the push.
Frieza nearly goes down, but managed to find safety, and there's the shot from Neos through the window. Looking for a second as well. They close it down. Ain't no thing, no sweat for Brute Force. Champions back in EMEA. They'll continue their run here. 4MV making the cross now as Rivas looking to get through. Does get set on fire there, but with the DBS, it's not going to slow his roll. Finds the first, the second soon to follow. But Doc goes down in the meantime. The flush as well from Kakali. Projectus falls, but they take one down from 4MV.
Kakali just got to get elimination if you can do it. And 4MV with 3 players up.
10 elims.
Yeah, 10 eliminations. This squad has been pushing like crazy. This is going to be a difficult one to move away from, though. They're in a really, really tough spot. We'll see how they do, though. They definitely got the gun skill to make it happen.
Absolutely, but D plus Kia again on the front of our minds. 2 eliminations only. They need to start picking up these eliminations.
That's right, yeah. When you get a zone like this and you're in that position, you want double-digit elimination chicken dinner. Let's see how they do it. Meanwhile, Brute Force pushing up, but that pressure from D plus Kia is making things difficult.
There we go. 4MV do go down. 10 elims, 10 points on the match. Plenty more of that. I think they got a couple of placements there as well, finishing up in 5th place on the match. They'll get some placements to add to that, but still, 13 points on a game, a great first match for one of the first place hopefuls.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you're hoping for, especially if you're a team that doesn't land in this island here and you get a circle like this. So excellent effort for them. 4 teams still remaining, and you can see D plus Kia have all the sight lines in the world, but Power are right there on the ridge line, center circle. So D plus Kia is going to have to start putting in some work here.
With CAG Osaka rotating out to the west to try and take on Brute Force, that's allowed Power to actually make this maneuver down south unimpeded because D plus Kia not really looking out to this north side. They've allowed this to come through, and Power going to be very happy about it. They are only 3 players, but they are all in the center circle low ground position.
Yeah, let's see what D plus Kia could do. Like I said, sometimes that high ground is just so juicy. You don't want to give it up, but there we go.
There it is.
That's what you want to start doing, finding some of these straggler players and soaking up some of these eliminations right now. First game of the tournament. Very, very solid zone for these teams here. You can see D Xavier, they have been putting in work. 8 eliminations so far. And yeah, Brute Force is just completely stuck out in the open.
Freezer trying to make that cross. Prepod drawing some fire, but it's not going to help out. Not enough, unfortunately. Freezer goes down on the off angle. The blue zone's pushing in. He's going to fall. D Xavier pick up the point. 9 eliminations now on the cards for them. And again, D plus Kia just a little bit slow. Power, slower still. 2 eliminations only, but they get a miraculous shift.
Oh, you can see Prepod right there just screaming, Lamborghini, mercy, mercy, please, please help. Just give me a couple seconds so I can move up here. But no, the nades are starting to come out. Will that do it? Oh, it hurts. Ooh. It hurt, yeah. Prepod, it's only a matter of time. Maybe we see him just stay in the blue zone and try to deny some points here. But nope, never mind. He is gone. Power's going to take that one.
Al-Haji, brutal force on the Power team. It looks like they're going great guns for their first match here in their home ground. Another team from Saudi Arabia going to be happy with their opening performance so far. 3 eliminations, hoping to rack up a couple more. On the cards right now, there's 7 still remaining. They can pick them all up.
Yeah, let's see how this all ends up. It's all about timing right here. So if D Xavier and Power go at it, D plus Kia can come down and third party this. But it looks like D plus Kia are already on the move to Power. So let's see if D Xavier's going to get on the move. But K trying to hold it down, doesn't do it. Oxel does get a beautiful knock here. The DBSs are out. And that's the finish.
Goes straight on through a D plus Kia descend. 2 knocks is the price they pay. D Xavier now with a chance to try and move in.
Chip.
But there is the anchor from the high ground. D plus Kia, they have nothing to worry about. They have control. D Xavier slowed down. 2 players now as the reses are starting to come on through. The healing coming in as well. And there is just nowhere to move. The nades, they are being cooked. Look at that. 3 on the left-hand side of your screen. Arc 1, 2, 3, bang, bang. And a third to put the icing on the cake. Paragin down, 1 more to get through, and D Xavier with their last hope.
And
they open up. The auto shotty's there, and the high ground heroes will take it home.
Woo! D plus Kia had to win that one, and like I said, we wanted to see double-digit eliminations and a chicken dinner, and they did exactly that.
That's what you need to do. Biding their time. We were a little bit worried, right?
Yeah.
They picked up the pace when it mattered. And this team from Korea going to be very happy with this opener. But there are plenty of other teams as well who've had a bit of a banger, right? D Xavier, they had a lot of eliminations.
That's right.
4NV, 13 points on the match.
Yeah, especially considering how 4MV got those eliminations. They were straight grunting their whole way through it, and they were able to get it done there. So a beautiful match number 1. And I like the fact that D plus Kia did send it down that hill. They didn't wait for that fight to happen and then get the guaranteed chicken dinner like I had mentioned. I thought that's what we were going to do. Instead, they say, no, we need these eliminations. Let's go down and get every single one of them. And that's exactly what they did.
And getting through Power is not an easy task. These guys powerful in their hold on the northern side, allowed to make that maneuver by CAG, and actually, to be fair, kind of allowed a little bit to get into that position in the first place by D plus Kia, but maybe that's because they had a plan to deal with it.
They did, and not to mention, I love that 3-1 split they did. They left 1 player there to go ahead and just handle D Xavier, and they say, you know what, we're going to win this fight and then win the game, and that's exactly what they did. So beautiful execution from D plus Kia, and what we want to see here. And the rest of these teams now got to keep an eye on the squad here because, I mean, even though it's only 1 game, like I mentioned, this is a 3-day tournament. Matches like this, points putting up on the board could be absolutely massive.
So high value. When it comes to these group stages, they're chasing the lion's share of that big milli. You do not want to be the bridesmaid on this one. You want to be that bride coming into this tournament in these group stages. Going to the survivals, really far from ideal, and we are going to be looking to see if they can keep this one going, because that is a pace that's going to be difficult to keep up with.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy to see Sandhawk off the rip, everything that we expected of it. Now we're going to be going into 3 Air Gales, so guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break.
Ready, set, go. New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And that's match one here of our PMWC 2024 kickoff in the group stage. Going the way of D plus Kia. I don't think I would have expected them to win this one, but I will say this. Sandhawk, they had zone the entire time, playing from the high ground. But Kalaris, to be fair, you were commenting on the way they played that high ground was very well done.
Yeah, no teams really came up to challenge them. I mean, the split is kind of a textbook split when it comes to controlling that high ground on the Northwest Island. And I think if this had been a Sandhawk more mid-tournament, maybe teams would have been able to, you know, have a bit more aggression about them, maybe challenge it. But clearly they were flexing strong down towards the bottom, making sure no teams were coming that way. No team comes from the north. No team ever tries to attack that from the north. So the bottom was important, and they were able to hold it strong.
If anybody was going to be challenging, it would have been Reject early in the match, but even Reject was like, you know what, we're going to be going away from this fight. We don't want to take it this early on, and we're going to be going to Camp Alpha. It didn't work out for them. D plus Kia there with the 20 points total. And for MV, I mean, that was just such an, even though they didn't end up getting the chicken dinner, that was just an impressive play by them. They were just taking on fights. And at one point, we were wondering, how is this team going to be able to get out of Camp Alpha? Boy, they did a beautiful against Besiktas.
Yeah. I think also when you take a look at how some of this went down, if you think about D Plus's actions in the late game, obviously Power had a bit of an easier time up towards the top and then was able to get up against the cliffside. But when D Plus moves down, the coordinated triple nade throw forwards in order to be able to put in the boot a little bit, and as well as that, I think it was Osal? Was it Osal with the DBS? Finish things off as well. That's why we're seeing the shotgun meta really prolific, especially on Sandhawk, I would say. There are so many close range fights like this that you need a shotgun, because if you're going up against an S12K, a DBS and things like that, you sure as anything better have your own own in your arsenal.
And we were wondering with D+, I was actually talking about it, wondering like how much ammo do they really have in this high ground position? And I asked like how many shots do you think they've been taking early on? I think Clarissa said probably not too many. And luckily for them, because they only had I think 2 eliminations, a majority of the match. But once the zone started to close in towards a position, they could confirm those, especially from the high ground onto like the Xavier. That's when like, okay, let's start taking some shots and getting up to 10 eliminations. I did not expect from that position, considering how early things have gone for them.
Well, for D+, when they're taking the shots from the high ground, the onus isn't actually on them to even take the fights. They know that nobody's coming to be able to challenge them on the high ground, so they can delay teams a little bit and kind of take stock of everything going on around, which I think is a very smart and mature play here that we're seeing from a region which does usually make mature decisions in the game.
Well, they did it so well against NRX too. We saw them being able to throw Molotovs, throw grenades, making sure that that team wasn't going to be hindering them whenever they did end up making that push down. Everything that they did in that game was just perfect.
Yeah, well, speaking of perfection, I think really hard to pull off for a lot of teams. Consider it's just match 1, right? Teams are just getting used to each other, kind of warming up into this, but with almost 2K damage done. And only receiving 290 damage kind of shows that high ground dominance, because it's easy to take shots from, and it's easy to avoid shots being taken back at you.
It's a confidence boost as well for D+, because I think they came into this tournament quite fortunate, I want to say. If you think about their road here, they did not qualify through PMPS. That was actually DRX that did, previously Duxan. So they had to go to Rivals Cup to try and qualify. And even there, we had Mirai and Songdrong very close to being able to take them off the #1 spot. There was only one spot for them in Rivals Cup, and they were able to do it. And again, when you've got names like Osal on the roster here for a D+, these guys are veterans of the Korean scene. They should be making it to these stages. And for them, yeah, this is a big confidence boost. When the region's in a bit of disarray at the moment, I would say.
Let me ask you a question then, Claris, because you were saying with Alpha 7, it's just a matter of time for Alpha 7 to win a tournament. Is it a matter of time, do you think, for South Korea to finally have a team that can compete and potentially take a trophy at one of these big international stages?
Oof. Okay, so I think you're I think you're angling this for me to be like, yeah, definitely, absolutely.
No, I'm actually going the other way with
honestly,
this at the moment.
I think not right now. The reason I say that is because I actually really enjoy watching the South Korean region. I think a lot of their power in terms of star player potential is divided across too many rosters right now. I hate to start the day with this like, great job Korea, you got to win. However, let's bring back to reality. But they've got some great players. They're just divided over so many. Like Hoxie, for example, on Mirai and Sejong that I was referencing from 2nd place in Rivals Cup. He used to be Duxan. Everybody used to be Duxan in Korea. And they all kind of dispersed. So I need to see some of that power back together in South Korea.
Well, let's turn this to another region then. Seven, you pointed out something while we were watching. We had Inko and like 4MV almost pull off a fight. Then we had Alpha 7 rock up to the 4MV. But Inko, they disengaged. They backed away. And you were actually really happy to see that, kind of realizing, or Inko realizing, like, this is the smart move right now.
It was the smart move. I wish they would have just kept hugging that left of the map, just hugging that ridge, because it would have worked out perfect for them. They would have been able to surprise brute force, but ultimately they just decided to stop, and then they ended up taking a fight with Alpha 7, which kind of backfired for them. But for 4MV, I think one of the great things that happened for that team too is that they decided to disengage between the fight between them and Alpha 7 as well, and focus more on what was going to happen with that circle, which ended up working out wonders for them. And with Alpha 7, something that I do want to mention with them is I like how quickly they were rotating through Sandhawk. Usually that's a team that tends to be a little bit slower. They tend to get into fights as they're rotating in. This time, they could have gotten into fights. They didn't want to go do that, and they were focusing a little bit more on the later game, which is good for Alpha 7.
I think a lot of teams were focused on eliminations, more so than actually trying to go for the win here. You start off a tournament like this, it is the roughest circle really being up on that Northwest Island to be able to play things out. And from there, you find a lot of people in Camp Alpha. You can't transition out of Camp Alpha too easily. Up on the side, on the Northwest side, you can't transition from there so easily. So focus on the elims.
All right, we're about to head into our next match here, but I want to remind you guys once again, we do have our PMWC Violet Thunder set and S12K coming out for you guys to pick up as well, designed based off of ILU from the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest, which incorporates aspects of the PMWC trophy. Make sure you guys check this one out in game and make sure you pick it up because it is time to head into our second match of the day. It is our triple Erangel. We'll head over to the stage to get ready and into it.
Here we go, match number 2. Well, the first one was a doozy. Sandhawk, always action-packed and a blast. I'm Hot Jukes, of course, next to John Allen getting ready for 3 Aaron Gales in a row.
Absolutely. With the dual gaming chipsets, 144Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering an esports level performance and visually stunning experiences here in the 2024 PMWC. That's what you want to see.
Yes,
you want to
sir.
see some cool plays. You want to see some fast reactions. And that's exactly what these phones are going to deliver.
Absolutely. They already delivered it here in just match number
Oh, yeah.
1 alone. But here we go for the first Aaron Gale. We see Inko out of the plane nice and early here. We'll see where they decide to stretch to. Well, actually, it looks like they're going to be taking that Milta side. The rest of the teams are going to start moving here. Pretty simple playing path, you know, very high up on the area here. So we'll see where teams are looking to drop and if we are going to see a hot drop here to start things off.
Yeah, we didn't really get a hot drop over on Sandhawk. It
It's
was
true.
a little bit more reserved. I thought it might be. After the scrims, the teams will have sort of found those openings. So we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. There were a little bit of early scraps, but that was mostly on the rotational paths, which is kind of what you expect. Let's look at the Northwest here. This is, I mean, we're getting these island finishes, man. Let's just get them in early, you know.
That's right.
That is going to be pretty dynamic. Still could go to the mainland. I really wanted to go to military base. That'd be fun. IWNRX in Zaki with Alpha 7 in Georgia Pole. Interesting decisions they're going to have to make now. IWNRX have gone to this position a few times. It's kind of a backup drop for them. They've been challenged out and actually drawn pretty short on it by a few other teams as well back in EMEA. So we'll see if they can make their way down south.
Oh, boy, they're going to have to do it quickly here. $3 million on the line in this entire tournament. $1 million going away in the next 3 days here. And these land zones are just chef's kiss. So we're going to have to see teams, move very, very quickly here. And we see one of them on the move. So CAG Osaka just forgetting all the loot they possibly can get. Just, hey, get a gun, you know, a vest if you can, and just start heading into this next circle.
Yeah, grabbing those vehicles, getting early rotates, pretty standard stuff to be able to get to your drop spots. CAG Osaka looking to move around to close to Ferry Pier, to that western bridge, obviously controlling pretty important rotational path moving forwards if they can hold it. Moneymaker's a little bit more central, trying to get towards Pachinki right now. I think DX Xavier may be drawing up there, but no, they're maybe going to go a little bit further on. Pachinki right now actually looking a little bit deserted, but Moneymaker's going to be beating that south rotation.
Yeah, teams are just trying to say, you know what, we got to bet on a military finish here. So let's just try to get down there as fast as we possibly can. So CAG Osaka is going to be that first team to go down on that western bridge. DX Xavier right behind them. Moneymakers as well. And yep, CAG Osaka catching one of these players out. But oh, now Apollo is stuck wide out in the open. So it looks like they're going to make a very, very early trade here.
Yeah, DX Xavier able to take that one back into control. Unfortunately losing a player, but they do go 1-for-1. That bridge still going to be a hotbed. You've got a lot of other teams going to be putting pressure onto this as well. You've got Moneymakers moving in from that north side. I can't quite see who that is. I think that might be Besiktas as well. Also going to be, there they are, moving in from that northwest side towards this location. The good news for CAG Osaka is that they're already across. Right?
Yeah, they already across.
The bulk of their team is already across. Losing one player, bad. Getting across to Military Island early, good.
Yeah, had to be a little bit of a misplay, though. I mean, to leave a player like that back for so long, I'm not sure exactly what was kind of going through their mindset on that. Maybe they thought they had a little bit more time than normal, but no. In the World Cup, these teams move fast. DX Xavier was on them. Yeah. So I want to see if CAG Osaka is going to try to gatekeep them, maybe punish them a little bit more somehow. Because when you're down a player this early and with a zone like this, you want to get those early eliminations if you can.
I've historically been a fan of the rotation Alliance are currently doing. They go for that early swim across from the middle of that mainland, right, down to the beachside compounds. I think getting that done early, in general, plays out very well for the team.
Very safe.
It's very safe. You get a great foothold there. A lot of the teams out to your west and east are going to be fighting each other, and you don't have to go across the bridges yourself.
Yeah, and not to mention if the zone does continue to go south, which most likely is going to happen here, you may catch some stragglers trying to swim on their way in. So yeah, I like the fact that Alliance did make that move very early, because later on, it's going to be difficult, that's for sure. We can already see just how many teams have moved down here already, but now we're looking at Team Reject. So this is going to be on that Milta side. There's a lot of teams that like to hold that bridge. Or at least, yeah, and you can see right now Tianba is going to be the squad holding it down here. So they're waiting to see if a team is going to feel like this is wide open and then pull the trigger. So a little bit of a bait play. Team Reject, I think, saw it coming.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for that one. Not that easily. Okay, so CAG, they left a backstop. They did voluntarily leave a backstop there.
No, I don't think it was at all on Terry, because you see his vehicle's all smoky.
Yeah,
so,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he got popped out, but was able to jump out and at least get one player for his efforts. So, you know, went down without a fight.
Except for that big old flashbang.
That's right.
A stunner.
Absolutely. Speaking of stunner, look at that. Team Reject with the Botate.
Big drift.
They are on the move. This is going to be from that farm side here. Will Alliance see them coming? That's going to be the question.
Alliance a little bit tucked further to the
possible.
west side. I think Reject might be able to get away with this one.
Wow.
It's holding on the south side of the bridge. This is a pretty bold rotate. You don't really know that other side of the bridge is being held, isn't being held rather. Although you do get a little bit of a hint by the fact that Tianba, you might have seen them roll up in a similar scenario, so you maybe are able to piece a few bits of those puzzles together, but you can't be sure. And Reject going for that play, if you get spotted, you're just dead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If there's any players on that bridge, they're usually scouting to see which teams rotate either from the Novo side or right there. And, yeah, very surprising, very fortunate. And that's what it takes here at this level, right? You got to be able to take risks. And that's the hard part is, you know, being an IGL in these kind of scenarios. A lot of the times, you have to make a 50-50 decision, and both of them are bad, you know, but you got to be able to make them quickly. Team Reject did just that.
That's a classic Hot Jukes risk take there.
That's right.
That's what we're looking for. Being able to make those ones pay out. D+ Kia slowly starting to gather intel, put their toes in the water for getting across on the bridge. They are at the back of the queue, and Besiktas are currently holding the other side of the bridge, and behind them, they've got DRX to worry about as well. 4MV. They dropped on Military Island, so they didn't have to navigate any of that nonsense. They're just out of it entirely. They get the hill towards the north side of the military base. They're going to be pretty happy with that. The question is, where do they choose? At the moment, it looks like they're settling on a few of those hilltops towards that northwest edge to control a couple of the roads, a couple of the inlets moving from that bridge if teams start to try and spurt their way through.
Yeah, 4MV had an excellent match number one. So, I mean, 13 points on the board already. They're in a great position in this zone. And, you know, I always kind of, you know, I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card, right? I usually punch one for teams for match number one, day one, because you just don't know what happens, right? But, you know, when you're a team that had any nerves here at the start, if you're a team like 4MV, 13 points on the board, a good zone and position here in game number two, all those nerves have got to be gone. So they got to take advantage of it here and now and continue on this ride that they're on. But they're going to have to keep an eye out for Besiktas Black because they're pretty close by.
Yeah, they are. Going to potentially be a little bit of trouble, but close towards the bridge. They're playing on those buildings at the moment. Generally focused on controlling that bridge. Next circle coming through, which is why I'm sort of giving it a little bit of pause there.
Yeah.
Slap bang onto Alliance, but keeps the Northern Shore on. I'm going to be interested to see if IWNRX try and make the same swim that Alliance did earlier on and come a cropper because of it, but it looks like maybe they're leaning a little bit further west on that approach. They're probably aware that this has happened ahead of them.
Yeah, you know, that swim's going to be so difficult, especially with a circle like this. I think you just got to just stay there, and then if you happen to hear a fight across the way, maybe you try to get that third party going, but at the end of the day, you know, you want to survive as long as possible and then fight late. So we'll see how they decide to play it. You know, Alpha 7 were very late on the rotate in here, all the way down on the military base. They came from Primorsk, so they're going to have a very difficult rotate here. But, man, we'll see exactly how this plays out. Very fortunate circle, by the way, for a squad like Brute Force.
Yeah, it keeps them in with a little bit of a chance. I'm looking at DXavier right now. I like those hills to the south side of that Alliance compound, playing split around that road. I'm also thinking, what can 4MV do? Because there are some real powerful hilltops here. This is kind of what we expected, right? An engagement between Besiktas and D+ Kia. Besiktas have just been absolutely convinced that they need to hold this bridge, and there are still teams coming through. Yes. Try and rack up these points.
Yeah, D+ Kia are going to have to be careful, though, because they're focusing on Besiktas Black. DRX was starting to head towards this location, but they left it. So that's going to give D+ Kia a lot more room to breathe. But they did lose one early on. So you can see KH trying to get onto this rooftop, get a little bit more sight lines going. but that's proven to be a little bit more difficult. A little easier said than done, right?
Maybe. Go on. Give it another go.
One more.
Yeah, one more go. That'll work. I'm sure.
You got to believe.
He'll get it this time. It looks like IWNRX not going to go for the swim just yet, biding their time. I mean, fair enough. You don't really actually need to make this move yet. It's unlikely that the situation to the south, if you changes, you might be able to find an opening in the situation to the north.
Yeah, I think IW next Ria are completely stuck in this position. They're not leaving it until they absolutely have to. And rightfully so, you got DRX right there next to you. If you start swimming, you're going to get shot at. So they're going to be holding that position. And right now, we're going to see a lot of hurrying up and waiting from these squads. Meanwhile, Alliance, dead center, that is a very hot position. Teams are going to want to start trying to usurp them from that spot. And they do have one player knocked right now.
Is in a, I think, fairly safe position, although Seiji Osaka, even one player to start to scout out around this location. You can see, yeah, that res does come through for Alliance, but they are split 2 and 2. That is a vulnerability that they will most likely suffer from if they don't pull back together.
Watch the zone go north.
It's going to go up to farm, isn't it?
Watch, yep. Yeah, let's see a farm finish.
Guaranteed. IWNRX win this. There's no choice. Everybody else dead in the water.
Oh, okay, yeah, no farm finish. But you know what? This is the zone that all these teams expected to be. So, you know, now we're going to have to see, you know, IW next Ria start moving. But Deepless Kia, all these squads surrounding these bridges, got to move quickly here. And let's just see how they're going to do it. Now you got teams like Besiktas Black in a great position to gatekeep squads. We're going to start see the action ring out as early as stage number 2. It's a military finish. What do you expect?
It's going to be pretty difficult to make your way through, as Inco are going to find out against Power. Both trying to get across here. Pretty sure we've seen like 3 different pairings of teams on this East Bridge trying to make it past one another, but it is not going to get any easier. Power, however, starting to move out, stretch their legs onto that catwalk on the bridge. Boom is holding on the other side. This is just going to make it pretty impossible, unless Boom leave, to get across this bridge.
I really don't like this play from Inco. I think that Inco need to play this quiet. You want to let Power go into the bridge by themselves. Hopefully they get into a fight, then you third party it. But they pulled that trigger just a little too early. Now every single team here is stuck, and it's hard. I mean, when you're at this stage, you get a little bit too trigger happy, and you're gonna pay the price. So yeah, all these teams are gonna get punished by Papa Blue. It is stage 3, so the blue zone isn't ticking too hard, but you're definitely gonna suffer some casualties on the way into this next zone.
This is going to be a pretty bloody bridge crossing for sure. IWNRX taking the scrap, taking the fight with the Moneymakers once more. And the Moneymakers have lost a player because of it. IWNRX holding that coastline. It looks like they're going to get one more onto Icy. Slap bang in the middle of the circle, though. It is 4MV all the way right now. They have high ground control in a pretty decent position. They've got, I think, a little bit of building cover there. Down to their northeast, DX Xavier, who potentially on track for another good game. So 2 teams now for a repeat. Moneymakers over the top.
What a
Frozen goes
shot.
down. Inco rolling on in towards Prepod. Out the window, the spray goes well.
Yeah, this is just a lose-lose scenario. You don't want to take a fight, especially in this zone. And, you know, usually sometimes at the stage, we'll see teams realize that, and they'll say, you know what, why are we fighting, right? Let's just focus on getting into the circle, and then we can handle it later on. But yeah, these teams are just trying to soak up so many eliminations. And, you know, like, again, if you get a little too trigger-happy, you're going to pay the price. And look at all these squads. Inco, Brute Force, Power, they're all getting punished right now.
Absolutely. It is going to be difficult to make head nor tail of this circle for the teams on the north side. Let's take a look at the difference of position right now from Alpha 7 and IWNRX. Alpha 7 moved so early from the northwest side. IWNRX bided so much time, and this is the result, right? IWNRX drawn short, can't get across. Alpha 7 get down to Primorsk fast, get across, and now they're taking meat and bones out of CAG Osaka.
Yeah, now let's see what does happen with IWNRX, because Deepless Kia said, you know what, we're not even going to challenge this bridge. Let's go back up north and go for the swim. That's going to be pretty difficult, though, right now, because you got teams like DRX staring at this area. Meanwhile, next Ria down to a single player, just like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about, right? Being slow to leave from Zaki as well, by the way,
true.
When it's a military island circle. I mean, you kind of are a little bit lumped into playing that that outskirts, that edge position. As our first team goes down, it is indeed D plus Kia.
Yeah, D plus Kia, they won the first match, you know, but weren't able to have a similar result here. They put up a goose egg here in match number 2, but when you put up a good game number 1, that definitely does help. So let's see who else is going to be able to get it done. Right now, my eyes are on 4MV, man. They're in 3rd place with 13 points. They have an excellent position in this next circle. Let's see how they capitalize on it. Meanwhile, yeah, the rest of these squads are just trying to find a way in.
Yeah, a lot of this military base right now is going to provide cover. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of solos, a lot of duos, maybe a trio. Take a lot of control on that south side, but leaving it is going to be very difficult with 4MV holding where they are, and with DXavier as well. Power rolling up to Reject right now, but Rage is too quick with it. Easy up to the door frame, but can he hold on? Divine tries to spray as a second buggy. Kareem's pass with the rest of Power. Another fall, another down, and there's Easy soon to follow. Divine gets the flush with the DP, and 3 players from Power dispatched. The 4th.
That's all of them.
Soon to follow. Getting into this military base now is all but over for everybody else.
Ooh, Divine getting knocked, but able to get in the building at the last second. That ends up being pretty good here. Meanwhile, watch this replay. Moneymakers shutting down that player from next Ria. So I think that does leave only 1 player left up for them. We'll see what he's able to do here at the end of the day. But man, great play there from Team Reject.
Alpha 7 have 4 players alive, and they're in C block right now. They started in Georgiaport.
Oh, that's right.
This is crazy.
What a crazy rotation from them. They passed up so many teams, and that goes to show you, right? You got to be able to take risks. Besiktas Black spent so much time holding that bridge, and now they're paying for the price for it. They're all the way on the south side. Yeah, they have a position, but it is not the most optimal. Very, very sneaky and smart plays there from Alpha 7.
Yeah, they push in from that western side of the island. They're moving through. Kagasaka go down, not providing enough resistance to stop them. Alpha 7 look at champing at the bit here to get a good game, to catch up to the top spots.
By the way, Inko's rotation, that was insane, right? They were holding that bridge there for so long, and they were able to rotate late through the blue zone and found a position in this next circle.
It's that Brazilian magic, man.
That's what it is.
They're just shimmying past everybody. No one could stop them. IWNRX, though, not so lucky. Brute Force, same story. 2 of the top teams from EMEA.
Wow, I'm surprised Inko were able to get everybody here. That is pretty insane. Teams are going to definitely keep an eye on that when they're studying after today. Meanwhile, you got Boom Esports. Keep an eye on Tianba, trying to gatekeep them. I don't see very many vehicles left from Tianba, so they are on the run. Oh, yeah, he does have that dossier. He needs to find a way into it here, because if that vehicle gets blown up, he is stuck out in the open.
DRX right now, right on the top of the hill, moving up towards 4MV. 4MV have lost a player.
Fight.
An excellent nade to find an opening knock onto this 3v3, meaning that they now have got even numbers on the players alive. But Reefus is very, very low, very close to going down. And look at this, Alliance moving in on the northern side. They make that swim early, they hold their nerve, they play time, and now they can sweep through this northern hillside. One of the strongest positions in this next circle. DXavier want a slice of it too.
Yep, and the battles are starting to ring out, and here comes Alliance looking to sweep up these players, and that's exactly what happens. That's 4MV out of there. That's what happens when you take a fight just a little too early in a zone like this. Stage 5, Alliance, perfect timing here, and DRX are able to make it out of there, but not completely unscathed. They lose 1 player.
Yeah, they've been on 3 for a while now. I think it was just Lamborghini scouting.
Right.
The rest of them are actually in that military base down to the south side. Paragen and Nate both going to be taking up residency there in the shadow of the 4-man squad from Alpha 7 in C block.
And, you know, Alpha 7, when it comes to C block, they know this area like the back of their hand. So they are ready for this one. This is their time to shine. And, you know, Alpha 7, when they're on that edge play, they have really good odds. But when they get center zone and the plays are obvious, that's where they are the most deadly. Let's see how they're going to be able to hold on to it, though. Meanwhile, I am looking here. We still have Boom Esports on top of that hill. That's a really good position. They are starting to push down in here to that broken wall. This might be a little bit of a bad play considering it's still so early.
Boom moving down into the ditch.
That was risky.
Behind them. Could potentially get down shots, but the teams in military base could keep them safe as well. Sheltering in a storm of bullets might be their only option right now. They're going to try and make it work. Seiji Osaka will not be able to weather the storm. Unfortunately, they are going to go down. Now, this northern hill still very much contested. Alliance and DRX, who's going to be able to wrest control of it?
Yeah, I would have liked to see Boom Esports, hold that hill, maybe clear their backs out first and then focus a little bit inward. But it looks like they just try to hedge their bets and try to send it on in early, maybe catch some teams off guard. But yeah, they do make some sacrifices in the process. Ooh. Jimmy with the shots. Put in work and the run over confirmation. DRX getting punished.
Absolutely. Good stuff, but they do lose a player. Unfortunately, he sat down on top of a nade, but he steps out, he strafes away, and there's another knock. 2 players from U2 around in the sidelines, and now 1 more player from DRX to go. The vehicle goes up in smoke, and so does that Northern Hill position. Alliance need to keep it together, though. They've only got 3, and Besiktas have a sideline.
Oh, but the smokes are ringing out very quickly, but Alliance are able to get that res. So they're going to continue with 3 players. 5 eliminations already. The most eliminations we've seen so far. Actually, no, Tiamba was 7. They're doing a great job in their position. And let's see if they're able to finish out Inca. Only 1 player left. It's Nunez.
Nade over, doesn't quite get the job done. Another knock sent back, but it's not enough to slow the roll of Tiamba, who can get back up to 4 and contest for this northern spot as well. The next circle, so important now, and Alpha 7 are under pressure as it's going to pop.
Oh, and this is a great time for teams to try to move on in here because there's so much action happening here in C block. Besiktas black, but this is just 1 player in this spot. Yeah, so they are going to have some sight lines from that scaffolding, but it's very, very, very difficult to make some good shots onto the C block from that position.
In they go. Toshbit goes down first, and Alpha 7 holding strong on the west building of C Block. Looks like they're all in the same building as well, so they want to stick together. They want to not have any vulnerabilities. I think it's wise at this point.
I think Besiktas jumped the gun on this one. I think they didn't need to take this fight right now. At a certain point, you could just realize, hey, we have this side of the map covered. Alpha 7 has C block. Let's just, take out every single team and then work on each other at the end to get that first and second. Yep. But no, I think Besiktas, they wanted the whole thing. And when you get a little bit greedy like that, sometimes you bite off a little bit more than you could chew. I
feel like Boom are in actually a really pivotal spot in this circle, Hot Jukes, because on this northeastern side, Tiamba are going to try and roll down. They're going to get shot at by the teams in military base on that roll down, as well as Boom in that ditch already. As Besiktas trying to maneuver around Alpha 7 in towards C block. I think Tiamba are going to have a really tough time to go through. It'd be pretty strong stuff if they could be able to take this one through.
But they have so much coverage, though. That hill is still very, very strong. That's why I'm surprised Boom left so early. If they were able to hold that spot, they could have third-party Tiamba, and then they had nobody on their backs. But let's just see how it plays out. At the end of the day, sometimes, like I said, you gotta flip that coin. Sometimes it goes heads, sometimes it goes tails.
Take that risk. We'll see if it pays off. Over towards the billboard right now, Alliance actually moved down on that west side. They're taking cover there. And if you're looking at the mini-map, I don't think you can quite see it on the mini-map, but we got the map feed here. There is a Besiktas player still up top. They do get knocked. A high, long nade coming on through. Look at that.
That's a firecracker right there.
Jimmy, what a treat from Alliance. Delivering that nade on a silver platter. Perfectly placed. Able to get the nade and the job done. Alliance now playing on with 3 from the west side. A little bit isolated from the rest of this scrap.
That's one of the sickest nades I've seen in a long time.
So
that was perfectly placed and cooked.
Onto Mafioso.
Yep, and now you got Boom in that one ridge. That little dip isn't very good coverage. You can see QZZ starting to put some work on it. 1 nade's all it take. Will that do it? Oh, he does get pieced up in the process. Yummy still trying to hold on for dear life. And he is down to just about a 3rd HP. And you can see Boom Esports, last player up. Like I said, this rotation, just I think a little bit too early. But we'll see. I mean, there's still plenty of time left. Yummy isn't out just yet. We'll see if he's able to sneak away some placement points.
To get rid of Yummy right now, Tiamba are going to have to expend a lot of smokes to keep cover against DX Xavier. You can see Paragin has incredible sightlines out that way. They need to get rid of him now before they expend too much resource to allow them to get into military base and navigate through it later on. That's exactly what they do. The P90 is good for long, and now they can start to transition, right? But you can see no smokes for him. The rest of the team, likely not too many either. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Now, Tiamba, they were able to get across, so they do have quite a few players. Looks like we have a 2-2 split going on.
12 limbs for Tiamba, by the way.
12 limbs. These guys are crushing it. That hill position paying off dividends for them. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, the other team to have 4 players up. One does get knocked, though, right here. But he should be in a position to get rezzed in that C block spot. Meanwhile, Alliance are going to be taking... Oh, actually, they're moving away from scaffolding. Carrillo! Quick on the gun. Gets 2.
And they are going to get flushed very, very quickly there. Excellent to be on the lookout. I mean, they knew there were players there. They tried to make the cross. The vehicle just didn't have the HP to sustain it. And it was the vehicle explosion that took them down. Tianba now starting to move in on the east side. Alliance going to start to crunch in on that west, but they only have that one player now remaining. DXavier and Alpha 7, the two real team forces right now in this circle. Tianba having a tough time. If they can get a res off, sure. But right now, it's not looking so good.
He's going to go for it. He does have a little bit of a smoke here, and not to mention you got Alliance pushing up onto Alpha 7, taking a lot of the actually the sight lines from Alpha 7. Focused on trying to get this elimination. That could be good for a team like Tianba. Oh man, Mafioso. This guy moves an inch and he's gone. Never mind. Yeah, he didn't even have to move. That is Alliance out of here. 4 teams remaining.
Low ammo on the M4, though, for Mafioso.
That's
Fortunately,
true.
he's got the DBS in the back pocket, and it's going to get close range pretty soon. So
yes,
he
sir.
does certainly have the firepower to spare. Moving on in. That's the danger of holding a central position where people can't really get in towards you, is you do exhaust that ammo supply quicker than you might think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of crates nearby, but it's going to be difficult to get to them. And I think you can see some smokes ringing out so they can hopefully try and loot up just a little bit. They do have some time. There's nobody on their backs, but that's the hard part about this particular zone. There's so many nooks and crannies players could be hiding. And if you're a team like Alpha 7, maybe you don't want to take that risk at all.
Tianba making their move on the eastern side, and Molotov gets that opening knock towards the 3 players of DXavier. They've got the numbers to back it up. They're trying to establish that smoke line to allow them more maneuverability around the scrap that they're going to take with DXavier. They want this. And Lamborghini goes down to an A. QZ taken low to an off angle from a distance, but gets back to cover, can get some healing done. 13 eliminations, and they want more. They are going to hold that sight line. They are going to go around the edge. Liu almost established now with those smokes bloomed. Long breaches into the building. They're pushing DXavier.
Tianba pushing into the police station here. They got those nades out and ready. Nade in big trouble. He gets naded himself. And so Tianba are on a tear right now. 15 eliminations. These guys aren't messing around.
Get Leo back to your feet, and you're in a 4v4 with Alpha 7. Besiktas on the sidelines. They're crunched into the south building, a C block, and it is all going to be on the momentum that Tianba can carry forwards from this engagement. Do Alpha 7 have the smokes to stop them down? Do they have the ordnance to do it as well? Remember, they may have been bleeding their resources a little bit dry. 4 nades on one of the Alpha 7 players there, but Tianba can move through these death crates. They can resupply. They should have quite a lot of resources at their disposal.
They have a ton of resources, not to mention they are red hot right now. Their fingers are moving at a perfect pace. I'll tell you what, there's something about waiting for fights for so long. You know, it kind of puts you that 1/10 of a second behind. If you're a team like Tianba that has been fight after fight after fight, you're going to be just that much quicker. But it's up to Alpha 7 to stop this rotation. I think if you're Alpha 7, you got to stop them right here, right now. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Revo is in this choke point position. He cannot get knocked. That's why we're seeing him play this so safe.
Has got a teammate up on the roof with him. They're playing above the 2 Besiktas players right now. They are using Besiktas as a buffer to stop these players from going down.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to use that scrap, potentially third party it, hold the central position, and let the blue zone do the work.
They're not worried about Besiktas at all. Right now, all eyes are on Tianba. They want to take this team out first and then worry about anybody else in the buildings afterwards, and it'll be an easy chicken for dinner for them. But it's going to be quite difficult to get past Tianba because these guys, like I mentioned, red hot. This is getting a little bit of time here, so they are starting, those fingers are getting a little bit cold, and it's not going to be an easy rotation. There's only so many different spots you can try to move from this area, this police station. But oh, we're at stage 9. This zone's about to go into nothing here, so it's going to come down to the last seconds who can hit their shots.
If Alpha 7 take too many casualties, there's a potential for Besiktas to take this one down, right? They need to find this knock on the cross. Standing up is dangerous.
Survive.
The backlines can start to emerge. They haven't got the knock. They haven't been able to take him down yet. This nade needs to land. 3 nades in the pocket for Revo.
Looks
it's
good.
on target, but the first aid came through. Gets up to the wall as well, and the rest of Tianba looked across. Besiktas in the meantime going to be nading them out as well. That Molotov is going to burn. It's going to hurt. Tianba forced up against the wall, and it's Lewis to get the knock. Up on the roof, though, Alpha 7 continue to ring out the shots. Mafioso wants to drop, but he's held back on the leash by the rest of his team. They've got control, but over they go. They waterfall down, but they're getting picked up. As McCrellan goes down on the sidelines, he's looking for the spray. Long has the P90. He's got the challenge, hits the deck, the reload's there, and he's got the weapons out. Tianba make the cross with 2 players alive.
And not to mention, Besiktas are now out in the action. Tianba, you is still holding that spot. That nade looks good. He survives to 1 HP, though. This is a close one. It is a 2v2v2.
Kakali.
Anyway for this. Oh, and Besiktas get the knock.
From the top rope, Kakali descends the stairs, takes another player out. Tiamba now on 1, 2v2v1. Liu behind the wall, indomitable in his spirit there. Carrillo from the top rope, Revo there as well. They allowed players to go too far. They didn't need to leave the roof.
They didn't need to leave the roof at all. 1 minute on the clock. Again, this circle is going to go down into nothing. We may see the blue zone take out the last player here. So you could see Alpha 7 Carrillo. Unfortunately, no utility left. So they're not able to take down you, but Papa Blue might just do that itself. So it looks like most likely going to be a battle between Alpha 7 and Besiktas to win this one.
Liu now up into the corner. Utility dry. That is the danger. Alpha 7 feeling it now. Do Besiktas have anything? Liu's got something. What's that? Oh, I think it's the stunner, the flashbang there. The blue zone's got to push Liu out. He has to take the challenge, getting those stunners out early to force this challenge to be a little bit easier, but Kakali's waiting as well. A full white out there, and Liu, is he? He's still just going to hold it.
I think so. I think just deny the point.
There's no way you get out.
Yeah, deny the point. Oh, pan! Can we see it?
Oh, pan shot.
Oh, I think, did it hit him? No, never mind.
Tag?
Papa Blue.
Besiktas now.
Yes, here we go. Revo jumps out for 364, and
That's
is
the second as well. Revo jumps over the top rope. First shot with the auto shotty and a second through the window. These guys just do not stop. Alpha 7, what a way to close that one down. A miraculous finish from the roof of the C block.
Oh, what a play right there. And it was a little bit too close for comfort. They lost 2 players on that crazy, crazy position. What a beautiful 1v1 from that player from Tiamba. That was so, so close. You got to give it up to that squad, though. They pushed through every single person. So many eliminations. I wouldn't be surprised to see them with the most points after match number 2.
Tiamba were crazy that game. To get as far as they did, to allow them to get that cross, that is absolutely crazy. Right? These guys just don't stop. It's great to see them starting to turn things on as well. A little bit disappointed in Alliance, I have to say.
That's true.
I feel like they had an excellent position on that northern side. Same story for DX Xavier. I think they committed to the military base a little bit too early, potentially. I mean, it's really difficult to break that one down. A lot of moving parts, and of course, they were neighbors with Tiamba, so, you know,
Let's look at this again, though. Let's look at this again. This was the play of the game right here. Alpha 7 just trying to stop Tiamba on this push. The fact that Tiamba was even able to get this far, it's so impressive here. And Besiktas Black popping out at the right time, making things more difficult. Long just getting another elimination for his squad. What a way to finish match number 2 and our first Erangel of the day.
2 players on the inside. I need to see this final elimination. I hope we've got it on the replay. As Liu goes down, first shot over, Revo drops, and here's the second. He just pops these shots through the window.
Wow.
I don't even know. Was that even him on the final shot, or was it his teammate dropping down in midair? I don't know. It doesn't matter. In the end, Alpha 7 able to do so much work. Look at that.
Oh, it was the teammate. Yep.
I mean, look at that. You can't be more happy than that.
Oh, man, and you can just see, look at that, their pop-off reactions. Business as usual for Alpha 7 right there. And I will
we won
say,
the game? Yeah, sick. Let's go for the next one.
No big deal, right? You know, we got to get that. We'll pop off when we get first place, baby, right? But, man, what a match, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMWC as our second match is finished off, and Alpha 7 were able to claim their first chicken dinner of the event. Off the back of Revo, it was phenomenal to see him jump off the building, take out the shotgun, and take down the last two players from the Besiktas and get himself a well-deserved win, to be honest, Seven.
It is a well-deserved win for them. Great rotation out of them, too. I mean, I kind of mentioned this when we were talking about Sandhawk earlier. They're still doing those fast rotations. They're improved, too. They decided to do a bow rotation. They decided to coexist, too, with CAC Osaka, which was interesting for me. I thought they were going to be willing to take that fight, which just shows me a different Alpha 7 that I'm kind of not used to seeing. They did end up eliminating one player, which I thought, okay, now is the time that they're going to send it. They decided not to. They decided to be patient. Ultimately, they ended up taking the apartments there in military, and it worked out wonders for them being able to defend against a lot of teams trying to crash onto them.
It's a really strong position of power, right? We saw that as Besiktas Black were trying to put on some pressure over to the west side. Poser very high up on that radio relay tower to try and cover their approach forwards, which is nice in theory to cover the approach, but it doesn't cover the attack and everything that's going on there. So you've got to be very slow and steady as Besiktas if you want to try and make that work. They didn't. I mean, they did also actually coexist later on as well alongside them.
And with Besiktas Black, one thing that we were kind of scratching our heads was whenever the Alpha 7 player came out of the apartment and was able to knock one of the players and confirm that element, we were wondering, okay, where are the players that are up on the tower? Why aren't they shooting at them? The timing kind of worked out perfect for Alpha 7.
Well, like Revo, the player, he got shot at when he opened that door. And he's like, okay, you know what? I fancy my chances, and goes out, and no one else shoots at him, which was very interesting. But a big story for me in this match, obviously, Alpha 7 taking the win. Tianba, 16 eliminations there was ridiculous. And Kalaris, you know, I hate to give you credit for it, but you called it.
It's one of the better places to actually transition into military base proper is that high ground if you're able to make sure that the east is clear for you. You saw QZZ being able to move down there and basically facilitate that. They're here. They're here.
They made it. NA's on the scoreboard.
The closest NA is going to be getting to a global event anytime soon. Let's be honest.
Sorry, but continue. You're talking about, Tianba obviously playing from the high ground. They had a couple of teams actually like push through. They had Reject, they had Inko, they had Boom. They even had before that Brute Force to contest against. But they made quick work.
No, very good. I mean, even towards the end here, where you're seeing kind of the final point of the circle, I thought they were dead to rights. There was no way they were going to make the transition. They somehow almost did. And unfortunately, we had a P90 run out of ammo there for a second to try and get that going. But I still got to give huge kudos. I think, what was it, 15 eliminations for them? 16 eliminations. So, yeah, Tianba comes out of the Chinese region as definitely what I would say my favorite from the region when you compare them to TJB. And this will be a nice prelude to whatever they could put up later.
I really enjoy how proactive they were to taking on some of those teams. At one point, we were wondering, okay, are they going to be able to see the Boom players that were down of that mountain? We're kind of questioning it, but they were able to take them off. And the way that they pushed off, even though DX might have had an angle on them, they didn't care. They were like, okay, we're going to take care of Boom, and then we're going to start worrying about DX.
There was one concern I had about that, though, was that Yumi actually gave them a run for their money when it came to utility usage. They spent so many nades trying to dislodge him, and I thought maybe that was going to hinder them in their next transitions. Not to be the case, though.
Well, we can see here Revo having himself 4 eliminations for his squad, but him and Mafioso together putting up about 1,400 damage between the two is fantastic to see. And again, not really much damage received, which I think, again, is kind of funny to see that Revo only took that little damage considering the way he played things out.
711 damage, 710 damage. How often do you see that? That's so close. That's ridiculous.
I'm surprised we didn't end up seeing Carrillo there too, because we saw Carrillo being able to get some of the eliminations as well. So it's good to see that everybody currently from Alpha 7 is being proactive, is taking on that damage, and is trying to get those eliminations out.
I mean, I think something we always talk about every single time with Alpha 7 is Carrillo. Whenever we get to see the rise of Carrillo that we saw previously back in Loops with the amount of damage, amount of eliminations he can put down, we did see a little bit of it there, but when we know that when Carrillo can play well, and Revo and Mafioso are obviously playing well like they always seem to do, and McGrellin can kind of match this, Alpha 7 should be an unstoppable team.
Especially if they set themselves up the way they set themselves in that last match. That's a scary Alpha 7. We're used to seeing Alpha 7 rushing into the compounds, taking the fights to teams, having them wait and for teams to take the fight to them. They're just pretty much chilling.
That's actually interesting because we did say with Carrillo Kalaris a lot is we want to see some composure out of him, like some restraint. Don't just like see a knock and run for it. Don't just push for elimination. And we're seeming to see it out of the entire team now.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to pivot to. The fact that they knew when to bide their time in these military apartments. It is, again, as I mentioned before, a position of power. And when you've got teams like Alliance trying to push up on the west side, there are big swaths of land that are so open on their approach to military apartments that a lot of these teams, they were like, well, I guess we got it. and then unfortunately, you're shooting ducks in a barrel.
Well, that is exactly where I like to keep my ducks, in a barrel, with my fish as well, obviously.
Oh, yeah, the fish.
We're taking QZZ here with his 6 eliminations and 900 damage. Our NA representative coming through big, but again, like we don't really get to see the Chinese region that much at PEL. And whenever we do have these big international events, there's always question marks about how well teams from that region will perform. But Tiamba, after the Senhawk kind of, brushing that one aside, have put up some really insane numbers here. And again, kind of like putting themselves in a comfort zone. You talk about building up some momentum, morale of the team. This is definitely one of those games for them that's going to help out.
And as you mentioned, with the Chinese teams, there's always a big question mark if they're going to be able to adjust to the meta of the global events, right? For the longest time, especially with like Tiamba, we saw those teams not being able to use the DBS when some of the other teams were using the DBS, and they were just being outgunned when it came to close quarter fights. It's good to see that they're being able to perform like this, especially QZZ, a player that has been able to play against some of the other teams like Alpha 7 in Americas. It's good for them to start early on.
If I had to play devil's advocate in terms of their prep time coming into this tournament and kind of the level of competition that they got an opportunity to play for, PMRC, the fact that we had PEL versus CSA versus SEA, and that tournament gave them an opportunity to play an extremely stacked lobby, which was a great prep for this one.
Well, we talked a lot about Tiamba. We got to go back to our champions of this. Well, I can't say champions yet. I think I kind of leaked the script there. Our winners of the last match. We actually do have an interview with Alpha 7 we're going to take a look at. We'll come back and be ready with our third match of the day.
And we are here at the arena with Revo from Alpha 7 Esports after they managed to get themselves their first winner chicken dinner in our second game of the day. Revo, how does it feel? You managed to get your first win at the PMWC.
Tô tranquilo, até porque tem muito campeonato pela frente, manter o pé no chão e fé em Deus e é isso.
I am okay. There's a lot of tournament and we have to keep ourselves on the ground and keep going.
I like that, keeping themselves grounded. It's only their first win. They have to get themselves top 12 to get to the grand finals. Now, I want to ask you, we know you have the ability, you have the capability to win the tournament and take the trophy home, but there always seems to be something that steps in the way. What do you think it is, Revo?
Acho que a gente achou esse problema, a gente conseguiu consertar. Era algo interno, então a gente resolveu. E é isso, agora a gente vai trabalhar para ser campeão, se Deus quiser.
We found out the problem, we identified what it was, and that's it. We are going to work to be the champion, and God willing, we're going to get it.
Very ominous as well. I like the fact they're not revealing, but they know what the problem is, and well, we'll see. We still have quite a few games, but one last question for you. Who do you think will give you the most problems or like the most trouble at the PMWC?
Creio que todos os times têm muito potencial, mas nosso maior inimigo é a gente mesmo e a gente vai batalhar para sempre melhorar e é isso, vamos embora para cima.
I think everyone can do, they're all great teams, but we are our own enemies and we're going to work for that. We're going to work to get it.
I like that. They realize every single team that's participating in this tournament, they deserve to be here. They are the strongest in their regions and the strongest teams in the world. And I like the fact they also realize that there's their own, I want to say like their own element, their own problems that they're facing, but they are taking care of it. You've heard it from us here at the stage with Revo. Take it away, boys and girls, and let's see what happens with our third game of the day.
Their own enemies. I kind of like that, actually. That makes a lot of sense. What you're talking about before, they start off strong, but then some reason, the last day, they seem to fall apart. Maybe just make friends with yourself. Don't be your own enemy. I don't know. Does that work?
It's true. One thing that I do like that the casters were kind of mentioning whenever they showed Alpha 7 after they got that win is how the composure that they had. They weren't they're like, okay, we've been here before. We're not going to celebrate. This is not where we want to be. We know we're going to have to bring it when we get into the finals.
Yeah. I mean, you don't celebrate when you're putting the building blocks into the foundations of a house. You celebrate when it's fully completed, right? And I think for Alpha 7, you
collect all the ducks in the barrel as well. You got to
get those ducks in there, put them in, get the fish in if you really want. No, I ultimately Alpha 7, out of all the teams here, knows that best. It is not over until it's over because they have honestly lost tournaments too many times on the last day of a tournament.
Yep.
I mean, they're showing how they're veterans of being in these positions before, right? Obviously being consistently at the top level throughout multiple international events. But one team we kind of have to talk about here as well is Xavier. Now, if we're talking about finals, Xavier put on a show in PMSL SEA. They had, I want to say it was like 8 out of 12 top 3 finishes, podium finishes for themselves. And this team, which during the league play didn't look as amazing as we've seen in the past, can and have so far today put on a good show.
Yeah, and for me, something that you kind of noticed too, James, right off the bat on the first match was how DX was doing that 2-2 split. And I feel like that was a bit of a question mark for me, especially in this last match, because we were talking about how they could have utilized that 2-2 split a little bit better. They could have put, instead of 2 players on top of the mountain, they could have put 2 players on the apartments where military, where ultimately Alpha 7 ended up going. The thing, though, Xavier was way before Alpha 7 got close to it.
So, so we were talking about it, right? And if you do put 2 people in the military apartments, my argument against potentially going there is the fact that a 4-man squad is more likely to crash that location compared to where they actually did perch up in military. However, I think these 2 games have already shown exactly what Xavier is going to be bringing here at PMWC. They are going to be bringing these 2-2 splits, these late game focused 2-2 splits, which we haven't really seen from other teams in red and yellow just yet. And actually, I mean, we're only 2 games in, so it's a small sample size, but there's some precedence there for this to be a success. Eventually, if you do this long enough, and if you're playing center compared to all these edge playing teams, limbs do come your way. Wins do come your way. So let's see if this keeps materializing throughout the day.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like at this kind of level from where all the teams came from, yeah, you might have been able to play edge within your own PMSL region, but I feel like it's easier to play center and adapt versus playing edge against the caliber of the lobby rising up.
Well, especially at the beginning of a tournament where everyone's a little bit more cautious about things. If you can wiggle your way through, it's good.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into our 3rd match of the day. And of course, you know which match it's going to be, which map it's going to be on. It's going to be Aaron Go once again with John Allen and Hot Jukes.
Match number 3. Let's get it going here. So 2 matches are down. Alpha 7 win the last one, and they did it in very impressive fashion. To be able to get to that spot from where they rotated through, and that timing was just beautiful.
Absolutely. They were able to just nail that rotation, getting that rotation from Primorsk, just constantly hammering away at those locations. Seven was talking about how it was a little bit interesting how they coexisted for a while on those hills to the west. But yeah, in the end, able to send straight into that C block, and they never needed to leave. That's right, they put everyone else in the dirt whilst they stood tall. Alpha 7 have a good game too, but instead, they're going to be heading on in to map number 3 this time around. And as with every time around, they're going to be using the GT20 Pros.
Yes.
With dual gaming chipsets and 144 Hz AMOLED screens, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS. And they're also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC.
That's a whole lot of FPS, John. And I'll tell you what, they're going to need to use every single one of those frames per second as we get into match number 3. And we're already starting to see a little bit of disparity here on the leaderboard. So these teams that, you know, struggled here off the rip are going to have to really focus up and start putting some points on the board right here and now. Again, folks, only 3 days here, $1 million on the line in these 3 days alone, $3 million prize pool total. And these teams are trying to get the biggest chunk of that prize pool that they possibly can. So we got a little bit of a different playing path here, and we'll see what kind of toxic circle we're gonna get here, because we already had 2 so far. Might as well just finish it off with 3, right?
You know what the most toxic circle on Erangel is?
that?
In my mind, it's that central island circle.
Ah.
Right? To the west of Rozhok.
Yep.
I hate it. It's bad. I don't like it.
It's tough, yeah.
I feel like I've made my opinion on this very clear.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, and I will have to agree with you here, because every time, well, it's in play. It's in play. There is a chance here. This is so difficult when you have a zone like this, because you have it completely on the opposite side of the playing path. So you're going to see a lot of teams try to hunt down vehicles very early on. We may even see some players go out to some rotations because of that. But the rest of these squads, like Inko, Alpha 7, they're going to have to, you know, just loot up and start moving here pretty quick.
Yeah, they are going to have to make that choice. Alpha 7, of course, that team that we said before, makes those fast rotations and are successful in doing so. See the repeat there. if we're lucky. Moneymakers hitting the deck finally, a little bit further out west, and a lot of teams close by, they're hunting down. They've seen 3 parachutes hit this location, they've got an M4 in the barrel, and they're ready to take control of this vehicle as soon as it pulls out the garage. But the smoke has bloomed, it's going to slow things down. Only 1 player in the vehicle, they turn it around to the back, and they're going to be able to get in and get away from this potentially, unless Koa can hit more. Really well executed there for Kagasaka, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Oh dear.
Got him.
Finds Naoto. And that is going to be a player down for them early on. And a second one very low.
That is super unfortunate for CAG Osaka. I mean, just it all just comes down to what weapon that the other player gets, and it just so happens he landed on the M4
with a 6X.
With a 6X of all things. So I don't think you got to be too upset about that. I mean, it's definitely frustrating for sure. But, I mean, that's just how it goes. Sometimes you get that luck of the draw, and you nail it, and that's exactly what we saw for Moneymakers.
Sometimes you don't think it's going to be like it is, but it do.
It do be like that.
Sometimes it just do be like that. Besiktas, they're already into South Georgia. They're moving through the crates. It looks like they want to go further into town, get some groceries, pick up their supplies as they go. They should be able to find just that. No one else dropping there. Of course, the plane path far out on the east side of the island. DX Xavier moving in just past Everest now on the south side, flowing up past Hospital. And over in North Georgia in the meantime, Boom are making themselves known.
Well, you know, we can see the leaderboards now after just 2 matches. Alpha 7 and Tiamba tied right now for first place, 24 points. But we do see some teams at the bottom. They're going to want to put some points up pretty quickly. CAG Osaka, one of them, unfortunately losing a player very early on.
The tiebreaker, or the first tiebreaker, I should say, 4 draws is, of course, chicken dinners. So because Alpha 7 have that chicken dinner from winning, despite Tiamba getting more points and drawing level with Alpha 7's total, they are in second place. So Alpha 7 would be a clear winner if we were to shut things down now, but we've got so much more for you.
So much more for you, and CAG Osaka gonna have to make something happen with that pump shot. Runs out and gets taken out by a DBS.
Yeah,
so
you got to shoot them for them to work.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic mistake.
Maybe something he'll work on here in the future. There's still plenty of time to do so. It's still very early on in this tournament, but man, when you get to see teams like, you know, Tiamba, Alpha 7 with so many points early on, it's definitely worrisome.
Over 2 matches, though, I mean, a 12-point average, it's very strong, don't get me wrong, but we've seen stronger at the start of tournaments. So the fact that we've got 4 teams at 20 or over points this early is pretty cool stuff, right? It means that everybody is giving it their best, with the asterisk that we've had a Northwest Island and a Military Island circle.
That is correct. So we're going to see Team Reject on the move. We saw these guys win the mid-season tournament last year, right? They put in some serious work. Right now, with only 5 points, a couple rough matches for them. This is going to be a lot more of a fluid zone for them. They're going to be really familiar with this, a lot easier on the rotate for them. So let's see how they respond. And it looks like they're looking to get into the action early. That is something that they are known to do. Sara, wide out in the open. Yeah, he needs to get into a better spot, but it doesn't even matter. Divine was ready on that off angle.
It's not really too much they can do to slow this one down. Reject's going to be able to pick up a point from D+ Kia. Losing one of their players' chips falls. Dunked in the ketchup there. And Reject going to be happy to scram that one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you do. That's what you call chips. That is correct.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, no. That's the correct way to refer to.
Oh, fries.
Slivers of potato that's deep fried in oil.
Oh, quite delicious. Quite delicious. Well, who's going to be able to chew up and swallow some of this money here in a little bit, as we see?
Don't do that with money.
That is correct.
Dukes, I've told you this before.
I'm sorry.
Stop eating your cash.
Hey, you know what? I'm hungry. All right, and I'm hungry to see who's going to win this game, because 4MV started off so strong, right? Unfortunately, in that second match, they weren't able to replicate what they were to did in Sandhawk. But at the same time here, they're going to be on the southern side, possibly looking to get past IW next Ruya. Alpha 7 on the move as well. And this is their area. They normally land into North George, so they're very familiar with the spot.
Yeah, and they're currently now in South George, of course, landing in Lipovka. Of course, they're right on the western side of the main group of teams. They rotate fast, and again, they do just that. Get it away with all 4 of their players. Carrillo takes a tickle of damage, but it's not really going to phase them. They've got plenty of meds, plenty of supplies, and a couple of more to maybe pick up. Besiktas, they sent into South George early. Will they be able to hold on to much of it? In general, it's always quite dangerous to hold too wide of a split in these urban environments, but for now, it's going to be quite safe to do so. Not too many teams looking to push the edges of that settlement in.
Yeah, they're going to need those vehicles, though, for sure, because they're going to have to group up together in just a little bit. So I think we're starting to see some serious growth from Alpha 7, at least in my opinion, because we've seen them play Edge for so long. Now they're starting to switch it up, right? They're getting out really, really early and going for a central position. So I think Alpha 7 maybe recognize what their problem was, right? Revo kind of alluded to it. He was like, oh, you know, we identified it, but I ain't going to tell you. And honestly, I think it may be just playing Edge a little bit early, besides, of course, the nerve situation, because at the end of the day, I do agree. I think Alpha 7 are their worst enemies. If they just continue to play the way they do at start of tournaments all the way towards the end, they're going to be your new champions.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying to watch this team take to the battlegrounds for sure. I was just looking at the prize pool breakdowns for group stage.
Okay.
First place is 70K. Woo! Right? Second place doesn't actually drop off too much, right? Obviously, it was saving the big drop-offs for the main tournament finals. This is to supplement that prize pool. Of course, we're giving away a mil, so it's, I mean, a supplement of a mil. It's pretty huge. But 70K for first, 67 for second, 65K for third. It drops off in about a K and a half increments, going pretty much all the way down until you get to 12th, where it drops off from 54K in 12th place to 13th place with 25.5K. But there is a reason for that. There's a prize pool as well that's in the survival stage. So you can earn more money over there, potentially bringing that 25.5 grand up with a 27.5 grand first place in the survival stage, which would put you just behind that 12th place. So it's trying to stay linear on those prize pools. Otherwise, technically, it would be more profitable to become 13th, right? And then win survival stage. It would be to come 12th.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, yeah, but I would definitely not opt for that. I think going straight to the finals is what you're looking to do.
Guarantee 25K in the finals.
Absolutely. So we're going to see right now 4MV on the move here, possibly even looking to take a fight early. But I think at this stage of the circle, stage number 2, you're kind of wanting to avoid fights, especially when the zone starts closing, because if you do take a fight right here, right now, your chances of getting third party are just through the roof.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting one. Everest, a major feature in this circle on the eastern side. Reject currently holding the spine of it. Well, some other teams probably going to be looking to break the back, though, as Inco moving in from the east side. But Brute Force as well in quite late, but they're a little bit more further on the south. Alliance trying to move on in, but they've taken a knock. That's going to slow them, and it looks like IWNRX are hounding down through their footsteps on Alliance. And I'm not going to give them any quarter, no sir. Pick up all the points you can, because IWNRX kind of haven't really shown up so far today. I've been waiting for them, because this is a team that has so much power, so much potential, some great players on this roster as well, but they just haven't been given that opportunity to shine, to show what they're really made of yet.
That's the hard part about the World Cup, is that all these teams, all these players are just so good. At the end of the day, you got to have somebody lower on the leaderboards, and it could definitely be any one of these teams. Good to see that we're starting to see some squads show a little sign of consistency in just 2 matches, but that can easily turn for the worst very quickly. So you got to be able to take advantage of every opportunity you can. You can see D+Kia opting to take this radio tower here position. This is a very good spot, because no matter where the zone goes, you should have some pretty good ways to get into the next circle. So you have those hills to protect those vehicles. So D+Kia, 20 points on the board so far, looking good.
Brute Force in the blue zone. They're playing real far to the edge right now, and they want to make their way in. EMEA champions trying to make their mark here on the global stage here at the World Cup.
Yeah, I got the chance to talk to a couple players from Brute Force, and they told me, like, hey, we're ready to win this thing. We're going to come in hot off the rip and put in some work. So we'll see if they're going to be able to live to that, as these zones have been pretty crazy so far, but now we're going to have an Everest circle. So right down the center, I'm very interested to see how Alpha 7 plays this, because they're playing that edge on the side of South George, but you can see them in vehicles moving so quickly.
Yeah, those hills around Hospital, the areas that surround on the northwest, going to be sanctuary for, well, not too many teams, but that oversight from Reject, I think that's going to be challenged. That is going to be a difficult position to hold. I think they need to regroup and commit to it, because 4MV, Inco, Brute Force, all going to be salivating at the prospect of taking it from them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Team Reject is salivating right now because this is what they're hoping for, right? They only have 5 points so far on the leaderboards, and this is their chance to shine here. They have a beautiful position, so much oversight, but they can't split too much. That's the problem, is Everest is so large, you have to commit to one side of it, and that can allow teams to rotate on in here. So head on a swivel, and if you see something move, you got to pop those shots really quick if you're Team Reject.
Got to always be checking for those attackers, man. IWNRX pushing in again, taking another strike out towards D plus Kia as they move further north, crunching in on that south edge. The rotate out to the east, I mean, I thought Reject were going to be under pressure. It turns out that both of these teams are trying to make the same move. Inco and Brute Force might just rip each other to shreds. That's right, to shreds, I say, in the shadow of Everest as they move out on the eastern side, potentially even looking to move towards crates, which currently nobody holds. Could be pretty profitable to take there, but Prepod hits the deck, not quite able to get the spray down onto Vitali. And he's pretty surrounded there. Look at that minimap. Green to the left of him, green to the right of him.
No vehicle either.
Green
He's
to
stuck.
the front of him. A nade from Vitali over the top. I think he's been spotted.
Got him!
And that is how you do it. Neos, though, wants retribution. Rolling on in, as are the rest of Brute Force. They want to try and stay as a 4. They're committing to this fight.
They are committing. They say, you know what, it's all or nothing. We got to make this fight here and now. Or actually, never mind. Second thoughts, right? They say, you know what, forget it. You know, Prepod is gone. Let's just try to get into this next circle. And that little hesitation can prove to be pretty costly for Brute Force.
I'm really unsure about that decision to go back out and try and save their
Run
teammate.
over!
They've now lost Neos. The other players as well are getting chased down. Frieza is definitely not out of the frying pan. And there's plenty of fire being sent his way as well. Chudo further on into the circle. He's going to have to try and post up and be a linchpin for them. But this is great for Inco, right? They just get 2 points.
Great play there for Inco, and especially considering that they're still in the blue zone here. They do have an open sight line into Everest, so they can, you know, wrap all the way around to that edge, unless Team Reject decides to get a little bit active and start pressing onto this fight. And it looks like they might be doing it. They are standing out Reggie as a scout. That can make things interesting. Meanwhile, we see Tiamba with the run over onto Carrillo. That's going to hurt.
That is not how you want to start things off. Alpha 7 now. Losing a player, losing Carrillo, and they've got a long way to go. Look at this
Revo.
big shift on the circle. Revo goes down as well, and they will now be in a big spot of bother out on that western side. The circle's on the far edge. They're going to have to move far, and Reject hold the top of Everest. Inco slowed down a little bit, but nobody's taken a full chunk out of them just yet. Now I take that back, though, as Vitali does go down. Reject hold, and there's really not too many teams now that can fully challenge for the top of Everest.
Oh, this is a horrific zone shift for almost this entire lobby, except for, you know, Besiktas Black, Boom Esports, and Team Reject. But Team Reject are going to have to take out Inco Gaming, and they need to do it right here, right now. They got to secure the side, clear their backs, and then focus inwards afterwards. So let's see how Divine decides to handle it. Inco on the move. Nenebete actually getting pieced up out that vehicle.
Ooh,
Is he going to be able to make it? Wow, what a shot from Divine.
How do you do that, man?
That's crazy.
I mean, that's why there's some champs in the making for
Woo,
sure.
and the finish.
There's the finish. The remaining 2 players now for Inco trying to send all the way to the north. Besiktas shimmy on over to the crates they're playing on that south side of them as Inco give up the ghost on trying to make their way up towards Everest. Chudo for Brute Force will be playing in on the western side, playing in some of those crags, some of those crevices to try and have a little bit of sanctuary there. And on the south side, I mean, 4MV potentially could push up, and CAG Osaka maybe. But it's just going to be so difficult to move past all these teams taking shots. Here we're on board with Chudo, the last player for Brute Force, just trying to hide out behind that tree.
That was Alliance done. And now let's take a look at this replay here as, okay, D plus Kia.
Ooh.
Wow. Nobu putting in the work with that S12K, holding down that antenna position. And they were still there. Now they're going to have to start pushing up onto Everest and getting past 4MV in the process. Not to mention you got DRX right there as well. This is a very, very highly contestable position. And it looks like Team Reject, now that they had that side of Everest cleared, now they're starting to focus on that west side of Everest. Very, very smart plays from Team Reject.
Besiktas taking another shot over towards IWNRX, and once again, nothing. A whisper.
Another tough game.
It out from IWNRX. I'm not happy with them. I think they've got more in the tank, and I think a lot of other people would think so too, but right now, it is just not happening for them. First 3 matches, okay. As soon as this day is over and they haven't put up a performance, well, that's jumping the gun a bit. If they don't put up a performance by the end of the day, that's where I'm going to start to look towards the other teams of the region from EMEA to carry that banner forwards.
Well, let's see who's going to carry that banner all the way to that World Cup championship, as you got Team Reject on top of Everest, looking down on this fight. This could be a huge third-party opportunity, but 4MV with that DBS, you can see Baron popping out the shots. He's trying to blow up that vehicle, and meanwhile, up on top, we're seeing both these teams just getting ripped apart.
Oh, D+ Kia make an entry as well from the higher ground. They've got 3 players alive and a potential chance on this west edge if they can get rid of DRX. 4MV fall, so do DRX, and that is a good opening, but Reject have moved into position now. If they can get rid of both Power, who are rolling up to this scrap, Al-Haji takes the first knock. There is an answer back towards Satan, but Fidan's moving in on the sidelines as well, and now Nobu has to try and hold his nerve. 2 players alive for them. The first doesn't go quite so well, and Fidan is able to do the dirty. Al-Haji down in the meantime, though, and they lose a player for Power.
Both these teams suffering casualties like crazy. Where is Team Reject? Now they're starting to get active because this is a perfect time to third party all these teams. Looks like Power is going to try to get the reses off and get a little bit of a reset, but oh my goodness, that is it. D+ Kia are out of there, and Team Reject just looking too strong from this position.
Did I read that right? Have D+ Kia got 11 eliminations?
Wait, when did that happen?
I have no idea, man. That southwest side was pretty brutal,
That is
though.
true.
I mean, they took fights with, I think it was like IWNRX, with Kagasaka, with a bunch of other teams. So they were just racking them up slowly. And D+ Kia put up another good result. That's going to keep them towards the top of the tables, unless Tiamba can show up now on this rotation down to the south.
Oh, they're getting beat up like crazy. This is a blind rotate at Tiamba, an absolute desperation play. Will it end up working out for them? They do end up finding somewhat of a safe position into this next zone, but it looks like Power Esports are looking to make that unsafe very quickly. Oh, never mind. Satan getting popped out of his buggy in an instant.
Duello raining down hell upon Power as they try and rotate through. Divine as well. We've seen how accurate this guy is with the M4, but they're low on ammo. Look at that, Divine, not much in the back pocket.
Yeah.
The UMP is there as well, but only basically 1 magazine to be getting on with. No one's really been able to push up that far. They've kept them at bay, and they're dipping into the nade resources now.
Ragey with that beautiful nade. Here comes Sar on the other side. Yeah, as well. 1 mag is, Reject are down to absolute scraps. Ooh. Beautiful angle, though. And with these eliminations, they should be able to finally start looting some of these boxes up. And Team Reject on a tear. 11 eliminations so far. Meanwhile, Besiktas Black are just saying, hey, you guys have fun. We'll deal with you later on.
McGrellan on the north side for Alpha 7 as well, keeping things going.
There we go.
Over on that area. Probably quite likely to be able to survive a while until they're going to get shifted away from on that crate's position from the north side. Boom and Besiktas, the 2 teams fighting for the north side, and right now, Reject kind of have free reign over the south.
Team Reject are on fire here. 12, that's a dozen eliminations just like that, and they're not done yet. Now it's going to see them push up through Everest. You got Nunez, the last straggler for Inco Gaming. Tiamba has 1 player up left as well. So once those 2 players are cleared out, depending on where this next zone goes, we could see, Team Reject end with a ton of eliminations here, and possibly a new record for the World Cup. Right now it's what, 16?
In 1 match, I'd have to check. I'd have to go back and check total eliminations. So. Most match eliminations was 24.
Oh.
Set by Vampire last year.
Oh, wow. Last year,
so
that's right.
Some pretty big stuff. So we'll have to... Wait, 24 in 1 match? You're kidding. That can't be... Was that right?
I
think they did
so.
it.
But this year?
That sounds...
It's 16. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, yeah, that's... I mean, yeah, fair enough. Although that wasn't a chicken dinner.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, this next zone, so good for Team Reject.
This is excellent. This is great for their score lines, right? They're going to be looking to step up and challenge.
Yeah, Boom now starting to make the push on in. They do find a spot. It's not a good one. I'll tell you that right there. That is a very terrible position. Besiktas is going to start putting that pressure. Team Reject is going to have full sight lines on them. So I would like to see a little bit more commitment from Boom, maybe just sending it on up to Everest. But instead, they get caught. Oh, wow, nice shots, though. Besiktas getting punished here.
Here's the thing, though. Boom's position right now is absolutely dire once the smokes run out. Is it going to be enough time with that smoke cadre that they have in the back pocket for Besiktas to have to make their move? Because then they can alleviate a lot of pressure. But with Nunez this close for Inco Gaming, that's going to hurt. Those nades are going to pop through. You can see immediately how desperate they are to get rid of this guy. Look at the amount of investment they're making. That's 6, 7, 8 nades being thrown over to them, and they haven't got the knock. Let's put a 9th on, and right over the rock. Not going to find it. Nunez dodges everything and puts one back down range.
Let's see if Pondbit can get it. Oh, but we got a bolt action! Reggie is on fire! That is what I've been waiting to see. Oh, and he gets another shot. This man is a menace with the bolt.
Besiktas having to make their move. They're getting suppressed. They're getting pushed back. Going to be tricky to make your way through the shooting gallery. That's one way to conserve ammo, though.
That's right.
Add that bolt action to the mix.
That is going to be huge. He's hitting some of these shots, unfortunately not getting knocks. PUBG Mobile, these have got to be some knocks here with shots like that. Let's see what Reggie could do, though, with the peek. Is he going to time it perfectly? Trying to get some little poke shots through the window, just making it even more difficult for Besiktas to make a move.
Nunez down. That's going to remove a thorn from the side of Boom as they try and survive. With 3 players remaining now, 4 teams. And McGrelin still there, the new addition to the roster, as I'll remind people at home, our viewers. This guy, a small question mark on the titanic performance that Alpha 7 have been able to put up, right? These guys have been a consistent trio, and McGrelin is the newest addition. So if he's able to put up a good result here, he's going to once again prove his worth.
And I'll tell you what, he already has 4 teams remaining. That's some placement points right there for Alpha 7. Let's take a look at this replay, though. Reggie, getting another one. That is what we've been waiting to see. And he got the confirmation? That's what I'm talking about. Reggie, when you got the bolt and you're low on that M4 ammo, it's time to bust it out, and he is doing it in great fashion. Yeah, McGrelin. Yeah, big trouble here. Might just give up the points. Never mind. Divine actually gets it. I'm surprised he didn't go for the deny. Team Reject will take that all day long. And now Besiktas Black looking to get a little bit active here.
15 eliminations on the cards for Reject right now. 7 more potential for them to add, which would put them up to 22 on the elimination tallies. But that relies on them getting all 7 of them, right? So if any points are denied, if those 2 teams fight off with one another, that's not going to go their way. 15 eliminations found, and that is now going to be reduced to 21 potential on the cards. Eliminations so far. Kakali making the dash, and actually, uncharacteristically, they're not going to connect these sprays.
That's a lot of investment as well. Not a lot of 5.56 left in the bag for Reggie, as he is trying to just suppress Besiktas here. And Besiktas Black are saying, you know what? I think Team Reject have got this one. Let's try to focus on Boom and get these eliminations. Besiktas have 4 up, though. They do have 4 up, and with the zone shift, Team Reject are on the back foot. So if Besiktas Black is able to get a big knock onto Team Reject, they could definitely turn this around and win this game.
There's a difficult factor here, though, for Besiktas. They can't really control too much of the rotations further up from them. They're going to rely on Boom a little bit for that, in fact, to try and slow Reject if they try and strafe across and roll down right on top of them. It's going to be quite an interesting dynamic to see how Reject are going to handle this. This is where they're going to prove that they deserve this chicken dinner, right? They've held Everest effectively, but now it's their test.
And I'll tell you what, they've already gotten that extra credit, that's for sure. 15 eliminations for Team Reject. They're feeling good. No matter where they end up in this game, it's going to be a solid one for them. But, you know, you want to be able to finish strong. You want that chicken dinner. So let's see if they can do it. Wow, there's one.
Opening up.
And he's not getting rest.
Despite being, you know, in a what looks to be a pretty safe position. That's just no way. With Besiktas on their 2-2 split. There's that knock, there's that nade. That's going to leave them in a 2-team situation now. A full 4v4, 17 eliminations for Reject. 17
eliminations. I'll tell you what, this Everest decision paying dividends for the squad. Only 1 more team remaining. So it is got to be Team Reject's game to win here. And it's up to Besiktas Black to pull an upset.
That high ground position being established by Poser could be absolutely brutal. We'll see if it comes into effect. Can they slow Reject moving across? Because now the fight's going to come through. Poser finds Reiji. A brutal force to take away. Does he have time for this first aid? Has to dip back behind the headland. The blue zone pushes him off, but he's done the damage. Reject now down to 3. Smoke's breaking out, and Lewis controls on that low ground flank.
Team Reject now losing an advantage. They can even it up right here, and they do. So Lewis from that choke point angle is gone. There's no way he's getting rezzed. It is a pure, well, it was a 3v3, but that knock right there brings it down to 2. It is all up to Tosspick from this spot to take out Divine. Look at the patience. He is waiting. Beautifully done. Besiktas Black turning it around onto Team Reject.
Poser regroups. They get the heal off, and now it's all Duello. Sara is down. Only one player can change this outcome now. It's all up to Duello. What does he have? Is he burnt out on ammo? He's got the DBS out. I mean, he's just filling the chamber there, but the blue zone's going to push him in. The res can come through from Besiktas. It is a 1 versus 4 to take this one home.
Duello busting out the smokes. Here come the nades. Oh, that one hurts. And he's going to go ahead and try to get all that run speed advantage he can. But Besiktas Black, 4 players up. All eyes on them. This has got to be a chicken dinner. Oh, that one hurt real bad. He finally busts out the M4, but they know exactly where he is. Are we going to see a run over from Tosspick? Nope. He jumps on out. DBS in hand. 1v1 situation.
Ooh, dangerous there. A little bit hairy over the top. Does he go for it? He does indeed win out the challenge. And Besiktas from the crates take it away from Reject. From the top of Everest, they can't quite find their footing.
Wow, what a position. That final zone shift going towards Besiktas Black, they took full advantage of it right there. Caught Team Reject on the back foot on that rotation, caught out Reggie, and then the dominoes just fell right afterwards. A great, great win, and honestly, a little bit of a steal there from Besiktas Black.
Yeah, it was pretty nice stuff. I saw that buggy at the end, and I thought, you know what? I remember back in the EMEA, the buggy plays were coming through thick and fast, right? It became actually a pretty common event to see teams running someone out with a buggy, trying to swing through, get a knock with it, because it's really impactful. Doesn't waste too much ammo, well, any ammo. You get that knock with it, and you get a lot of information at speed, and it's relatively safe compared to other methods of peeking. I thought he was going to go over, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I thought he was going to swing around that headland, come straight back up, but no. Playing a little bit more measured.
Yeah, pop out, you know, just wait for your team to come on in, get the easy elimination and chicken dinner. That's exactly what he did. And I will say this, I do think that if Team Reject played this game more passive, they would have won. Okay?
Okay.
So they could have won this game very easily if they just held the Everest position on top, gate kept the rest of these squads, but I do not think they would have won with as many eliminations as they got. So, I mean, heck, they took a risk, but it paid off big time right there.
Yeah, they ended that game with a proper shootout. That's what you like to see there. DBS is trading over the ridge, and Tosspick able to get that final shot. A little bit less reserved than Alpha 7, I think is fair to say. And Besiktas Black will be happy to be able to put those points up on the board. But D+ Kier getting a lot of elimination points in that match. That should be good for their chances towards the top of the tables. I think that's where they were set before, as well as Reject getting a lot of points despite going second place.
Yeah, the most we've seen so far in this tournament right there. So that is how you do it, guys. That's 3 games down. That's going to be it for us. We're going to see Jackie and Blake come up for the last 3 matches. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Well, you guys just witnessed the epic finish from Besiktas closing out their game and taking themselves a chicken dinner. But you guys at home can also witness the epic release of the Violet Thunder set and S12K based off the design by Aliu from the PDPX Esports Contest Design.
Well done.
Honestly,
nice.
Really cool look if you guys haven't checked it out so far. The set also takes part with the PMWC trophy in the set, so you guys should check this one out. Pick it up for yourselves. Seven, are you going to pick one up?
Yes, I will. You gonna give me the UC?
So anyways, moving on to this game here. I mean, you got made up money. Come on.
Yeah.
You do all the content. You got the money.
Oh, okay.
I know you do.
True, right.
But we had Besiktas take the victory. But again, I think for us, the story is mostly about Reject on Everest. The eliminations they put up was phenomenal. And maybe we're going to see the Reject from PMGO continue here today.
Maybe. I mean, the thing, though, is with this kind of performance, they in a way, possibly secured themselves, unless they just completely drop off the face of the earth. Being able to put up 17 eliminations, taking advantage of what was given them today on Everest. They did have one team starting to challenge them, which was Inco, and they were able to kind of force them out, force them to rotate all the way to the right. And after that, nobody else wanted to challenge them.
Oh, taking advantage is the right way to describe it. Because I'm going to be honest, here comes mean Kalaris, ready to shut people down. Okay, yeah, 17 limbs. Insane stuff here from them. However, all of these teams needed to challenge them early on Everest. You can't just have one team on Everest like this, giving them too much room. If you're the first team to go up there and try and challenge them, chances are Rejects would have fallen back to the east side, giving you the west, then you coexist for a little while, and then maybe you have a better campaign, a better game. So many teams left this way too late. You saw the carnage unfold on that west side. It was pandemonium over there.
I like that. I like that. You had 4MV, right? They tried to come up the west side, and then you had DRX crash them. Then you had D+ come in from the high ground to push onto them. But we're taking a look here at our top performers from Reject, and Sar and Reggie OCO, 6 eliminations each.
talk about taking advantage of them. 1,000 damage each, 6 Illims. This is what we want to see when a team is able to get into that kind of position in the map, especially with them only being able to play 12 matches throughout this group stages. This is a team too. I got a chance to talk to Sarah, I think it was a couple days ago during media, and he was saying that I asked him, how are you guys feeling for this tournament? Are you guys feeling confident? He didn't seem as confident, so maybe this kind of win will be able to kind of spark that confidence that we saw out of them during the PMGO.
Maybe. I mean, looking at how they kind of played things out, the only thing that really tripped them up was the fact that Besiktas took a very smart off angle, moving back up Everest here, whilst Rejects was trying to deal with Boom, then kind of look towards where Besiktas was. So I really like to see that Besiktas was able to circumnavigate the very openness of what could have been a front head-on collision. That was smart by them.
And for Besiktas, it was kind of like a well-played match, right? They ended up landing south of George. Then they ended up moving to crates. After that, they really didn't have to do much besides just wait and see how some of the other teams were playing out. I think at one point, I thought maybe they were going to be able to eliminate Inco. Inco wasn't even a worry for them because Inco just flew past them and they ended up getting eliminated ultimately by Reject. So for Besiktas, as you mentioned, I'm 100% with you. I love that play that they did at the end to be able to get the win.
Did the Boom nades not make the highlights? Why are you looking at me like that, Jason?
I guess they didn't.
How many nades was it? Was it like 12?
I don't know.
So it's at least 7.
Ah.
Was it Nunez there from Inco just being berated with nade after nade after nade, and he still kind of escapes it. But you know, it was rough times to be an Inco player.
Do you want me to be mean Kalaris again?
Where are we gonna go?
Do you want me to be mean Kalaris again?
Yes, do it, please.
Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. Like 7 or 8 nades in the late game are unbelievably valuable, okay? Extremely valuable. Don't throw 7 or 8 nades as a team into one smoke for them to not hit him at all. He had a rock to go to. What 8 nades could have done, 3 nades would have done if they'd have been successful, okay? You need them for late game.
Well, I did hear, though, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've heard this before, but I thought if you don't use it, you lose it.
Don't use it that much.
Never heard of that.
Don't use it that much. You know what? I mean, they're living up to their name at least.
Yeah. The poetic thing that they ended up getting eliminated by a grenade. So, boom. Yeah, I'm with Kalaris. With me, Kalaris here.
Hooray!
Don't do that, please.
Yeah.
So we got mean 7. We got mean Kalaris. I don't think Max can ever be mean. But mean Max, man?
But we're mean to him.
That's true.
So we kind of
That's
make
true.
up for it a little bit.
Yeah, you can.
All right, what about a couple other teams? 4MV, I'm a little bit sad to see. Obviously, they play in towards military. I mean, we didn't even touch on the fact that the plane was super far east, and the zone went super hard west. So we saw a ton of early rotations ASAP. Like Brute Force, for instance, went straight into North George. Every team just moved as soon as possible here to kind of avoid coming in late. But in the end, we're seeing, I feel like a lot of teams trying to play center more than playing edge.
We kind of saw the madness. You were talking about 4MB. We kind of saw the madness that happened there towards the bottom of Everest, towards the west, if I'm not mistaken. It was DRX, it was 4MB, and then it was D+, and at the end it was Power. Meanwhile, Reject, I felt like they were having just a field day, just looking at all those teams fighting, seeing if they could steal some kind of eliminations from those fights.
Yeah, there wasn't even a moment where Boom was like, oh, we hear some commotion over there. What's going on? 3 of them got in vehicles, decided to try and rotate and wrap around there, and decide against it. I mean, I know exactly what Boom was trying to do there.
That's what their nades were intended for.
Well, yeah, apparently. But they only had one building to really work with, and then they knew that they would end up having to lie down in some of those fields. So they were hoping that maybe Everest was a little bit more open on that right-hand side. Not to be the case, though. And again, it's all a symptom of Reject just was given too much space this whole game. It's very reminiscent, actually, of the first game. The D+ was given too much space. And again, I've said it multiple times already today, but we're in those early phases of the tournament where everyone's playing a little bit cautious. And then it ends up ensuing chaos on that west side where everyone's like, oh, okay, we literally have no time anymore. We have to do something. And everyone hits the same spot at the same time.
Speaking of chaos, why don't we actually take a look here at our overalls, get an idea of where all of our teams currently stand? Because right now, honestly, could not tell you. We've had quite a few games with very high eliminations, and we have a two-way tie from Besiktas and D+ Kia.
Okay, that's actually a surprise.
It's so close. I mean, obviously, we only had 3 matches, right? But between first and fifth, it's 2 points. We have 3 teams on 29, 2 teams on 31.
If I'm going to start being picky here out of the top 3, what I'm seeing out of D+, besides the placement points that they got out of their chicken dinner, they haven't been able to get any placement points from that. I want to see a little bit more there out of D+, or was it a fluke in that first match that it was kind of given to them?
It's been all 3 games, either a tough circle or a wild plane to circle situation, right? So there are some abnormalities in the first 3 games we've had so far relative to, hey, we've got a central plane, hey, we've got a central circle, okay, we can play what people would consider like fair PUBG in inverted commas, but that doesn't really exist for PUBG Mobile. So yeah, I mean, very close up towards the top. There is quite the gap in terms of 7th from 8th, but only 3 games, too early to tell.
I mean, 1 win will easily catapult you into basically our top 5 right now as well. So obviously a lot of other teams still looking to show what they've got, and they still have a lot of matches left to go, obviously, of course, over the 3 days. But if I'm not mistaken, Seb, we were talking about this earlier, I think it's Group Red will not play on the final day. So if you're in Group Red currently, you need to put up as many points as possible, as we do see the cutoff will be 12th place.
Yeah, for sure here, as some of these teams, not exactly the right teams, in a lot of that. But you know what, it's fine.
But yeah, you were actually right, Jason, in regards to Group Red not playing the last matches. That's kind of why I was talking a little bit more about D+ as well, because yeah, you are currently within the top 3. It is only 3 matches, but I want to see a little bit more in regards to those placement points. You don't want to be that team that's just a one-off, took advantage of what was given to them that one match, and after that, you don't really get to see anything out of them.
I'm surprised by Besiktas so far. Besiktas Black up at the top to be able to take that spot. I mean, again, this game, it didn't come to them. You have to still get out of crates, which has an overlook of rejects for a long time. They're able to do that well and then get that big wraparound on that. But they are South George for a lot of that game. There's not much action going on from South George towards crates and things like that. So it's a nice start for Besiktas Black. But I think that overall, Turkey does need a good start. I think the Turkish region has been caught up by a lot of these regions. Gone are the days of S2G being our world champions and things like that. The region's got to have some more oomph here for the tournament.
I mean, the fact is for them, right, they're obviously trying to prove to be one of the best teams, not only in Turkey, but in EMEA as well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we got to head down to the stage. We have Janiro waiting for us. What do you got, Janiro?
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I thought I would give you guys a little bit of a quick update in terms of what's going on here at PMWC. Now, the first 3 maps of the first day of group stage are done and dusted, and your winners are D+ Kia for the first map of today, getting the first chicken dinner of the tournament, followed up by A7 Esports that had a very aggressive and nail-biting ending. And the final and 3rd map so far of today was closed by Besiktas, and they get another chicken dinner added to their tally. So far, competition's going really great. I'll see you guys at some point.
Welcome back to the STC Arena. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and we have just hit our halfway point of day 1 of the group stage. So a little bit of a recap for you. All 3 winner-winner chicken dinners that have been claimed so far have been claimed by D+ Kia, Alpha 7, and of course Besiktas Black. Some really impressive stuff so far, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and we're talking about Elim specifically. 4MV in their first game in Sandhawk managed to secure 10 of them, but then Tianva in our first Erangel of the day, 16 eliminations. But Team Reject were on their way to a record-breaking game. 17 eliminations, and they only had Besiktas in front of them at the very end of that last game. They were so close to getting 21 and a chicken dinner. You're talking about 31 points potentially from one game. And when we're talking about 12 matches per team, per group, that's a lot of points in one game, Barney.
It's incredible to see some consistency already starting to emerge from our players, and we're only 3 maps in. Of course, some highlights so far. Revo off the top ropes with an S12K through the window. What an incredible thing so far, right?
That was insane. But honestly, I have to give it to Reiji from Reject as well. The M24 at the top of the mountain, ridiculous shots he's been hitting. It's just, this is the kind of PUBG Mobile action that we've been missing. This is what the PUBG Mobile World Cup is all about. And you know what? I can't wait to see what we have in store for the rest of the day. We still have 3 more games, 3 more maps waiting for us. And I think it's time to toss it over to our casters. Do you think they're ready for more action?
Of course I think we're ready. So why don't we dive straight in? Let's go over to our casters to carry on day 1 of the group stage.
Oh, we are always ready for it, Barney, and we're strapped in. We've switched up the casting booth. It's myself, Jackie, joining Blank for what should be a banging set of games to close out day 1, Blank.
Dude, it's already been really crazy so far. I mean, Reject getting the 17 elimination. I mean, Sandstorm was talking about it. pretty mad, by the way, let's be honest. Could have probably finished it out. There was some miscommunication going on towards the end there. I think Kale brings up a really good point on the desk where he's saying that, look, that move from Toshpit going back up the mountain after they'd cleared Poser off the backside, bit of an interesting play, but I think Reject's here to play, man. They are here to play.
I'm saying to you back in the green room or watching the games, I'm getting excited, I'm getting hyped. My boys Reject really showing up. And I think that's just a warm-up. I'll be honest with you. I don't think they're going to fall off, Blank. I hope this momentum carries on.
That's just a couple of high knees to the chest there for them, you know, before they're revving their engines. You've got Al Haji on our screen right now. He's looking happy, you know. A lot of times he's looking very serious when he's playing with his team, but this time around looking extremely pleased with himself. I'm glad to see him here. I hope Power does well. I was talking to some of the Arabic talent as well, and they're like, we're rooting for Power. We want them to win.
How can you not? You know, Al Haji just seems like such a cool guy inside and outside of the server, dude. He gets you hyped. Like, I remember even with the online games when we were covering, you know, a while ago now, Al Haji, it's hard to not want to just focus in on him and be like, dude, this guy's sick.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. But what's nice now about Power is that they've got Easy on the team for Dan as well as Satan. And I think all three of those players support him really well. And it was sort of funny, in fact, watching them over in their games, qualifying into this, where it was like a case of, oh, Al Haji's not doing it all anymore. He still looks pretty awesome, but at least he has a good team behind him, and Easy really impressed me. So, yeah, looking to see if Power can do some more here. Big story, though, as we were talking about, Reject. Kind of mad. Want to see more of that. More of that, please.
Oh, yes, please. Some more of that, indeed, Blank. It feels like, for me, Reject have always been a team that's bigger than the sum of their parts, and it's just when they all come alive at the same time in the game, when they're gunning for that chicken dinner, and coming that close, that's got to make you hungry.
Very, very hungry indeed. And you'll want some more off the back of that, and that's what momentum's all about at the end of the day. For Alpha 7, though, this is sort of a weird one for me, you know? Getting a chicken dinner on the second match for Alpha 7 is much more of a big deal than I think a lot of people made out to be, because Alpha 7 does not start these tournaments crazy hot a lot of times. It's usually a case of gets towards the end of the tournament, they're like, we need to qualify now, then they annihilate the lobby. Them coming into this, playing an unbelievably good hold in C block, not easy to do, by the way, and getting a massive chicken dinner off it. I think that what I was talking to the coach about was a case of, how have you guys really prepared for this event? They were saying, look, it's the pressure. We know we're a good team, but it's the pressure that gets to us at the end of the day every single time. Let's work on that a little bit. Let's calm our players down. Let's give them a quick, you know, shoulder massage before they go in. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. And I think that's been really helpful for them overall.
I think that can, you know, genuinely be a huge part of it, right? It's the mental game and the confidence that sometimes you don't realize from the outside looking in how much that can affect everyone on the squad, because you're on that big stage. It's an entirely different environment, right? You've got to be able to switch on instantly and dial in, which sometimes it can take a little while, like you say. But if they found the formula and are able to mitigate that, make it a little bit easier for themselves to have a quicker start, well, then they could be absolutely lethal. More lethal than they already are, which is probably somewhat akin to a deadly Scorpion.
Yeah, I would say so. Scorpion on rollerblades. Ooh. He's coming at you fast through the desert.
You can't get away from him.
Yeah, you can't. It's like, you can't even back away. He's too fast. He's quick. But for Alpha 7, it's kind of interesting for me as well, because they are, you bring up a good point. Actually, I liked what you said there. It's a case of, you don't a lot of times see that what's happening within the team in terms of the mental game, because Alpha 7 is a bombastic team in terms of just personalities alone. So you see them, you're like, these guys are confident. These guys know what's going on. But it's a completely different story once they step on the playing field right at the end of the day. You can see him here looking a lot more calm, though, which is nice to see. Revo, you know, staring off in the distance. He's disassociating. I like that. Have a quick disassociate before the game. Everyone needs it.
Look at how Haji, though. He was just smiling away.
Yeah.
So, man, it's interesting. I think that is something that I've always been quite switched on with. The body language and sort of the human element of very competitive games, especially with PUBG Mobile. You see what the difference is.
Yeah,
right?
Power's
you've
happy
got
to be here.
Younger players. So sometimes it can sort of creep in a little bit where you're trying to conserve that energy level, right? Because you are waiting it out before we get in. And it's trying to balance that, Blank. So you're still switched on, but how do you keep yourself in a flow state? And it's always fun looking at everyone else, seeing how they deal with it. I remember before we had some interesting maneuvers from a few of the players in how they would keep themselves dialed in.
Yeah, just throwing the heat packs around the room all the time.
It's always the hand warmers. It's
always the hand warmers, yeah.
Or even get a little bit of hydration there.
Oh, I want to take that as well. We like that.
You've got to stay hydrated, Black.
You do have to stay hydrated, you know. A little Pepsi might do the trick, though. I'm going in for a Pepsi later, actually.
You hitting the Pepsi Max?
I might be hitting the Pepsi Max in a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Possibly after this game.
Hey, this is what we wanted, mate.
Yeah, dude, so the thing is, right, these guys, when they qualified in, they actually started, they had a free ticket. right?
Okay.
If you guys didn't know this, in PMSL EMEA, it was going to be the highest rated Saudi team that would go through.
Yep.
But Power just qualified the normal way. Okay. So I think for Power, not only did they come into this feeling fresh and happy, they came into it knowing they deserved to be here.
Yeah, you've earned your spot.
Exactly. I think it would have felt pretty bad coming into this and knowing that, you know, you sort of got that free ride, but they earned their spot. They know they're meant to be here. They're meant to be playing against the big boys of PUBG Mobile. Happy days. This guy, McGrillen's got his name tattooed on his neck.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah.
You'd never forget who you are.
You never forget who that is. You never be like, who is that? It's McGrillen. Maybe all players need to do that.
Also, like checking into hotels, just point at the neck.
McGrillen.
That's But you would have to update your legal name.
Maybe the team manager asked him to do it.
He keeps forgetting who they were. Talent managers were struggling. I keep losing him. I keep
losing him.
There he is.
We need to get his ID. I need to get him ID. Get him chipped.
Get him tagged up. We'll know where he is at all times. Put the air tag on him like Logics.
We got Power here on your screen, showing off. I think they were saying that Satan's actually now IGLing for the team. Easy's taking a bit more of a back seat actually for him. I don't really agree with it though, honestly. No? This is the one gripe I have about it, and I really hope Satan does impress me because he's a pretty big vet in the scene. But I do believe that Easy taking more of a supportive role is the wrong choice because, well, more of a fragger role, sorry. Because I think he can frag, but you can leave a lot of that to Al Hadji at the end of the day, and Fadan's a great off-angler. And I think Easy just had a lot of smart plays where he was leading a lot of times Al Hadji into strong positions where it feels good for Al Hadji. He no longer has to like drag his team by a rope anymore. He can play a bit more freeform, which is where he does his best work, right? A lot of times it was when Al Hadji was a solo player where you see him really start to pick up because he's like just does what needs to be done in the moment. So yeah, Satan's going to have to impress in these games. If it comes down to it, though, you know, day 3, day 2, maybe it's not working. You just put Easy back in the driver's seat, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've got time. You've got time to make those decisions, right? So that's always the funner part with the format, at least easing in over the course of the first day. Obviously, you want to give it as much gas as you can. Yeah. But if it's a bit of a slower start to it, you do have time to adapt. Yeah, it could be interesting, Matt, seeing what the differences is there. If, you know, a bit of a step back, not having that anchoring isn't going to help as much. Oh, boy.
Have a little peer over the top of the camera here. Ooh. Brute Force, actually, really good team. Really, really strong team. Sort of an interesting team to follow overall, just because they are probably one of the biggest wildcards, I would say, scoring one of the craziest point totals over in the finals of EMEA. I think it was like 31 points in a game, which was very silly. Let's be honest, very, very silly behavior.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fortunate events that led up to that 31-point game, but at the end of the day, you know, even just hitting that number is pretty big.
Oh, here we go. He's even getting the crowd going here in the building, pandering to the fans, and that's what you've got to do, Blank. Imagine the energy on that camp as well, off the back of, you know, a bit of a delayed start going into it. You're going to be feeling pretty fresh, actually. You know, you've got everyone on your side. You're feeling pretty hyped.
Yeah.
Just hope it doesn't go wrong on the drop.
You really do hope it doesn't go wrong in the drop. And I think we'll be getting to him very shortly. I do apologise for the slight delay, but we've got to show you these wonderful player shots and get you into the real business with the body language, as we brought up with Jackie. You know, Jackie's psychological suite over there. We like to see it. We like to see how things are going down. Right now, Power look very pleased to be here. Getting the claps coming through.
People living the movie.
This is the happiest I've seen Al Hadji in a while, you know.
Look at him go.
As I said over on PMSL EMEA, this is the Al Happy.
It's like the old school quote, Blank, that's been around for absolutely eons. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's doing. So that can only mean one thing. All the Power are happy.
Famous ancient proverb.
Yeah,
right
I'm pretty sure originated from Egypt, that one, I believe.
In Egypt?
Yeah, it was found on a plaque a long time ago.
And we co-opted it.
Yeah. We stole that.
Went to a nursery rhyme.
Yep. Adapted it for the masses. Mate.
They must be very pleased to be here. Because it was kind of unfortunate because I think a lot of Saudi teams didn't actually make it in.
Yeah.
A lot of them got knocked out quite early. Power was one of the, if not the main representative right now for Saudi. So it's really, really nice to see. Obviously, you've got Falcons as well. But again, I feel like Power right now is a really good representative for them.
They're the people's champion.
Yeah,
like,
they are the
hands down,
people's champion.
You can always see like the excitement that comes around whenever we have them on screens, the individuals as well. And like we say, personality is a big part of it. You've got to have someone to get behind. And this team, for me, really does have absolutely bucket loads of personality, Blank. So much so that it's probably hard to find someone to store it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Al-Hadji's massive quiff on his head. Yeah,
tuck it in there.
You tuck it all in there.
Hide it away.
Yeah.
Whip it out when you need it.
We've got the big hair to make things happen. Here's our beautiful trophy here at the PMWC.
And that gorgeous stage behind it as
well.
well.
It looks mint. It looks really mint. We're getting some cool AR action going on here as we head into the first match.
Well, here we go then. The plane is departing. Players up on screen, Blank. Doesn't it all look damn pretty as we lock ourselves in for the 4th game of the day. It is going to be tasty, and it could be even better if you are playing it on your G20 Pro. 120 FPS to work with, Blank. 144 hertz screen. Ooh, the reaction time on that.
It's banging. It is banging. You want to play with the best, you better get the best technology on side as well with you. Playing path down towards the south, heading all the way towards Primorsk. Slightly difficult one really on the south lane here, Jackie. But I think most teams will get themselves into a fairly decent spot as we throw ourselves into this one. Osal, second place, 9 elims. You got QZZ as well, 10 elims for himself. But look at that. 2 players from Reject, top in the charts here in second and third place on damage alone. That's banging. But it still is QZ who is hitting up the big numbers there from Tiamba after that initial game, because I think we talked a lot about after D plus Kia 1, we got that second match coming through with Alpha 7 versus Tiamba on a C block, but it was in fact Tiamba who was able to do so much damage in that game. They got a lot of eliminations and they just cooked the lobby.
Oh yeah, they did. They had the meat and potatoes on the go, vegetables on the side. They were looking damn good. So many highlights for our statistic look-ins as well. You can see how many times they're popping up on your screens. I know we're only at the halfway point, Blank, but it makes me happy to see it.
Yeah, dude, it is really, really nice. I mean, Reject is just on there all the time. And I think there was a lot of doubters. There was a lot of Reject doubters coming into this, and I think you were one of the true believers of that at the end of the day. But I think that Reject have come in, they decided that, you know, they're here to play.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone was saying that perhaps they were looking a little bit nervous, and I think that's completely reasonable considering some of their performances recently other than the PMGO, which was absolute slobber knocker from those guys, but it did fall downhill a little bit. So I think for Reject, some of that luck they had in PMGO, which led them to the title. I won't say it's all luck, there was a lot of skill involved, but I think that maybe they felt a bit down about the fact that it wasn't truly in their hands.
Okay, well, it's one of those as well, though, where sometimes you do need a bit of a kick in the gut to go back, look over the perspective, you know, and reassess the situation. Have those bad benchmarks to be able to improve off of, and it can give you a bit of an upwards draft. We'll see if it carries on, though. That's definitely the big question based off the previous map, is are they able to follow that through throughout the rest of the day? Maintain that energy. Was it just a blip as we start getting the drops finishing off, everyone in position, the looting can begin, and we can join the action, Black.
I mean, talk about blips as well, Jackie. You look at Besiktas Black, man, 31 points right now, currently in the lead with that chicken dinner. I mean, for Besiktas Black, they're another team that I had real weird thoughts about coming into this tournament because I just didn't feel like they had the chops on them to hit those money shots in the game versus some of the big dogs of the lobby. But here they are, first place, looking really good. Not sure what's happened in that camp, but they have definitely improved it, upgraded it. You know, we've got the 6-man tent opposed to just the 3-man tent now. It's spacious, it's roomy for points, mainly.
It's large, you know, area for probably the double rollout mattress, which would be extra comfortable, give you better sleep. Yeah, and that's important, Black. If you have bad sleep, probably not going to be hitting those absolutely sickening shots, are you?
Yeah, that's why I had to sleep until 1 p.m. today.
Yeah, you had to have the big sleep.
I had to have the big sleep to prepare for this.
Now you're fresh. You can actually digest what's going to be going down in front of your eyepiece.
But we're on board with Brute Force at the moment. Currently 8 points at the moment, but I think that they've had like a few decent showings so far. Okay. And I think that it has been a case where they've been pipped to the post a few times. There is so much possibility in these matches versus these strong teams to get into a position early on, but you are going to have to fight for it because a lot of these strong spots, teams know where they are, they know where to light you up, and they're going to head there straight away. Reggie, though, straight away on towards Tiamba, tries to take his rival out in the old damage scorings. This is smart, though. We're going to try and heal up behind the LOS. You don't want to get knocked out the back of the vehicle on the leave, but that has given time for Regiosio to get up close and personal, Jackie.
It has indeed, mate. Closing the gap a little bit. The initial chip damaging, forcing out all of the heals, draining the actual initial pickups. And look at the formation you've got on the go here. He can link up. They could be in a pretty good spot to kick off an opening fight on this one.
Yeah, they're sort of surrounding them at the moment, our reject. Average of limbs on a angle alone, 10 for them at the moment. Real good score. But yeah, this could be a nasty crunch there for Tiamba, and I think they realize it as well. They are just pummeling their way down this hillside, getting out of the way, keep just nervously sending the peak up towards reject, who are hunting them down.
Now pan that perimeter, see where exactly they've gotten to. The nerves there somewhat. At least they find themselves the extra vehicle, split up the squad slightly and have a little bit more room to roam. Oh, all right. Rotate off as well down close towards the compounds. Nothing much happening here at the minute. Seems like that one has panned out into a stalemate and they can get away.
Yeah, for IWNRX is an interesting position. You're towards Ferry Pier. It's kind of a tough spot to play a lot of times because there is a lot of onus on you of being the aggressive team in this location. You've got to hold out over towards Bridgeside. You can't just let people get out for free because then you limit the amount of spots you can have on the eastern side of this circle. Right now, what we're looking at is very much over towards that western side, a ton of space granted towards Sosnovka. So a team like Full Miracle Vibes, they've got huge amount of time, huge amount of space as well to just wait this one out before they make the crossing on the bridge, which does make things awkward for teams that did want to hold around here for a while. So I think for IWNRX, it's a case of scouting the teams out around them, possibly trying to disengage and finding that threaded route out of there.
Yeah, get the lay of the land, don't make any snap-second decisions, as it would definitely come back to haunt you. And time is your ally right now. You know, that's the bigger picture. You've still got room to breathe before you need to start kicking into second gear. DK Plus on a move, and this is the bridge highlight we were talking about. A bit of a crossing going on, shots being taken, seeing if you can get that initial establishing damage off and make it a bit awkward.
Yeah, odd that Full Miracle Vibes went for this. I mean, they've already lost a player there. You can see he goes down, Reefers is out. That's Takago Saka as well over on that eastern side. And again, they just go completely against the mold, right? Which, as I said, you've got so much time to play around with here, right? Brute Force is coming through from Nova Repnoia. This is very much an easy opportunity for Full Miracle Vibes to potentially hold that team out because you have the time to do it. So I think for Full Miracle Vibes, this is a bit of a overinvestment. You know, they've thought about this crossing and they've gone for it way too quickly.
You funneled yourself into the choke point. It does make it a little bit more awkward for the get out. It's also the amount of chip damage you're going to be taking from this.
Even speaking about the plane path as well, Jackie, the fact that it was so far on that south side, it lines this coast.
Yeah.
So if I'm Full Miracle Vibes, if I was them, I'd be like, crossing that western bridge seems like a very bad idea until at least minute 15.
Bad ideas here for Tiamba as well. Caught out in the open. First man wiped away like a spilt drink, and the pain continues. You're being funneled in from both sides. So Kag able to grab another one there.
I mean, regardless of what happened there, Reject has secured themselves some more position on the map, right? I mean, they were rotating close in towards Tiamba, and they have just shepherded them over towards this side of the map. Losing 2 players feels rough. Yu's going to try and get over there to maybe pick up QZ. I think they will do it. It's a question of whether D plus Kia wants to go for the aggro push there onto that compound.
Right now, you just assess the situation. Don't need to overinvest, really, with the initial damage done. Again, very early. It's the opening flow of things here. 4th game of the day. They do get the res off. They're able to get him back on his feet, keep him alive for now.
On next circle, straight down towards that south bridge. And again, look, there's more room. I'm pretty sure that's another player from Full Miracle Vibes going down as well on that south side. I think if you've done your research here, even if I'm looking at Full Miracle Vibes, they're a very tactical team.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me that they'd make what I would go to say is a rookie's mistake here in the lobby, considering the plane path. And now Brute Force has them just penned in. So I'm a bit confused about what's going on with 4v this game.
This was the clash with Tiamba that we had on the replay as well, and the pain seems to continue with Boom being able to get stuck into the action. Bit of damage going out, finding those knocks off the back of it as well. Alpha 7 on the move, in close quarters in the rear.
Power takes a flush there over towards Al-Haji. Not so Al-Happy anymore. Alpha 7, Besiktas Black, Kakali goes down. Quick plays here from Alpha 7. This is what they're very known for, right? Just quick in and out, speedy action. They know exactly what to do. I think a lot of times between, you know, Carrillo, Mafioso, Revo, these three guys, so well coordinated between one another that if they want to take a fight, there's going to be immediate backup coming through. And that's what having this consistent roster has done for them, is that a lot of times that they're in each other's heads, but in a good way.
No, they've got that synergy down to a T. It's the target prioritization as well when you see a lot of these fights. They know where they need to be distributing the majority of their focus fire and how to maximize their opportunity in these fights. Reject back on the screens here, close on the hillside down towards the compound. Still got the lay of the land to work with.
Quick look at the map at the moment. Most teams have made their way in. I think it's really only Inco's out in the blue at the moment. This is on the eastern side. They're just coming through shelter, but Pachinki, Gatka, south side on Ferry Pier. It's a bit of an awkward finish here for a lot of teams at the moment. Jackie, there's a huge amount of fielded area that sits down towards the south side of this circle, and more often than not, in fact, I'm almost certain this is going to shift away from Sosnovka and away from that water, so we're cutting out even more land on that next circle. Some good shots there from Carrillo as Kakali tries to get a bit of scouting done. The rest of the team just flies on past.
Be the issue as well. Not much cover to work with if it goes that way. If the wind blows in that direction, things could get a lot more awkward. Close grouping across the board though, Blank. Looking at the map screen right here with how things are working out. Look at the rotates in. Meanwhile, in the compound, we see the shotty pulled out to say hello to Tiamba. And that's a very aggressive way to say hello, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, they just got another knock onto this team as well. So for D plus Kia, I think they're revving up to go. S12K comes through, they finish off QZ. And I think Tiamba, this might just be night-night for them.
Trying to put up the fight. Bit of damage back to slow down the initial engagement. Closing the distance between the two, though. A good use of the nades so far. You're creating a bit of space with the zoning. Molly on the top floor makes it harder for the peak. You've got a man in the back line as well. Looking to steal away some points on potential. Tiamba through the door, and they're gone.
Insane as well for them. This fight looked a little bit edgy for me, honestly, because they had to force their way into this compound, and you could see the deliberation that was going on earlier as well, Jackie, in terms of, do we want to make that push over that side? We know they're wounded, we know they're weak, but with this circle shifting hard over towards the eastern edge, this now gives D plus Kia really strong base of operations to work with now, which is sick.
Yeah, it's worked out well for them. Alpha 7 always on the prowl as well, closing the gap and starting to make their move over. Reject, they've been reluctant to move, and they haven't really had to from the positioning they've established themselves in. They've got high ground to work with, and the map favors them right now. We're getting closer towards that crunch time.
Yeah, moved a lot of teams around as Reject. They've had a lot of control over towards the side. You can even see here, like, just moving through this field alone, it's really tough. But Reject's taking this even one step further in a case of you are not getting up this hillside without taking a couple of casualties. So they are just maintaining this position, strengthening it as much as they can towards that late game. Really fortunate on the eastern shift on the circle, but they've done the right thing here. So very, very happy with this for Reject. Smart game plan to start things out. They didn't go too hard on Tiamba. They allowed them to flow into a zone that felt a little bit rough for them. For Alpha 7, on the other hand, they've had a long way to travel, but they have just been taking shots as they go. They pick up this position. Very nice. Over towards the south side, but good compounds to play with. So I think for Alpha 7, they're pleased with this one. This is good. This is real good.
Yeah, it's working out. Similar sort of storyline, just making it awkward for everyone else rather than throwing yourself into the frying pan, the proverbial one that would burn you, Blank. It would be very hot at this point. The oil's been heating up for a good 7 minutes.
It's spitting at you. I've had to leave the kitchen. It's the worst.
Put the long sleeve on. Protect
yourself. The long sleeve, you know. Maybe even hold up another pan in front of my face.
The defending pan?
The defend pan.
Okay.
I have the attack pan and the defend pan.
And you could parry the attacking pan.
Parry the oil.
That would be pretty good. I think that might save you.
Yeah, potentially. Looking at the map at the moment, though, 4 Miracle Vibes had to go for that swim down towards that southwest side, and they have just been given not a lot of room to play with now. But again, like, if we look at this map right now, the western bridge is still in. Brute Force moved over towards that eastern side. There was a world where they could have sat here for so much longer on this bridge, wait for IWNRX to move, and then make their way in. On the other hand, though, a lot of action popping off on our screens. You got the money makers, Power versus Boom. It's all starting to get a little bit crazy because there's not a huge amount of space here in these foothills.
No, limiting you with the cover you've got to play around, you've got to make it for yourself. Huge damage backwards to Koa, and it will slow him down slightly. Let's see if he can shake the Moneymaker on this one as he gets in close, supported by the squad. And they are able to at least clean up. It's trades either side, though, and you've got a lot of infighting going on here, Blank, with the amount of squads in close succession.
Yeah, Moneymaker's trying to get into the circle right now. Koa down is not ideal considering this circle pushes further in, but he does have a chance to get through again. You do have Parajin, kind of a master with an 8 on DX Xavier and Lamborghini too, so the team is not easily quelled, I would say. So the Moneymakers quickly go for this res right now, try and get them into the circle at the point in the game where realistically Koa's going to have to instantly hit a bandage, start walking in, but they've survived here. And more likely than not, it's just going to be Parajin moving further into the circle. So for the Moneymakers, on the edge of the circle, bit tough, but they have made the play that will keep them alive for a bit longer.
Yeah, and the fights are breaking out all over the shop as well. You Alliance taking some damage and forced to go for a bit of a pick-me-up on that one. Similar state of affairs across the map with the circle now closing in. Power have been lurking down towards the bottom side of the hill as well. They've had an assess on the situation, seen where Moneymakers were. Didn't feel comfortable to go for the engagement yet, especially with the smokes making it a bit more awkward on the vision there.
Quick stock of the map right now. IWNRX has really been quite cruel to 4MV. Here's our quick replay. Revo driving the car on its side, does get it back onto its 4 wheels though. Could have been much worse, especially out in that field, to be honest with you. I think contextually, that's sort of bad.
Yeah.
You know, on the side of the vehicle, out in the forest, funny. In the field,
dangerous.
I'm sweating right now. Yeah, it's not good. But yeah, for IWNRX, I think this is now the time to move. They did just hit a shot over towards Alpha 7. This might be just a quick rundown. I mean, IWNRX, when they want to pull the trigger, they absolutely can. So Alpha 7 better be ready for this. They do hit the shot onto Frozen as they approach. There's a 3v3 right now.
Oh, mate. It's a bit awkward as well with Power of how they've been playing this one. Depends if they've been sussed out from the position. Bit of a backstab could occur. Satan's gone, though. Cleaned up on the flank back around as Koa assists once again. And it continues. Problems occurring for Power more and more. You're also getting the stick in from Reject that are able to find damage, completely wiping Power out of the equation.
Goodness me, they're gone. That was an unfortunate game there for Power. What I'm really curious about, though, is this IWNRX fight. They jumped in, but Alpha 7 is cleaning house with them right now. Reject also taking fights with absolutely everyone, and I think that's IWNRX out. So that is kind of a big thing for me, because IWNRX is one of the big teams coming through from EMEA. Alpha 7 similarly from Americas. And we've just decided who's top dogs from those regions.
And that dog is barking loudly with the firepower on the server. Continue to make it awkward on the hillside as well. Moneymakers, they found good opportunities to get stuck into these third parties and doing a nice bit of damage on each and one of them. Enko basically getting blown out of the waters. You've got to bail out, make the quick move, hop inside the vehicle and see if you can reposition off. Try and find some sort of safety net. It's not looking good though, Blank. Entirely surrounded in terms of the positionings. There's a lot more cover to work with for some of these teams rather than others.
Man, Nenebete is in a bad spot right now. Regiosio, mate, Reject are going crazy in this game. I mean, they're still up to 4 players. They've not got a huge amount of eliminations, but the amount of times they've been in the feed right now, just adding insult to injury to these squads, has been rough so far. This is very open space, and feels like D plus Kia have been given a bit of an in here for themselves. Taking a win on Sandhawk earlier, getting another win here would be a big, surprising result for the Korean squad. I think a lot of people weren't expecting a massive amount from them coming into this tournament. But there you go. If anyone knows how to play center, it is a Korean team, and it is D plus Kia.
Setting themselves up the longer this one goes on. Finally, a bit of a lull across the battlefield off the back of what has been a pretty intense couple minutes there. A lot of casualties done, feeling our way through the herd here throughout the flow of Stage 5. Keeping you guessing. I do like it though, Blank. You're right. I mean, with the Reject are playing this, right? It's not as if they really have to be the focal point. They're just making it awkward enough to shape rotations that keep everyone in uncomfortable positions.
Dude, you're 100% right. I mean, they've done that from probably minute 3 of the game. And we saw them coming up against Tiamba early on and just moving them into a tough spot. And it has cleared out so much space in front of them. The only worry I have is getting through this next zone right now. They've taken another shot, but to get towards Alliance is going to be a really difficult run. Alpha 7, though, what a run they've had. down towards this south side. I mean, they've been roaming for a while, looking for a position to stay. They battle off versus IWNRX. Not an easy team to go toe-to-toe with, and that is 4MV out. Just a weird play from 4MV this game overall. A lot of chances, a lot of bones thrown their way, and not a single one chewed upon.
Yeah, and you can see the gun skill really coming through as well for Alpha 7, the way they're taking these range fights and making them look trivial, Blank. The skill is there. Sara snacking his way back into it as he takes a bite out of DRX, and they are down and out. So Reject, as much as they took that heavy hit, they found the man, got it back on his feet, and continue to find success, bring themselves up to the 5 points now.
I mean, they're right on the edge at the moment, on that western side, still playable. I mean, I think right now, making the push down towards Alliance can be really difficult. Alpha 7 coming up versus Reject now.
Oh, they're cleaning house, one by one, annihilating their way through them, getting up close to close the distance, and the shot betrays them. Alpha 7 go in, Blank, and make that look easy. That's a couple seconds on a fight with a clean sweep.
10 elims. Mate, I was just talking about what they could maybe do next. Look back at the screen. Alpha 7's wiped the floor of them. They don't exist. They're gone.
They're gone now. It's Alpha 7's land. Reject were just living in their dream, and it turned into a nightmare for them. CAG still hoping to make the best of the situation. 3 of the 4 alive and kicking. Bit of splash damage from the side.
I'd be terrified if I was Kagasaka right now.
You don't want to reel in Alpha 7, mate.
Yeah, I just watch the team get stripped to pieces over on that western side. Don't come back down towards the south, please. It's not like we've got 3 apartments that maybe you could stay in, potentially. D plus Kia dealing with Moneymakers. They assault on towards their position. Bad nade from Biscay. And another bad nade there from Koa. This is all going wrong for the Moneymakers.
I mean, they're dumping the utility. They're trying to force them out, see if they can do much with it, but it's a bit of an elongated fight. That one could be nice, at least, to establish some damage back. There's the up close angle. Koa dropped once more inside of this match in a very unfavorable position. Response is good, though, Blank. Nice 3-pointer there with an 8.
Absolutely, really, really good here from D plus Kia. They're handling it. I mean, they are down to 2 players. This counts a lot here, though. Needs to find some kind of value off that play. K comes through, though. The flying shot with the S12K.
Oh, mate, he's the Flying Dutchman. Just breathing his way through the air bit by bit, blowing them to pieces. And they're making this one work. The elongated fight that seems to be going in their way cleanly now.
Icy Boss on the side, though, with a nade could be devastating if he places it just right. Getting the nade through the window onto the stairs, not that difficult to hit either. So I think Icy Boss could potentially hit something big here. Just tosses it out into the open room, though. Does not get anything done. So Icy from Moneymakers, probably his last stand here versus D plus Kia.
How awkward can he make it? And how bad's it going to get for the Alliance side? Ooh, nade in over the back, detonating the vehicles and taking a man with it. Woohoo, lucky to be alive on the drop there for Brute Force.
Yeah, Neos is living. Another nade comes through. Not sure if it'd be good enough. Icy actually is going in. Finds Nobu from D plus Kia. He's still going too. Just weaving around like a rat in the building at the moment.
Give himself low to the ground, mate. Those little paws scurrying along. I mean, if he can make it more awkward, find a way to at least maybe take a few out with him on exit, it could have worked out well. But that's the end of his story as they are able to remove the vermin.
Yeah, I mean, if maybe you got that molly off, different story, but they put an end to the heat quite quickly, turn down the pan, parry it with the parry pan.
The second pan blocks the initial pan.
The second pan came in clutch in that moment. Alpha 7, though, just feels menacing on this west side of the map. I think they're just gearing up to wait for a fight to take place, and they're going to be all over it. Kagasaka tries to get Garnet into position, but Naoto does find Mafioso on that edge. That could be big, especially with the circle starting to push in. Revo has to make a tough decision. Does he try and deal with a player that's tried to come up close to him, or immediately go for this res? And I think he has to straight away go for this res, but I don't think he's got enough time. He has to just leave. Mafioso's down, and that is a big blow to Alpha 7's strength in this lobby.
Oh, you're ruining them, mate. He couldn't even get back in through the zone in time, Blank. You've really ripped them to pieces off the back of the engagement. He's down and out, so that's 2 for the price of 1 from the response. Going for the pickup. Oh, Blank. It's all going wrong for Alpha 7 in the late game. Maybe there's still some time for him to build off this, though. It's down to the duo now, really. You're being pushed hard on this. They've got to play defense, and they've got to connect those shots.
Yeah, smart play here from D plus Kia. They instantly see this. They know they don't have a lot of places to go right now, so they have to go for the third party. They lose a player, and Korea Neo, as well as McGrellin, holding on, but these nades up close towards them, right on the edge of the blue, devastating. McGrellin is trying to make his way in. Great shots to the Orc, though, from K, who has been a monster today so far.
Can he get the last man? Oh, shot back on the drop down. At least it's the trade. Get him on his feet. See if they can salvage him. But the game itself for Alpha 7, it will not be theirs. Out in 5th.
Man, it felt like it could have been so much better, but Revo just makes a big mistake trying to pick Mafioso up. And I think if you're Mafioso, you're just saying, don't raise me.
Just leave me.
I'm done.
Yeah.
We need to get 3 players into this zone, and this is taking way too long. So for Mafioso, potentially calls for the res. Potentially Revo's just too good of a friend.
Just did not want to leave a man behind, but in a situation like that, you've got to go. CAG, they've been going absolutely nuclear with some of these plays from the sideline, though, consistently dealing deathly blows and finding opportunities to take fights blank. That's what's been working for them. The high ground they're establishing, just making it so awkward. There is a bit of a knockback onto them. 2 still alive in good stead, at least in terms of the positioning, and the smoke's blocking the line of sight back from Brute Force.
Yeah, just a rough push, though, for Kagasaka right now. I mean, they are not getting across this side. Alliance and Brute Force, they make a bit of a split-second decision towards the early game where they just pick up this coastal side, and you can sort of have that agreement, right? Sign the contract, we'll have this side, you'll have the other. And I mean, Neos has been somewhat pushing the boundaries on some of these clauses by sending it. He's testing it, sending the nades across towards the other side. And Alliance is suing, but not much they can do about it other than that. And I think that this is going to come down to a Brute Force versus Alliance ending. The question is, does this head further over towards the eastern side, give Brute Force a bit of more space to play with? But it's looking with this circle, it's going to be a central shift. Alliance should have this in the bag if they don't make too many mistakes.
That's what it'll come down to. We'll keep an eye on the clean sheet. If they can avoid making any muck-ups, the longer this one goes on. You've got the positional advantage, you've got to hit your shots and play your cards right. Brute Force with a more spread setup, making it harder for the nades to blow them out of position. But again, you're still finding an opportunity to make it a little bit more awkward from way back in the range. CAG might not have the cleanest rotation, but if they can put the pressure on, they might be able to buy themselves a bit of time.
The Lynx AMR, bro. I mean, that's going to hit hard, if it does hit at all. And there is so much cover right now available to Alliance that this Lynx has got to be pulled out at an opportune time. I mean, realistically for Kagasaka, this needs to head northwest. It needs to give them some more breathing room. They have the hard cover of the crate to play with. That is fortuitous. That is a blessing in of itself. But yeah, things are quietening down now. As we get towards the end of the match, where it's all going to explode on our screens. Bit of a difficult one, though. Again, for Brute Force, far down in the rankings.
Yeah.
This game means a lot to them. They need to pull up their socks in this match.
We'll see how that affects their play style as well. If they overindulge based off of the fact they want to get stuck into it, cause the first issues. Hang on, a bit of a rotate round the back as well for Alliance in terms of the angles you could work with here. They're spreading themselves out a bit blank. This could be tasty.
I like this from Jimmy, actually. It does make... If they want to peak, they take shots over towards Alliance. That is a really nice off angle. This will very much depend on the reaction speed coming through from Kagasaka in this game. But you can see just even on the scoreboard right now, Brute Force, 1 elimination. Alliance, one elimination. Both these teams have forsaken eliminations in this match for the 10-point chicken dinner, right? It's not really going to be worth it to either side picking up that second place. Right, it's not hugely beneficial. That 10 points is what they're all gunning for right now. Kagasaka is looking a little bit better for them with the 4 elims, but again, getting a 3rd place, coming out of this game with 8 elims. Then you look at teams like D plus Kia, Alpha 7, already made 16 points on the match.
That's why there's so much pressure on this. The decision-making has to be pristine. Ooh. Brute Force do get stuck in. That's actually a knockback onto the Alliance side as well, which does turn up the heat a little bit and maybe provide some room for CAG to get stuck in with a third party from the side. The wind goes against them, though. Brute Force clapped back. The fight continues on, and we're seeing the issues arise. This is where Jimmy's power play could be a huge maneuver. You're talking about the fact it's not worth going for it then. It well could be now. He's got the close angle clear as well, peppering damage down, and it's good for him to clean up. So Alliance making some smart moves here.
Yeah, real clean. Neos even actually on his pass in took a shot over towards Kagasaka, hit one of those other knocks. So Jimmy's life was made a whole lot easier. Pre-pod, up front, very low HP, is taken down, and Jimmy's still up. Hasn't been shut down just yet, and Cluck is just taking names. They're desperately trying to get this res off here, Jackie.
Oh, it's the nade, though. This could be the big moneymaker around the sideline. If you're able to hit that one as a haymaker, it keeps the pressure on them. And you've got all eyes drilled in on the backside of the rock, clearing the cover as they turn it. It's going to have to force them out. Splash damage round the corner. A one-for-one trade onto either side. Alliance really committing into the fight, but the Tides, they're starting to turn, Blank. You're finding an opportunity back for Brute Force. A menial one at that, but if they can do something off this, maybe there's a chance. You've got a bit of space to work with.
Circle will push him in soon. Chudo picking himself a first aid kit, has to hit something, but Jimmy's off angle here is devastating. He has to win this engagement, moves out, the molly's there and will finish him off. Brute Force goes down and Alliance will pick up those 10 points and see themselves even with the other boys in the lobby by just 1 point ahead though.
They keep it close, they keep it tight, but in the end, it is the Alliance that are able to unite and find that one. Oh, the decision-making as well. Fair play to Jimmy with the backstab and the repositioning. Even the slight moment of divine intervention, staying alive with about 1 point of health in that firefight, so the rest of his teammates could clean up. Huge win for Alliance there, Blank. That's a big chicken dinner.
Yeah, massive. Again, it's one of those decisions you have to make where you have to pour a lot of your heart into those final moments to come away with some good points. And Jimmy taking that off angle was huge because he really weakens his backline, right? Brute Force could have maybe pushed in, but they did a great job to keep him at bay. Jimmy cleans up Kagasaka. A lovely, lovely stuff from that team. And again, you got to put a lot of trust in Jimmy to handle a three-man team over on the north side by himself. Yeah. And in the end, that off angle became crucial as well to deal with Brute Force.
Yeah, he had the only line of sight that was actually beneficial for them for the fight off the back of the engagement from the nade. So did really clean house and put them in a way better position. You got to appreciate that one. They knew the situation they were in, played it as best they could, and walk away with at least a nice buffer of points there with how the game could have gone, Blank, because there was a timeline where no one was winning on that one.
Yeah, dude, I feel so bad for Alpha 7 as well because it looked like they were absolutely pumping, and then D plus Kia just comes in and takes them out. Reject as well. I mean, the way they dealt with Reject was so speedy. And I think that's something that Reject's never been really all that good with dealing with, is just brute force at the end of the day, where they fly, not actually the team, but brute force from Alpha 7.
Just the play start.
Yeah, where they come in and they just start slapping everyone on the cheeks. So I think for Alpha 7, great play from them. Reject need to start to learn to deal with these quick plays.
Yeah, you've got to find an answer in the playbook for it. The early game strategy, the way they controlled rotations and at least kept other teams guessing was good, but that's only going to work for you for so long. And you're right, it did feel like it really blindsided them, just closing the gap instantly, couldn't handle it in the close quarters combat. And that's the way their story ends. So a bit of a slower start for them, still a couple of points accumulated off the back of it. But all in all, you're going to be very happy with walking away in that one in the Alliance camp.
Yeah, I think we've already covered this a little bit here, but yeah, Jimmy's off angle, so unbelievably good for that team. Just fixed the entire situation for them, honestly, because it could have been very, very bad. These nades started to come through. You can see here, Neos hits a good shot just before he goes down. And Neos was doing that all the way through where, you know, even moving, he was still trying to deal with Kagasaka on the side. That was a cool play from Chudo. I respect the fact that he just sat out in the blue and just took the trade. He's like, either I win this and we potentially have a chance, or I lose and we lose. Yeah. But there's nothing else I can do. And I think a lot more players need to start doing that, where you just commit to the trade.
You got to know your win condition, and he absolutely did on that one, right? Tried it the best he could, Blank, but it's never going to be easy with the situation they were left with there. All in all, though, pretty nice way to ease ourselves into the fourth game of the day.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
100%. I'm really happy to see it. We're going to head to a quick break for the time being, but we'll be back with you very soon, so don't go anywhere.
what they want to live for.
We're back with the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024, and we have a new winner yet again. We have Alliance taking their first victory of the day, the first victory of the event. And honestly, with the position they put themselves in, gentlemen, they looked smart. They looked good.
Really good. That split, I mean, at one point it was one. They were all single out. You pointed it out, though. I think it was you that pointed it out.
Always me.
It's always you.
Thank you.
With that insane split, they were at one point it was controlling about, I think it was, I'm not going to look this way because I know he's staring at me. I think it was about like 30. It was you? Oh, yeah, Jason, it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was
He can
you that
move
pointed
around
out the
here.
split.
I'm not limited by a desk this time.
I was like, if I don't look at him, then he won't come towards me. But they were just controlling such a big area. And the timing, too, something that was impressive that I liked out of their play was their timing in regards to them being able to push out of the compound that they did have 2 players. As soon as they saw brute force, they didn't want to take that fight against 4 players.
That's the key to these splits, right? As Alliance will take themselves at 17 points here with it. It's not that many eliminations, but it's a deceptive location. We say every single time when we get these circles and the cliff face is still allowed to be played. Yeah, you could play the compound where D+ is. Yeah, you could try and play where Alpha 7 wanted to go. However, where Alliance has rocked up, Cluck in particular in the middle of this, and I'm going to give Jason his roses here. He did actually point out, hey, what do you think of Alliance's split? And I'm like, yeah, it's really good. Actually, it's really good. Cluck in the middle of this, and Olio was able to join him here. It gives you so much cover, and if the circle keeps coming your way, the terrain in front of you is so flat that you're going to have an absolute field day.
Only thing that I really worry about, I guess, was kind of like brute force towards the end there, right? But either way, you know, moving on beyond them really quickly, we did have Alpha 7 and D+ put up a ton of points for themselves. 16 points in total. I think one elimination difference between the 2 teams, and these 2 teams were already at the top of the leaderboards, and they're looking to solidify themselves in the top.
And it's nice to see Alpha 7 being able to take on those fights with like Reject. That was something, especially that they didn't drop any players too during that push. That was kind of impressive to me. Usually, especially with the push that they made, with Reject being already set, I thought maybe they were going to be able to just end up losing a player, sacrifice a player to take that position. They didn't have to sacrifice anybody. Alpha 7 currently looking good.
Yeah, no, I would say so. There was a moment where Alpha 7 scouted into the middle of what would be the hill and field forest location that was actually there. But then they decided to turn back around and eventually get crunched down on. I would have liked to maybe see them all, maybe make a Hail Mary into the middle and try and make that work out. Because if you don't move, you're guaranteed to get crunched.
Something that I didn't like, and I'm glad Blank pointed it out too, was the mistake that Revo made trying to pick up Mafioso. I felt like that was that should have been a mistake that he should be making at the PMWC. That's stuff that you do like while you're training. For him to take the time to try to pick up Mafioso when you know that someone's going to be coming in, they should have just pushed out. Let Mafioso, sacrifice Mafioso, push into the circles.
Well, just to quickly go back to what we were talking about before with, you know, where Jason was being very smart and got his roses, you can see the split that Alliance did have as well, and they had so much control. I'd want to say easily 25%.
Yeah, so as you can see here, as this circle then closes, they are ready almost straight away to be able to make the choice on where they're going to go, right? Cluck, obviously, you see him down in that southeast side, and that is the spot where Olio is going to be able to rotate away from where Brute Force was. Eventually, that compound. The cool thing about the split is, if you get that north circle, northeast or something like that, they can rendezvous back to the compound. It's such a wide split that they have good options available to them. Cluck's spot obviously becomes that big priority, and they're able to kind of adapt to what was going on.
The ending for Alliance was a little bit sketchy, though. At one point, we're like, okay, this is going to be a given win to them. It was a little bit too close for my liking, and I know you were mentioning it too.
You want to be mean
yes,
Kale again?
I'm just trying to set you up, baby. I want that mean Kalaris. Come on, give it to us.
Kalaris is going to war today, apparently. Yeah, so technically speaking, that would, given the circle, given how it's going to kind of close down, that should always be Alliance's win, and they shouldn't have to put themselves in too much jeopardy. However, they really did start putting themselves in jeopardy against Brute Force when it came to peeking around the rock, almost allowing them to get those knocks. And even in the distance, Jimmy was taking a lot of shots himself. Now, he was kind of starved a little bit in terms of ammunition, so he was being a bit cautious about how he was going to do things. But they just needed to allow Brute Force to come to them. But you brought up a good point, Jason. What's going on?
I think we're kind of in a league stage, right? It's not a big deal to lose a player, potentially like lose some points. But the fact is, it's like, why not try to get as many points as you possibly can right now? You could potentially earn like $10,000 extra for yourself. You can help solidify yourself a little bit more in that top 12. And it's like, all right, we lose one player, not a big deal. We potentially can pick up one ourselves.
You were concerned they would sack to blue, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The Brute Force. And I get it. I get it. The airburst nade that actually came in and was able to knock 2 was phenomenal from Alliance, and that really kind of solidified the basically guaranteed win what was going on and the points that would come along with it. But you could lose at least 1 point to blue if you're not being proactive about going around the rock and shutting it down. So
I mean,
get
they
it.
knew they had the game, right? Because they had 2 players
100%.
safe. There's no way they can lose that. So it's like, why not try to get that extra point? But I want to give credit to Jimmy, actually, because he was holding that like southwest side of that zone for so long. And for him to kind of keep his composure, realizing, I need to play safe. I cannot get knocked here, because if I do, we could potentially lose the hold we have on that coast side. And I feel like he played that extremely well.
Yeah, usually you see players starting to get a little bit too eager and push out and then expose themselves. And if that would have been the case, he would have ended up losing that fight, because you saw how quickly Brute Force was able to lock it into that player that was trying to get that angle. But I'm with you. He was able to keep his composure.
And he was the limiting force against Kagosaka, right? If they have a little bit more room to work around within that area, there is a world where they can then take the off angle on where Alliance was. So all of Alliance players are kind of covering one another. He is corralling Kagosaka to be able to be in a bit of a rough position, and then from there, they're able to kind of dominate the game eventually.
Okay, well, we've had a new winner every single time. We still have 2 matches left to go, and of course, they're both going to be on Miramar this time. The question is, can we have a team pick up 2, or will it be a new winner every single time? Let's head over back to our casters of Jackie and Blake.
Welcome back, guys. It is us, Mr. Blank and Jackie himself. I mean, I could listen to the desk talking all day. I mean, those guys got the brains on them. Hopefully, we'll be bringing some brains ourselves.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the grey matter going. It's hard, though, man. It's hard. But you've got Jason Kaplan on the desk. You know, it's just so much brain up there. You see the way it makes his head bulge.
Big head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he contains it all, really.
That's how he holds it in.
Yeah. But yeah, heading into the game now, I think we'll be heading into Miramar next. You know, nice little sweet Miramar to kick things off for our 5th match of the day. And then we'll be heading to our final one to finish things off as the other standings do play out. I think we do have quite a few teams that are far down towards the bottom of the tables right now. I mean, we don't have that even split coming through. It is nice seeing, as the boys said, you know, a different chicken dinner from a different team each time. Maybe not a different chicken dinner. I mean, they might be spicing
the same.
up.
Yeah,
Kitchen might be going crazy back there, you know, whipping up different recipes.
Seasonings, all sorts.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the sides. Maybe it's the sides that you get with it.
Maybe.
You know?
Pomme frite.
Ooh.
I like a pomme frite.
Yeah. That's chips.
A fresh fry. Posh fry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Crinkle cut.
Beef Wellington I'm having today. Actually, that's just a Greg sausage roll. Can't do that.
No, that's not acceptable.
Unacceptable behavior.
Take it away.
Take
it away.
It's got to go.
It's got to go.
No, but we're all about the chicken dinners here at PUBG Mobile, and we're waiting for another one to come on through very shortly. You can see the players don't have their headsets on, so I know this is going to be a while.
Yeah, you figured that one out?
Yeah, I figured it out.
that one out?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I've got a big head.
Yeah?
I've got a big brain.
I've got a big bed.
Big brain, big head.
That's there you go. Everyone's finding it funny.
Oh, yeah. No, I did
hilarious.
funny there.
Yeah, we're actually pumping in the audio to the players.
Yeah. Telling some jokes, having a good time.
Keep
Mate,
everyone on a good mood.
the holographics on the Alpha 7 outfits, though.
That is sick, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, dude. Like, PUBG Mobile, in terms of esports jerseys, does go hard. Like, there's
the
a
drip
next
is
level of drip,
kinda
right?
big. Yeah. It's kind of huge, I've got a leaky faucet in the old hotel room.
Yeah.
But the drip is still on par with these guys' outfits.
That's like a... You define that as a leak with how good
That's a leak, yeah.
That is an absolute waterfall of drip.
It's a problem, but it's an absolute beauty to the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're loving it.
What about this then, Blank? If you did have to base who you think is going to take the chicken dinner entirely based off just jersey style alone, who gets it for you? Does it actually, not even jersey, just full outfit? Because some of them actually have full kits.
Yeah, honestly, the problem is that Alpha 7 does go hard every single tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Alpha 7 buff for jerseys is real.
Yeah, it really. They have the full fit as well. It's like a really nice orange jacket. I've tried to get one every single event.
They've always said no.
I've failed every time. Yeah.
Alpha 7, if you're listening.
Alpha 7, if you're listening.
Blank's a big fan.
I could do one of those jackets. You got to stop giving them to 7. All right.
Yeah.
I know 7 hits you the do Brazil every time. I might not be the same wavelength as that, but I do love the fit.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. His DMs are open.
My DMs are open for the hookup.
Yeah,
please,
reach out.
Please.
Get in contact. Anyone out there with jerseys?
If you're in the chat right now, do let us know which outfit's your favourite as well. We'd be well more than happy to hear.
Hit us up on all the socials, of
We
course.
can do like a little chat tier list of whose outfit's the best. I mean, the problem we're having right now is that we don't have Group Green in yet, so we've not seen the full list of outfits. So what I will say, guys, wait till tomorrow and then drop your tier lists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send them in. If you make them look pretty,
that'd be nicer.
Yeah, that would be
You don't have
good.
to, though. You can send me like some confusing message.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even grammatically correct. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We've got big brain, big
put them
head.
on an envelope. We'll give you Blank's address. Send them there.
I'll pick them up when I'm home.
Yeah, and then we'll review this post-event.
Post-event, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we do want to hear your thoughts and opinions all the time because we love you guys.
No, we do. Yeah. You're the heart of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah,
not
you're the
you,
best.
Blank.
Not me.
The viewers at home.
Yeah. I am not the beating heart.
No.
Yeah, I'm just the mouth.
Maxman is the beating heart of PUBG Mobile.
He is. He really is. Yeah.
Shout out Maxman.
Shout out Maxman.
The legend himself.
Yeah, he's not feeling great today, so if you can send the best loves and wishes to him.
Yeah. That would be nice.
The air
Send your well
conditioning's
wishes to Maxman.
Yeah, please. Please do. Please do. But yeah, heading into the game on Miramar, straight away. We were pretty quick into this one, actually. It was nice. And it is a northern plane path over El Pozo, down towards Junkyard. So chilling, really, big time. GT20 Pro on your screen as well. Make sure to check that out. It looks awesome, looks sick. 144 hertz. You can see everything all the time.
Unbelievable response time. It's beautiful and absolutely visually stunning, mate. So it'd be the perfect way to play PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. The perfect way.
Literally.
Definitive.
Yeah. Hands down, full
Definitive
stop,
edition
exclamation mark.
PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
But exclamation marks aside, we got some question marks at the moment. Where people drop in, what people rotations like, what are we going to see in this game? Do you think it's going to be another chicken dinner separate from the current listing that we've had?
I quite like to see that. I think if we can keep today varied, it would really put us into quite an interesting predicament going into tomorrow to see what the sort of outcomes are looking like, so we can decide a little bit easier, where the lay of the land is, what the power rankings are shaping up to be. So yeah, I'll go for it. You know what? Let's see if someone else can take the chicken dinner. Don't be greedy.
Don't be greedy. Everyone gets a bit.
Yeah.
Everyone gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
And then whoever gets 2 wins.
Yeah. And that's generally how it works. Someone gets 2, that means they've automatically got 3, okay, at the end of the day. But already teams are moving out. Like Gladiator, we've got Moneymakers up there, which is kind of sort of weird for an international tournament because it's used to seeing Gladiators up in this position for the longest time overall. But Moneymakers will pick that up. The European representatives, they will take up the Europeans that are not here with us today, sadly. Boom Esports down towards Impala currently, and Montenuevo taken by D plus Kia. Kind of like the Montenuevo pick from D plus Kia, honestly, Jackie. Gives them a lot of opportunity to get into the zone nice and quick.
All right. I'm living for it, Blank. I'm excited to see how this one goes.
Ooh.
I feel like today's been quite spicy already, mate. Oh,
yeah.
Hang on a minute. Talking about spicy, that's a jalapeno.
Yeah, that is a jalapeno. Jalapeno?
Well, no, you've got to say it as it's spelled. Come on. Otherwise, it's not as funny.
That's a jalapeno, though.
Yeah, that's a jalapeno.
Jalapeno. Yeah. Extremely spicy way to start the game here. Scotch bonnet on the head with the old DMR. SLR coming through over towards Yunbin, sorry. on DRX, takes them down, start things off. IWNRX as well as Tiamba in this location now. This is a position that has been challenged out quite a few times for IWNRX. They know how to play this split in El Azahar. They played it multiple times, I believe, versus Power, in fact, who are in this tournament in El Azahar. So I think if anyone would win this fight, my money's probably further towards IWNRX's side because they've had a lot of practice at dealing with hot drops like this.
For Tiamba as well, you know, we're definitely seeing that they've got the punch in some of these fights.
What are you doing?
Maybe there, not so much. That kind of feels like you've been hit with a gut punch immediately. Out in the open, almost like you didn't expect it. Bit of a jack-in-the-box style pop-up. Make it a bit of an easy cleanup. You can get the trade around the back as well. There's not really going to be much room for recovery on that one. That's a man down.
Yeah, I can see where he was looking like. Oh, Zedwolf with this high ground position, well, he's nasty. Drops the smoke. He is low, though. I'm wondering if he has any kind of medication up there on his side. First aid kit would be beautiful. Maybe some stims, but instantly set themselves up for high ground lookout, which is always nice to see, especially now as a heart, because you can see there, just even from just QZ, like he was looking over towards the warehouses, but right now, because Zedwolf is on high, has long range to deal with, he's passing all that information back.
Oh, mate.
Bond,
Tiamba,
can't even get through.
Yeah, I really don't know. It's kind of mad, actually. They've been hit with the unlucky stick on this one as well, instantly. The amount of chip damage you've established off the back of the knock, at least there was some meds there, so you can somewhat reset from the engagement.
Yeah.
But you really have been hit with an instant confidence wipe.
Yeah, early game as well. You know, level 1 helmet, just got himself a level 2 vest as well. So for Tiamba, they are desperately looking for supplies, but it felt like IWNRX already just set up, good to go. Swain will jump into the vehicle. I think they've already done the damage, Jackie, and realistically, Circle going to be moving in soon. IWNRX might want to move further into the zone. Not like Tiamba's going to be looking too much towards taking some pick-off shots towards IWNRX after, like you said, a lot of that chip damage has already come through onto their side. It's nice to see. I'm liking this from IWNRX, not fully committing onto this fight too hard as they head through. Toshpik sliding slightly, trying to get the angle.
See, that's the thing about
sticky wheels.
Blank, you know, they're supposed to drive forwards, but they can also just go vertical if you're brave enough.
And side as well. Come on, Toshpik. There you go. Perfect. Up on high, has the scar.
Little known fact about him as well, does a lot of rock climbing in his spare time.
He does, yeah. He knows the holds.
Yeah. He's got strong grip strength.
He actually wears wheels on his feet and hands.
When doing the climbing.
When
so
doing the
he's
climbing.
Training for PUBG.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gets all that mobile experience in the rock climbing facility.
Exactly. Right now, let's take a quick look at the standings. Honestly, I think that this is a good thing. It's a good time. Take a quick look at it. Inco right now in 11th place. I think I bumped them higher right now at this point in the tournament, but currently 16 points. Not ideal. Boom Esports winners from SEA. Feels weird for them to be down here in 13th, 13 points. That's nice. That is nice. 13th place, 13 points.
Keep it consistent.
A point for your placement.
Makes it a bit harder, though, if you want to try and climb up the rankings.
Yeah, you'd have 1 point in first place, which is not feasibly possible. No. But D plus Q with 47 points, they are far and away ahead of a lot of teams, alongside with Alpha 7 currently rocking on the 45 right now. Reject not too far behind with 35 points. Besiktas didn't get a single point in the last game, still sat on 31.
Keeping themselves in a nice little position. Oh, mate, I hope to see some more of the action we were getting from KAG as well in terms of those more isolated fights. It looked pretty good for them, the Kago-Saka squad. We'll see what they've got for us here as we change out the lay of the land and what they can pull out over the course of this one. And a quick glance over at the map screen as well, seeing what our rotations are shaping up like and what we're working with. You've also got the crowd shot there, the building starting to fill out a little bit. Al Hadje was getting everyone excited and really dialed in for the games today. Everyone waving towards us. There you go, Blank. It's always nice to have everyone in the building with us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's been a while, honestly, since we've had like a good old audience watching the games. I'm happy to see the people coming out to watch PUBG Mobile.
It's a nice turnout.
Yeah, it is a nice turnout. Come to support their teams. I'm hoping that Power continues to have some strength into these games. Sadly, at the moment, not looking too good in 14th place, but I think they could bump those numbers up easily. Kago-Saka attempted to get across some pretty difficult ground, moving through the trees and the bushes.
The foliage, if you will. No overcommit, though, from OCO. back off to the rest of the squad. He took his opening opportunity when he saw one presented with a wide open land. Few bullets cast across, but they've kind of switched themselves onto the potential situation of the nearby squads in the area. So playing on the lip of the ground here, providing yourself with a bit of cover so you can't just get hit from the sideline. So isolate those angles as best as possible.
Yeah, I think if you're Rejects as well, you understand that you're pretty close towards the center of the circle.
Yeah.
You don't want to be taking too many fights at this point in the game because there are so many teams still alive, right? They could just crush up towards you. And I think we've already seen that Reject does not play ball well with teams up in their face. And that's something that maybe we have to work on a little bit. Long range-wise, though, Reject has been really good.
They hit some snapshots. Yeah. Their tracing is actually unbelievable. The way they're able to stay on target from distance, you'll see that a lot. You know, we were talking back in the green room with the sniping that we were seeing as well. Very impressive stuff with how they were able to hit those shots and just make it look so easy from distance, Blank.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's nice to see. So I think for Reject, they're going to try and play to their strengths here, which is what you need to do. It's not something, not a kind of change that you can make instantaneously in the day either, right? It's not something where you'd be like, look, we failed in the 1v1, up close and personal. Let's fix that right now. No, this is a case of you get home later. Goodness me. You get home later and then we'll work on that then because you do have ample time where you can come through this group stage, get into the top 12, get towards the main stage, and then play from there. Looking over towards the map though, heavy eastern shift over towards Impala. Boom will be pretty happy about this one, but this is awkward area to play. A lot of this high ground down towards that southeast side, Jackie, which is huge for a lot of squads, and they want to get towards that nice and early. Tiamba would have liked to have picked up a big position like this, but with the amount of players that they're rocking with, holding those sight lines less easy now, even though that they were given this opportunity.
Yeah, been favoured in some ways, but cursed in others. And it can always come back to make it far, far more awkward when they're trying to actually defend these angles. Okay, spot on the cross here. Nice initial shot across, actually. That's not bad. Hefty chunk of damage established.
I respect the fact that he went for the Mini 14 as well. That's DX Xavier and Besiktas on the same spot at the moment.
Oh
Toshbik does go down. That's towards Lamborghini. Quick finish on him too.
Yeah, Lamborghini starting to increase the miles per hour he's playing with on this one. Keep the pressure on a bit. Hopping straight back in the vehicles though after finding themselves one piece of the pie. They don't want to over-engage into this fight. So do reposition. You've got better ground to work with here. Cover from either side and the higher ground to at least have a look down. Should be all right when they rotate out and regroup.
Yeah, for Besiktas, have been losing a player is not great early, but again, I think for Besiktas, Poser, Lewis, kind of the top dogs on this team. Kakali does make some nice plays, but I do feel like Toshbik's sort of lower down on my rankings on that squad. So I don't think it's the end of the world for them there. Lewis really did come in like a firecracker towards EMEA. Sort of an interesting player to suddenly make a big come up. Here's Reject though, D plus Kia getting very close. That's a nice nade, Jackie.
Oh, that's huge actually. It's the up close aggression as well that this time does go in their favor. Sarah is able to defend in the close quarters engagement.
What's happening?
No. He tried to get back in through the doorway, Blank, but it's all going wrong. I might have cursed them with my very words, as now the tables have turned entirely. It looked like you got some nice chip damage off to control the fight. The longer it's gone on, they're hemorrhaging players. You're in a really bad spot, at least trying to buy a bit of space for Julio's nades from the sidelines. But look how close they've got, and you do have realized the opportunity here to sneak in through the back and really raise hell.
Yeah, it's a sick little angle coming through from the Alliance. Straight in there, looking to hit some nades, do some chip damage. Duello in a horrible spot at the moment. Nade goes off, and now D plus Kia, big challenge on their hand. 2 players down, really up to chips now at the moment, alongside with Osal. Not an easy fight here, Jackie. I think they did just lose another player. Nobu takes a massive amount of damage. Shots just going through the smoke. Osal goes down to Jimmy.
Yeah, you can just run away with this one now. Easy pickings from the damage you've been able to establish. They picked their timing perfectly on that fight. Yeah. Came in with great cover as well. Oh, the near miss on the close range angle. It could have been a bit of a saving grace for them, but you've really got to hit those shots, Blank, and they are just not delivering.
Olio, nicely done here. For Alliance coming off the back of a chicken dinner as well. I mean, you continue a bit of momentum, a bit of that fearsome plays that you've just seen into this match. I mean, they've just completely cleared out that southwest side now, making what was pretty tough rotate to get up towards the northeast here just a little bit easier. You've removed 2 teams. That's massive for the guys on Alliance. Boom, though, taking shots over towards DRX. They have actually fanned out quite a bit over towards this southwest side, and I like that play because there is going to be a lot of teams coming over this very open ground that we talked about earlier. So if Boom can hold them out, get a good stronghold down towards the southwest side, they can play that out nice and easy.
Yeah, spread yourself out a little bit more. Have the early warning system. Detect the players from the sides. You can see here as well, not wanting to be overconfident, Alpha 7, it goes both ways. The information between them and For Miracle Vibes with how they're just trying to keep their eyes on the ridge. If anyone overextends, looking to get the damage down, they'd be in a good position to attempt to deal with it. Spreading out a little bit more though. Around on the edge side. Ooh, I don't know, Blank. This could get a little bit tasty the longer it goes on. You've got the Inco rotation up on screen as well as they're making their moves. Vastly further out.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, it is one of those difficult positions where you can move up towards the coast on that north side, try and circumvent a lot of the sight lines, but you're still not in the best of spots to play out the game. You have to wait for almost some action to be happening, and I think right now Alpha 7 is penned in. 4MV coming down the side. Apex has a nade in hand. It's a general idea where they're playing from, but McGrellin's got a big task.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a bit of an opportunity if you can get the perfectly placed nade to at least buy yourself time for the fallback, but it's the angles that are so awkward with where they're trapped on.
Ooh, this is cool. Alliance coming in here, Jackie, as well. Going in for another third party. And again, that pass up towards the northeast side versus Boom, horrendous. But an opportunity has been given. This is massive.
Oh, there's layers on layers to this one. It's like an onion blank. They've now got the height on top of them. But it's all gone a little bit west with how they're setting themselves up from the sideline. I mean, Alpha 7 trying to contend with For Miracle Vibes. You get Udu in from the back to put the pressure on. Now Alpha 7 being nipped at by the zone as well, looking to take these fights where possible. You've got the quick rotate for the one man that's kind of in a bit of a livable position to make a getaway in Apex. The rest of the squad trying to trail behind and catch up. Oh, it's all gotten a bit messy.
It has. I mean, good, quick swing there from Alliance because it looked bad versus Reefers, but yeah, they were able to take him out. Cluck even being on like 2% HP there, but this is great for Alliance. Able to get into the circle now, circumvent, like I said, a tough rotation. Really, really nicely done. Carrillo goes down out in the open. This is the difficulty of pushing over towards this northern side. It's just open space, and Alliance hunting now, just passing over the field. Should be able to pick up a nice elimination there on top of it, but they see 4MV. They're stuck down towards the lower ground. They try and go for this split here. Power is in the wings, though, Jackie.
There's room for someone else to get involved. It just depends if they're quick enough to make it over there. Spreading themselves out, pot shots being taken back down. They're closing the gap between them. You've got pressure being applied. For Miracle Vibes, at least trying to stay alive and live on a prayer in some of these encounters, Blank, but it's gone in the end as they will be shut down. Nice pressure, but they can reset from it.
Brother, we've got Alliance up to 9 eliminations on the game. Jimmy, I think he was on 1% before he bled out. They pick him up. This is insane behavior from the guys on Alliance. No, he's down. He's dead. He's gone. He's gone.
Unfortunate.
Here's a quick replay, though. This fight was very well managed from D plus Kia versus Reject on what was a pretty difficult push, but Alliance just waiting here, ready to push in. I think they were very on the ball, on the money. Even from this fight, head over towards Alpha 7 versus 4 Miracle Vibes because you're picking and choosing where you can head in. It's like, do we push up towards the northeast? It's open ground. We could challenge, but then an opportunity arises. They're instantly on it.
It's the comms as well, mate. You know, those kind of situations where it does have to be the correct decision in a split second. You could see the way they were communicating off each other, prioritizing the fights. When they gave up on the chase, went over and took out For Miracle Vibes, it looked good for them. And they've not given up the chase either. Power were rotating in. Now they're locked into a bit of a clash. You've got the nades going across. That's another pickup. That's easy down on the floor. They're really cleaning house right now. They're the kings of the lobby.
I mean, they're stuck in a horrid position here versus Power. I mean, Power's just all grouped up. Any kind of nades are going to be devastating. Great smokes as well over towards Power. Really limits a lot of their sight lines here, and they are just pushing onto them. Alliance sort of taking it away here in this game. It's really good to see. These nades aren't amazing, though. Now to get towards the backside. Al-Hadji even moves into the shack. They think they've cleared it. Another one goes through. It's great onto Fadan. Now it's just Al-Hadji trying to hold it down. Gets the first. Will flush him out.
Does at least commit onto it and have that to work with. It's an awkward angle, though, through the clip of the doorway. They run on in. An Alliance silencing the Power fans. They were flying the flag high inside of the venue, but it's all gone wrong, at least with the response back. And this is the warpath that you are on, still continuing. I mean, they're resetting on these fights each time as well. Oh, man, they're looking really devastating right now. You still got close grouping, though, Blank. Power aren't entirely out of it. There's a few fragments of what remains of Tiamba as well in the near area.
It's just crazy to me that we haven't seen Boom try and get in on any of this. All they've done is sort of move from compound to slightly better strong positions. And Alliance is sort of playing how we saw IHC play at PMGC, which is just elimination heavy. But technically, they've already won out on this game. 12 elims, 12 points.
Mad.
Even if you go out now, this is a strong game. This is a really strong game coming through from Alliance. And they'll be happy with this. Basically just jumping up the rankings in 2 matches, nice and easy. The rest of the teams, there's really no one even close to that 12 elim mark. It's only Brute Force over on that western side with a 5 elim sort of trailing behind them in a big way.
I mean, Brute Force here on your screens, at least making the use of the utility they've got inside of their kit. Those nades going downhill, causing a few issues with the position you've got to play with. It's not the nicest spot to be penned in on. If you go for the exit round on the side as well, Brute Force have a good spread in terms of the angles. Should be able to get a nice amount of damage off.
Yeah, this is typically Brute Force's best map as well as Miramar. I think they love their splits, man. And if they're able to get a nice split out in open ground, they're just great at fighting it out. Another nade goes through. On top of that, he's getting a lot of damage done here, but I think Neos is now fresh out of the old detonations. We'll just drop the smokes, look to potentially hold IWNRX as they come out from this one. They're going to use the vehicles, start to pop over towards the top side. Good couple of shots. Actually, an instant headshot.
Oh, mate, yeah, that's despicable, Blank. The initial engagement's good for him, but he keeps it going. Hang on a minute. He's not content with that, is he? He wants to take down the whole squad on his lonesome. He's the last man, belly on the ground, peppering the bullets over the top. He's got the backup for the closer as well, and they're good for it. Brute Force living up to their name.
Neos basically with a 1v4 there. Insanity coming through. This guy's aim is disgusting. We're going to get a replay over here, over towards the Power engagement. Some great nades here coming through from Cluck, one after another to finish it up. But honestly, all my mind is on right now is that engagement between Neos and IWNRX. Just disgusting shot after disgusting shot. And tracing the heads whilst they're in vehicles, that's not an easy task. And Neos does make it look fairly simple. Just another day in the park, really.
Yeah, the way he was flicking off targets as well, prioritizing the HP pool and being able to deal enough damage to clean up on that, even before the backup had arrived. Didn't overcommit to the fight either. Wasn't running that many risks. It's nice to see. And they might be committing to this one here at least. You still got such good height to work with. So they're constantly keeping themselves switched in, being a presence in the other squad's minds. Meanwhile, down towards Boom, we've said we haven't seen too much of them, but they've found Tiamba, and it is a scrap for control of the land.
My Yumi's down as well. I mean, Tiamba doing pretty well here. The fact that you got Liu underneath just dealing with the entirety of the team on his lonesome. Long has to come in with the DBS, do some huge action for himself, but will be taken out. Just one final player there from Tiamba, and somehow Boom's able to hold on. It looks really bad inside that building. Bond, though, he's on his way. License to eliminate.
Oh, he's coming up. If he can find an opportunity, Molly could be in a pretty good spot as well. Try and burn him out, play with a range. Oh, cleans his way through the door, blows the first man down. DBS causing problems, looking for the hard commit on the back as well whilst he's dropped. And this actually does keep it guessing a little bit. Makes it far harder for Boom now. They thought they had an opportunity to reset, but Bonds turn up and he's bringing the heat to them.
Yumi finishes out Frenzy from his own team. That is really bad news. I mean, sure, he got an elimination for his troubles. Now shots coming through from the side. And Boom, who were in a pretty damn good position at the beginning of this map, have just done really nothing with it. They haven't sent out. They haven't claimed ground. They've just sat around. And I think this is the problem when you come to these international events, is you've got to be frag heavy. And the Xavier knows it.
Oh man, they're straight in. Looked like there was a bit of a timeline there. You could have got the damage off on the initial dropout from the vehicle, but the response isn't good enough. Good use of the nades as well. They clear out the entirety of the top floor, and it is gone.
Bond's still here, though. I don't think they realized because they saw the final flush come through, but Bond's still in the wings. Nade comes through, and it's the DBS on top of it. Bond goes in. The secret spy. They had no idea. The quick loot, and Tiamba lives to see another day.
Oh, that's huge from him, mate. He played it so smart. The initial engagements, the way he's gone back in, that's 2 cleanups from him. And overall, that's just absolutely genius. They had no idea Bond was still around. He's kept us all guessing.
Absolutely has. That was nuts from Bond. I mean, fair play, you let 2 of your teammates die whilst you're slowly running up the hill, but if you come in, you cause a commotion. I mean, honestly, if you're Boom, you're so worried. You get that second knock, you're like, where's the third guy?
Where is he?
Where is he? And Bond's come in and just played off the back of it really, really well. And again, like you said, the retreat coming through from him on that fight. So when they flushed out the entirety of Boom, they had no idea another player was there. And you've always got to be careful, especially when you hear a third-party engagement going off. You've got to assume always there's another team potentially in that position. Bond is now on his last legs.
Living on borrowed time there. Still lucky to be actually inside of the matchup. Bit of a stab in the back from Berserktas, seeing if they can sneak their way in. At least do some damage. That's brute force that have been up on this hill for far too long. He doesn't want them to be able to live out their movie like this throughout the rest of the flow of the game.
Yeah, Besiktas is over on this southwest side at the moment, and they are struggling because, like you say, brute force has really dominated a lot of this high ground. It's Neos and just pre-pod left remaining, but there's a lot of games where we have seen brute force play on with very limited amount of members, but still do very well. But coming up against Moneymakers, another Miramar champion team, with the 4 players on board, it's going to be a tough task. It's going to be a really tough task. They have just completely committed over towards this eastern side. Bishkek is over towards the northwest, so they have a lot of sight lines. A nice split to be playing with, nice to be working with. Likely they're just going to jump on top of this fight once it starts. But I think if you're brute force and Besiktas, right, you got some camaraderie in the fact that both your names start with B, but also you got camaraderie in the fact that you don't want to fight one another. You want to create a very difficult scenario for a 4-man team like Moneymakers to come in, so you sort of have to have this agreement between one another.
The gentleman's agreement. You know the win condition for either one of you, and it makes sense to try and avoid those engagements if possible. Put yourself into a better position to go for the actual chicken dinner overall. For Tiamba, it's a whole different story. The solo dolo, the main man that's been causing issues in Bond, he's just looking for the longevity on this one. If he can find any other opportunities to take a stab in the dark when they're unexpecting his potential pop-up, that's what he's going to be going for. He's got a good position in terms, at least the back line, could have a slow rotate up around the hillside. Maybe there's something to be said for it.
I mean, he's got mega loot on board as well. I mean, from that house was literally just filled with treasure in it. Brute force, spot a player there. It is Koa up close, has a nade. We'll be sending it across pretty shortly. Cook seems kind of good on it too. But there's so many sight lines here. And with the circle heading over towards the northeast, this is sort of a guaranteed victory here for the Moneymakers. Neos cannot play up to the pressure here, will fold underneath it.
You're picking off any of the potential opportunities that could steal this one away from you. And best case for Tiamba, really, if you just lift this one out, keeping your head down, I mean, there's a potential second place that could be accumulated for you off the back of it. As Moneymakers are just running their way through anyone that dares to fight them at this point, it's another easy pickup. One by one, they're dropping.
Yo, this is crazy. Bond's about to get a second place off his double team elimination inside Longhouse. This is insane work from Bond on Tiamba. Even now challenging against the final players of Moneymakers. I don't think he's got long left in this world, but what a performance from him this game.
You're going to be happy with that one. For what it was, Blank, 1 man left alive, just Bond, played it smart with a runaway. In the end, though, the chicken dinner itself will be claimed by Moneymakers. They play that one out with a high ground and the smart positioning, taking their fights and cleaning out.
Usually it's Bond that gets the win, but this time around it is Moneypenny coming through from the Moneymakers that will be able to take themselves a chicken dinner on this match. And once again, it's variation, variation, variation in terms of who's picking up these chicken dinners in this game. Gorgeous to see. I think the Moneymakers, they played out that game very well. And I think that you can make a direct comparison between them and Boom Esports, Jackie, because Boom did not do a lot of work with the position they were given. Moneymakers, on the other hand, they didn't have a lot of eliminations. They didn't go for a huge amount of kills, which is very, very uncharacteristic here for this team. But instead, they immediately and always are looking for better positions in the circle where they can control the lay of the land. And Boom just didn't do that, considering they had a great start to that match.
Yeah, just started to slip away from them the longer it went on. Well, there you go then. I mean, the competition really is getting interesting over the course of the flow of these games. You know, no double ups, no one able to take 2 back-to-back. There's no consistency there. We're keeping you guessing with each and every outing we're getting here for PUBG Mobile today. And it's interesting as well, mate. Some of the individual maneuvers really starting to heat up now. It feels like we're getting everyone nice and warmed up. They're in their flow state on the stage.
They absolutely are. And I think the fact that we had 3 teams from EMEA over towards that top side, I think teams are starting to respect this region a little bit more, because I think a lot of squads assumed, you know, more towards America's side with the Brazilians who are bringing the heat, bringing the fire. You know, some of these SEA teams as well, just absolutely killing it. But again, 3 EMEA teams towards that top side. I mean, I've got to rep it. I respect them for it. But yeah, very, very nice plays. I do love that match, though. And that is my favorite match so far from a single player on Tiamba from Bond. Like, even if I had to pick one moment from today, it would just be Tiamba's endgame here overall.
Yeah, respect to him for the way he played it, right? You know, it's a really uncomfortable position that he's been left in. And one of those where sometimes you could look back on it, you imagine the comms from the teammates, right, where he's making that heads-up decision. Yeah. But boy, did it pay off. Made up for any mistakes that could have ever been argued.
Why weren't you with us, Bond? Why weren't you with us? It's all right. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yeah, he did come back. And we will be coming back as well after a short break, so we'll see you in a few.
Well, chalk it up to another win for EMEA as Moneymakers secured themselves the chicken dinny. I know how much you two love me saying that one. And get themselves a big win on the board. But I will say this, we haven't really dove too much into EMEA as a region because obviously we're talking about like some of the big regions at the moment. But EMEA right now to me has no clear standout team. And I can't even really say team spirit who I want to say because they're in the survival stage right now.
It's true. They're going to have a bit of a rough time down there because the survival stage is so rough. But the fact that Moneymakers get this victory, it was a little bit, it kind of came their way, let's say, right? Kind of in that northeast side, there's really no teams contesting them. They were playing the information game for a long time here, realizing exactly how they were going to play this out. Only 6 elims to their name, but they played it steadily here for the victory.
Only 6 elims, but a chicken dinner 7. And those 16 points have been able to push them very far up in the leaderboards now, and maybe get them one step closer to securing a spot in the main event.
And now it's a team with a little bit of momentum too. Something that we're talking about with Kalaris while we're watching the game is that in the previous game, they were able to kind of spark off their day by being able to get some eliminations. And in this match right here, another team, I mean, if we're talking about EMEA, Brute Force, the way that they were able to just fight throughout the whole match was impressive. This team, we're talking from Prepod, he was telling me that they were more than likely going to end up fighting with Alpha 7 quite a lot. I did enjoy what I saw in this last match, which they decided to disengage of the fight from Alpha 7, which was in El Pozo. Both of those teams didn't want to fight. They made up their mind right away, and they started on their rotation. And with Brute Force, I mean, they actually ended up fighting, they ended up third-partying NRX and Osaka as well, which was good.
They're an interesting one for me, a Brute Force, because their fortunes can run really hot or really cold. Really hot in terms of, if you think back to EMEA, Game 11 of the finals, they came into that in 12th place. Then on Miramar, of all maps actually, here to be able to get things going. High ground, high ground, high ground, 20-some eliminations, a win, bam, jump up to 2nd place straight away in one game alone. So if they're capable of such explosive PUBG, we could see them continue to try and make that happen here. But again, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. I'm not convinced they're EMEA's best team. They were the champions, don't get me wrong, but I'm not convinced they're the best team. I think that there's a big spread, as Neos will take that #1 spot there.
I will say this, though, for Brute Force. Looking at one of their matches earlier on today on Erangel, they showed they were very aware of their surroundings. Remember, they were in Military Island, and instead of rotating through that West Bridge to run into potentially like 4MB, they went all the way around into East Bridge, they went into the blue, and they eventually went up against Alliance at the very end to secure themselves a 2nd place. So macro-wise, looking very solid there.
And I think that's when the experience from some of these players, right? Prepod now being here in Riyadh for the 2nd time, 2 years in a row, it goes to show they are improving, and it's kind of what I was hinting at too as well, with him letting me know, yeah, we're going to be fighting Alpha 7. For them to make that quick decision, we're not going to stay here, we're not going to stretch this out. If the fight's not going to be given, just let's start moving along, let's focus a little bit more in the later games. That's what you want to see out of these teams.
Yeah, and they're starting to step up here, and actually I want to see even potentially a head-to-head between Brute Force and Moneymakers, because they both had dynamically different ways of playing this match, as you mentioned before, Claris, right? You had Moneymakers sticking towards the east side where they really didn't have anyone to contest with, and then you had Brute Force who basically had to do what Alpha 7 had to do last match by fighting through a lot of these teams on the edge. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised a little bit by this damage, but with the way we've seen these matches play out, the teams who kind of play safe and just wait for their moment will eventually get those eliminations and eventually that damage.
Similar to what I was saying about Brute Force being kind of hot and cold, I also sometimes feel Moneymakers are like that as well when it comes to their regional play in EMEA, be it like, oh yeah, we're going to either bomb out with 0 eliminations or we're going to get 20 eliminations and then get the chicken dinner as well. But when we looked at that actually all play out here for Moneymakers, this was a more calculated Moneymakers in their approach to the late game compared to what I've previously seen. It was very clear to me that they were looking to distinguish, okay, we know how many are alive on the other side of the ridgeline, etc., but is it 1 or 2 teams? How can we gain this information? Are they shooting at each other? Just being able to identify that and then be able to roll through it means that, you know, they're trying their very best to kind of understand the situation that's going to play out in front of them if they go and sweep.
And for Moneymakers, the big question mark for that team has been, how are they going to be performing in their first, for a lot of their players, in their first global event to this scale? Yes, they have Allboy, but Allboy's currently not playing. He's one of the substitutes, and it comes down to, okay, maybe in the first couple games, were they a little bit nervous? Something that is going to be benefiting them is that they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to be able to have some time to digest what happened today, see where they can improve, and come back on the final day of group stages and improve on whatever mistakes they made early on.
Okay, obviously these teams have a chance to win a lot of money, but you at home have a chance to win some money as well if you head over to TikTok and follow PUBG Mobile Esports, and also post a video of yourself either in-game or out-of-game doing your favorite victory dance, and make sure to use the hashtag PMWC victory dance. You're entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual game cards. So make sure you guys pick them up for yourself. And in the meantime, before we head into our final match of the day, let's head down the stage with the interview with the Lions. Let's hear what they had to say about one of their prior wins.
And here we go from behind the stage with Jimmy from Alliance. What a performance we are seeing from the last two matches. But Jimmy, I have a very good question for you. First three matches, it was a rough start for you guys, but then happened the break. From the break comes the chicken dinner. How you guys managed to pull that out?
Before the break, we always reset a mindset. So coach remind us to play like a basic one. So we play like, usually we play at the PMSL, so after the break, we break it.
So you just do the reset to your own settings and so on. So from the match 4, basically that was a chicken dinner. Then the match 5, you guys played aggressive. You nailed a lot of eliminations for you guys. Is this the style we are expecting from Alliance?
Maybe we have hit some third party for us, so we join. We only join, so maybe lucky.
So based on your luck, you nailed the chance, you had an opportunity, and you grabbed it. You have basically this is the last match for you guys, and then you have a full day break for you. You're going to be preparing, going over the mistakes you guys did in this day, or are you going to focus only on the third day as it is?
So for the last map, I think we play like usually, and then we reset and focus for the next day to bring the point to main event.
All right, thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. We'll let you do it. As we heard, guys, from Alliance, they are doing a mind reset and going back to it. طبعا لجمهورنا العربي على طول بنعطيكم.
Oh, you heard from Alliance how they're feeling, how they reset, but we're not going to be resetting. We're jumping straight in like a jumper cable to excitement. Electricity's in the air, Blank. It's the last game of the day, day one here. How are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
Honestly, I'm feeling really good. I think there's been awesome games so far, back to back to back. And I mean, the break, when that happened, reset everyone's mentality.
It really did.
We're just banging out amazing game after amazing game. We're finishing things off on Miramar, nice and hot, just like Saudi Arabia right now as well, which is
a bit warm.
Yeah, I'm burning. I'm burning up. I can't handle it. I've got like factor 9,000 sun cream on.
You need it.
I need it.
You need it.
Yeah, I do need it. It's bad. I'm like I reflect in the light. I'm blinding everyone as I walk the studio.
Like a big mirror ball.
I'm like a big mirror ball.
Look at him shine.
Look at me shine. Look at me shine. But yeah, we're heading into the game. We're going to see which team is going to be able to select themselves a chicken dinner off the several recipe lists we've got from the crazy cook back in the kitchen with his parry pan, his attack pan.
Yeah.
And we're getting into the last game where hopefully we'll see some more pans.
At this point, I am convinced that it's an entire team of chefs, Blank.
Oh, you
because
think so?
the way we're cooking up these storylines, cooking up these individual plays, and keeping everyone, us
need more
included,
people
on our
in the
toes,
kitchen.
right? Yeah, if anything, that's saying about there being too many cooks, it's not true enough. We need many cooks.
We need all the cooks right now.
We need some more cooks in here.
Yeah, we do. Some teams are being cooked, though, in the game, unfortunately.
Proverbially, yes.
Proverbially cooked. And they just cannot handle it. Some of them are just not hacking the pressure. Some of them aren't getting that Alliance reset that we saw Kiali talking about as well. So we'll see. We'll see what they can bring out in this final game. Because I think for Power, the smiles aren't really there as much anymore. Because this game, the game day hasn't been giving too much.
No.
I think they've been getting into some solid positions, but there's just some teams here where really damn good.
It's that aggression. It is the sort of, pedal to the metal style intuition that we've seen from Udo with how they've been taking fights. You remember the amount of points we saw accumulated in first few minutes of that game, Blank. And it was the prioritization, the way they were taking each fight, keeping everyone guessing. It's rough as well because the duality of emotions you've got for a team like Power with the home crowd sat there waving their name, their banner directly in front of them, seeing that with their eyes, whilst also then having that occur inside of the game. It's a rough one to mentally reset from. But we know they can. We've seen that. This would be a good game to at least establish yourself a bit higher up the rankings.
Yeah, man. And everyone wants to be able to get their key inside that trophy.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of this one. You do not want to be going home here because, again, just to reiterate, you guys at home, top 12 from this current little tournament at the beginning of the group stage will be heading through to the main stage next week, but the bottom 12 will be heading through to survival stage, and survival stage is going to be hell for some of these squads. We do not have a lot of slots to be given away to get to that main stage if you do not make it into the top 12 here. So got to keep up that performance, which is why we are seeing these aggressive plays day in, day out, because these players know they need to hit these big points now, and big points come from big elimination games.
Yeah, you've got to play with the stature that the tournament demands from you at this stage, right? There's no easy ones. There's no freebies. You know, that's the thing. If you don't come out absolutely swinging, 100%, man.
Yeah.
Load that bad boy, put the fresh clip in, deal some damage, let it swing.
100%. I think for me, so far, there's been only a few teams that have been really, truly impressive. And I think for Alliance, Alpha 7, potentially D+ Kia. Surprisingly for D+ Kia. I think Rejects had some good games, but they are being overwhelmed now at this point in time. And I think earlier on the day, I would still be singing their praises, but just that factor that teams seem to be realizing, if we just run at them really fast.
And that's the thing, and that's what Alpha 7 have been doing consistently. Just getting in there and getting stuck into the action. And we've actually got an interview with them prepared and ready to go. So let's see what they had to say for themselves. Let's get into that interview with Alpha 7.
Joining me here from in front of the stage, the STE Arena, where PMWC will be played, is the infamous Revo from Alpha 7. How do you feel? It's the first day of the group stage. How do you feel?
Tô me sentindo bem, tô confiante, a gente treinou muito, estudou muito, se preparou o máximo que deu e hoje a gente vai dar nosso melhor e que seja feita a vontade de Deus e vamos embora para cima.
So he said that they are already relaxed for today. They're being ready because they've been planning this for so long. They've been studying, they've been working hard, and they will do their best, and they hope like the God's favor will be with them and they will win.
You said it's basically preparing for this. It's been so long, and it's been so long for Alpha 7 to have a global title. Why is this different for you? Like, why the PMWC is different for you guys?
Acho que a gente entendeu o que deve ser feito. A gente não conseguiu os outros títulos, PMWC 2022, 2023, PMWI, mas agora a gente tem muita fé que vai dar certo e a gente está preparado e pronto para dar bala em todo mundo.
So he said like the arena understand where they did not do well for the previous time, for like 2022, 2023 PMWD. So for now, they will be ready and they will be like shooting everyone.
Who's your biggest competitor to this title?
Eu não tenho, a gente não tem.
So they said like none of them.
Okay, okay. A lot of confidence, and we love that, of course. And we're going to see how this confidence is going to be played on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us.
Confidence through the roof there for Alpha 7, and they've been showing that inside of the battle. Let's get back into it then, Blank, as we can set this one off and get course correcting for what should be an explosive finish.
Well, the cleaners mopping the floors there. We'll see who can mop the floors in this game as well. Who's going to be able to pick up some big points, because we are in our last match of the day. But don't worry, because there'll be more tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that.
Keeps it going.
We're just going to keep it going. We're just going to keep it going. We've got PUBG Mobile action galore all the time, but if you just want to be coming in for the main stage, that is going to be happening a little bit later. After this group stage, we do have the survival stage to decide who's going in for that main tournament. It's still going to be spicy. It's still going to be fun. Probably very spicy, considering there's only limited slots, but for now, we are over towards Miramar. Match 6. See who can come out on top on this one.
I see who's going to be taking it. As we've seen a bit of an exchanging of hands, we've been shaking it up a lot with what we've been having occur in front of our solo peepers, Blank, our eyeballs inside of the games. It's been pretty interesting today, I'll give you that. First half started us off with success. It's followed on now with the past couple games we've had here, and I'd hope for a big boom at the end of this one to really bring it on home.
I want some explosive action towards the end here, and I think that what we've seen so far would only indicate that that's all we're going to see. We're going to see more of that. More of that is going to be coming through. This is more of a kind playing path, I would say, Jackie. I think that what we have here is going to be able to give a lot of teams much more space to play inside the circle. It's going to give them a lot more space to play in the map in general, which means we're going to see less hot drops. You already see here Tiamba has wussed out. They're not going back to El Azhar. That was a bad time for them. But yeah, Circle also really kind. I think this is one of the first games I've seen in quite a long time, actually, where I've been like, playing path, cool. Circle, cool. This is all down to skill now.
Yeah, there is no abnormalities that are going to make it far harder, which is always nice to see, mate. And like you say as well, I imagine there is probably a little bit of the memories living rent-free in the minds of Tian. But for one man, Big Bond, he's probably quite happy with how that went in the end.
So I don't think that went too badly.
I think it was fine, lads, if I'm honest with you. We killed quite a lot of them. We were racking up the elims.
Yeah, but it was kind of sick. Second place, but I did well. And they're all like, oh,
yeah, all
really
right. I mean,
ruined
yeah,
it.
maybe it could have been better, but yeah.
Bond's just beaming the entire time.
Just smiling away on the drop. Let's get a chicken dinner this time, guys.
It's easy. It's easy, this lobby, actually. I'll chuck on all of them.
If you all did what I did, it would have been fine. It's not really fine on the drop, though, for Berserktas, at least in terms of the opening engagement. Kago Saka being able to find the first elim there and open that one up. Take the top off like a can opener.
Yeah, I mean, Besiktas so far have not done too badly in these matches.
Yeah.
The old scaling of the building tech right there.
Parkour.
Nice to see. Something you can add to your own games at home if you so wish. Easy to get down from those buildings. Pretty useful as well if you want to get off that high ground nice and quick. It does take quite the time to scale all those stairs when you can just grip onto the windows like a bit of a Spider-Man antics going on. Boom, esports, Impala. Did not do enough that last game, in my opinion. I think there was a lot more that they could have invested in that match in terms of positioning, in terms of movement, in terms of rotations to get themselves further up on those tables. I mean, we're looking right now as they come up on a screen, like the production is magic. They can see into my brain what's going to happen next, but never mind, they've ruined me. They gave me the stats for 2 seconds. Bring them back right now, this instant. But yeah, we do have brute forces stats that
Oh, mate. You cast the curse in the broadcast bank.
What's going on?
Why are you doing this?
What's happening? What's happening? I feel like someone... if I talk about the rankings, is it going to be okay? I think it is. But yeah, Judo Alliance right now, 41 points. Not bad at all. Alpha 7, 45. And D plus Kia, 50 points. I think that's the big surprise from this tournament so far, is D plus Kia in first place at 50 points. You know, I was talking to the big brain himself, Mr. Max Mann, and he was saying that did not think the Korean teams really had it in them anymore to hit those big points. But D plus Kia used to be this team we would hail as central team, pick up a compound, kick up the feet, turn on the telly, and have themselves a good game off the back of that. But feels like they're actually hitting some good shots, they're taking some good fights, and they're not afraid to go for some of these eliminations. So it's a very, very big change for D plus Kia, I would say. I mean, considering the fact that a lot of the team has been switched out a bit, so there's bound to be gameplay changes off the back of that too.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of that as well, where especially off the end of today, going into tomorrow, it'll be very interesting to see how clearing the bag, you know, back at the hotel, have a look back at the benchmarks, watch back the VOD, see what you can adjust to see how that's going to shake things up as well, because that's going to be a big part of it. There's been some unlucky engagements for a few of the squads that potentially looked like they were really going to have a field day with the early setups we saw from them, and then by the end of it, you look 5 minutes later, blank, you know, we're down to 3 squads remaining, none of them still alive and kicking at that point, so it's interesting. We'll see how that shapes up, though. That's an idea for tomorrow. For now, we'll stick with the present.
Because it's like such a quick tournament as well, like 3 days, right? That's the difficulty. And for when you get home and you try and unpack this, like it's far easier for some teams like D plus Kia, Alpha 7 to be like, well, what went well today? And they have a lot to look at and be like, we can do that again. But there's some teams like IW NRX who is a case of everything went wrong today.
Yeah.
What can we change? And I do think one of the biggest deals for IW NRX is that they've come from a region where they felt on top of the world. They felt like they could fight anyone. If it came down to a 4v4, they just win. And that safety net been pulled out from underneath them. Some of these fights that would have just been, right, we're going to take this compound, we're going to fight them, we're going to win, they can't do that anymore. So picking up these really strong positions around the map, just not a possibility.
No, makes it far harder. Keeps you guessing. And it is interesting, so we'll see. That's definitely something that will develop over the course of the next few days here, especially as the competition rages on, as there is so much PUBG Mobile over the course of the next little while, Blank. We got a lot to get through. This is only the beginning, so I hope you've been enjoying the show today so far. We've kept you on your toes. And like we said, I reckon this one's definitely got the innings to have a fair bit of gas to it, Blank, as it starts to develop.
But Moneymaker's here, previous winners of our last game there on Miramar, so just need to do it again. Just do it again, lads. Do it again. Which is nice to see, because I do think that Kale makes a good point over on the broadcast as well, in the sense of, look, Brute Force, Moneymakers, they're both hot and cold teams, right? You know, you're either getting the iced coffee or getting the very, very red hot coffee from these guys. And it's difficult to know what type of day is going to come out from either of these squads. So it does make it difficult for other teams in the case of, are they just going to annihilate us today, or are they just going to let us walk all over them? So I do think for Moneymakers, it is nice to see them pulling off some big games. But I do think that the biggest factor for the Moneymakers, Jackie, in that last match is the fact that they won that one off the back of good rotations and a strong end game. And I will say that for the most of the matches that in EMEA where they were doing really well, it was more of an opportunistic playstyle, going for third parties, taking really big risks in terms of how can we make this fight very uncomfortable for another team so we can win off the back of it. So it was interesting to me that they've worked a lot on their just rotational based game, a more passive playstyle, which is nice. Because I think if you are a team like Moneymakers, you're coming into this tournament, they've done a lot of research and they've done the right research.
Yeah, they've got the adaptations that they need. Bit of a triple barrel row there.
That's kind of nice.
You'd like to see that. I mean, that would get what, maybe 8 points? I'll give that an 8 points.
8 points, 8.2.
8.2?
Yeah.
I'm saying he'll be happy with that one, mate. That's quite nice. He can print that out, put it on the fridge, have it to look back on. Well, you'd hope they'd have something more from this one. You know, we were talking about power a lot over the course of the past couple of games, and I'd really like to see it on the server, have them just come alive, really, in some of these engagements. It's felt uncomfortable in terms of the positioning. I think that's kind of been the more rough position for them they've been fighting from. It's always an uphill battle.
I think if you speak to any kind of PUBG Mobile fan and you ask about power, you will 100% get the vibe that they're not a bad team. They aren't a bad team by any stretch of the word. I mean, most of the teams here at PMWC are not bad teams.
You've got to be good.
You've got to be good to make it this far, but Power currently aren't really playing to the standard that I would expect them to. There's some good shots coming through from Easy, but the rest of the team is just down on their knees. Icy does hit the deck. Is knocked, but not flushed yet. And Moneymakers are just handling business over on this side of the map, down towards the southeast. In the meantime, we do get a circle. Heads up towards Hacienda del Patron. Interesting finish here for a lot of squads. Bit of open area, some big old buildings to play around with. Could be a very fun finish. Now Haji soars into this compound, away from the danger zone that is the Moneymakers.
Yeah, he had to get out. Rest of the squad, unfortunately, it's not so easy for them as they go down heavy off the back of the engagement with Moneymakers. He bought a bit of time for the getaway with the single knock, but that's all it's going to be. You can reset from that engagement. So things are fine for Moneymakers, and you're getting the additional points off the back of it. Reject crawling on the bellies as well, trying to go around the edge here, but they got nades raining down on top of them as Poser dashes out another one. The smoke's at least giving them some cover, but it's not too clean. Kago Saka, they've got an angle from the other side, and they're always finding these cheeky picks in the back.
Yeah, this is the rough part, and I think this is where a lot of teams have sort of switched up their gameplay, refined it a little bit in the sense that if you're going to go for a crash on a building, you need to be on that building. You can't go for these splits like where we see Regiosio right now, because so many teams are waiting for this to happen. How can we take advantage of it? How can we improve our position by taking advantage of a bad one? Here's our little replay on the triple barrel roll, which somehow,
wait, that's like 6.
Yeah,
maybe 7.
Somehow, some way, just casually back on its belly.
Yeah, not bothered, not bothered. He's got the new magnetic wheels. Lure you back down to the ground.
It's loaded dice wheels. They can never end up upwards.
You always get 6s. Yeah.
How is that possible?
Just a bit of luck.
Just a bit of luck. Don't look in my backpack.
Please don't inspect the dice. We've weighed them.
This one is significantly heavy, sir.
Only in one location.
Interesting, interesting. Right now, we're weighing heavy over towards probably Boom and IWNRX, though. Got some nice central spots for themselves. I'm a bit more concerned about that area of the map because I do think final game of the day, if you're IWNRX or Boom Esports, you're looking for something big.
Yeah.
You don't want to be going into tomorrow just having bad game after bad game after bad game. Really affects the mental. And they have to understand, and I'll keep saying it, that the bottom 12 be heading through to that survival stage. You do not want to be in that bottom 12. And it's so forgiving and so unforgiving at the same time. Because the bottom 12, you're put in a position where any mistake could lead you not getting through to the main tournament. But 12 teams being given that chance out of the 24 to get into the main tournament, that's a lot of squads. So you've got to make the most out of those 3 days.
Yeah, live by the sword and go down by the sword. You really can make your own history. Don't want to leave it up to someone else in those sort of situations to lap you a point and then be gambling, living on a dream that you're able to float your way through. So put your best foot forward when we get there. For now, pot shots across the board, taking out the tires and making it awkward for the getaway for moneymakers from the ridge they've got as we start to see the move up on the rotates.
Yeah, this brute force rotation right now from water treatment is one that's kind of curious. I mean, they do come from La Cabrera, so it's a bit of a difficult rotation for them, but they have made it through. Not many teams trying to stop them, but is this fight between them and 4 Miracle Vibes? Pre-pod almost certainly going down. Nice little off angle here from Baron as well. And I think that 4MV very much expecting teams to come through from that northern side, set themselves up nicely. No one really on that south side is challenging them because Kagosaka, why would they leave Hacienda? It's a strong spot for them to be in.
And the vibes are good right now. For Miracle being able to make the plays that they need, only taking small amounts of damage, little licks here and there. There is a bit of a clash back though, as things have gone quite rough for Brute Force in terms of the damage and the knocks that you've established. So you're looking to at least keep yourself guessing. You've seen the compound's been grabbed, that's more cover to work with, dives in the vehicle and looks to double back a bit further. And they're closing the distance on this. They want to take them out if possible.
Yeah, it's difficult now for Brute Force as they get closed in on. I think Neos has done his absolute best to try and keep players at bay. Chudo, Freezer, Neos all up, but 4MV getting ever closer into nade range. They're all stacked up here. Apex with 6 grenades. That one has to be big. It's right on target. Takes him down, and Judo's still alive. Another one, nicely placed, but Judo will go down before he can send another across. There's no response. Neos does not have the angle, and Baron's far behind.
Oh, scrapping in the middle of the proverbial cell right now with the damage that's being established. You've got a little bit of cover from the back line, but there's no real angle for him to help the rest of the squad. Meds being popped, so Miracle Vibes have to start moving around and getting a bit closer into this one. In the meantime, power down and out as well as they get wiped off the equation, and the gap is being closed.
Meantime, Tiamba, what was that? Just instantly coming up on the feed there. Entirety of Moneymakers just out of the game. Freezer, the up-and-coming rookie from EMEA. This guy's gone instantly to a LAN right now. He's got to be feeling pretty nervous about this, but he was the biggest clutch member coming out from EMEA in a long, long while. Let's see how he handles the big stage in front of him.
And he dodged those nades, the proficiency he's been showing us so far. Bullet round the sideline will clip him. Went for the re-peek on the angle, not going to work too well. He's finally down. Neos, he's been backing off this whole time, looking to actually have a better Overwatch position to help out. Rest of the squad's been finished off for it. Can he do something outrageous here? At least look for the isolated fights. I don't know if he's been seen on the peak.
Yeah, I think he might have given away his position here just slightly. Baron moving around on the side. This is really good play from 4MV. They've just been isolating sight lines. Neos just find a shot. Immediately has to look over towards Doc, but well done to 4MV. They weren't taking any chances on that fight, but immediately back on board with Alliance as D plus Kia look to swarm over the edge. It is Leon's though with the S12K just putting the hurt in.
Oh, mate. D+, this would be huge for them. Already at the top of the rankings, if they can keep on climbing and take down Alliance inside of this fight, you'd be over the moon with it. You've got at least a bit of a move up. The ridge here could work. Pre-prime the nade as well for the peak around the corner. See if he can get the splash damage off. It's going to be tight on the peak. Seen the man on the face. Knows that it's really getting risky now. This is looking rough. I mean, there is an opportunity to maybe make something off it, but the nades are going wide.
Yeah, it's a nice move there from D plus Kia. They're completely faking out the position where the bodies will be. And the nade comes out just a little bit too soon. Osal has a big task in front of him, takes a big chunk of damage from the nade, but it's not enough to sit this guy down as he stands up for the rest of the squad here. And we'll finish off Alliance. Like you said, this is big news, pushing them further down the rankings so they can't catch up here. And D+, once again, getting further ahead of everyone else here. Really good stuff for this Korean squad. I think that they've been surprising everyone today. Here's Al-Haji, decent hole, but not quite enough versus DRX.
No, not going to be enough for the Power fans again. That was when we saw them exit stage left a few moments ago. But the fights have been delivering consistently on this one, and there really is never a dull moment. Smokes up to provide a bit of a shroud, see if they can bail out the teammate that's down cold on the deck. Zinko know the locations of Tiamba. You've also got a bit of a backstab as well developing with the height that's established there.
Yeah, Bond goes down there. That's Xavier on that southeast side. They've had some really good games in the past where they were able to control a lot of space. Right now, their split is pretty wide on that southeast edge. Only really have to deal with D plus Kia, who are wolf-packing it, honestly, in towards that northern side of the map. Quite a few squads still left in the game. You know, stage 4, almost a stage 5. Stage 5, sort of that snap where everything starts to go very much downhill for some teams. We do have the old zip line in front of us for a quick getaway if needed.
A DK on DX action starting to build up in front of us with the rotations. It's the high ground that could really be the fickle mistress, though. You've got better angles to take this fight. Lamborghini all the way towards the back has a nice bit of control to work with. Starting to move their way up at least. They've got the vehicles. A little bit of momentum for them. Reposition from the side of Xavier, so they don't overcommit to the engagement here. In terms of the closer rotations as well. I mean, Inko and Tiambut further back, so they've actually got a bit of coverage on this one. Training a lot of those smokes, though.
Yeah. I think right now, Xavier have a lot of high ground to play around with. You can see that their split went from being ultra wide to being now super narrow because they want to be able to deal with D plus Kia. They know they have the high ground, and the best thing they can do here is force the team over towards the western edge. I mean, they could make that push over towards Besiktas, but we know that Kagosaka has great sightlines over towards that compound. We saw Reject take heavy hits earlier on. Reject were able to manage to stay as 3, which is kind of interesting to me, honestly. I thought that they would sort of down and out in the ditches, but able to find themselves a bit of a compound to play around with. Next circle, just about to pop, heads further towards that eastern side, making this position from Xavier even more important to keep their hands on.
Yeah, see if they can control the rotations. Rotates that are now starting to occur. You've got the fragment, quick getaway. See if you can move your way up a little bit here. And you're right as well. For Reject, I'm surprised to see they're still standing and actually found themselves a bit of a safe spot to play around. It looked rough. Last time we checked in on them, it wasn't looking good. Green around the gills. But now, maybe there's an opportunity. They can go for the same style of play. Keep the damage out on the rotate and see if they can make it awkward for Kagosaka, who are at least looking to reset and slowly move out in those duos. Get the map control they're looking for.
D plus Kia, like you said, they did get that runaway in K. They didn't want to send too many players out towards him because if he anchors, gets taken down, that's fine. They lose a player, but at least they know that that place is taken and they'll have to go for a different approach. But he's got in, and he's got in quite well. It's not the greatest of plays in terms of positions, but it is somewhere. And I think that with the circle the way it was, realistically for D plus Kia, they just needed somewhere to stay. And they can hold out a lot of these teams that are playing on that western edge. IWNRX and Boom, once again, they are far into the game now, stage 5, and these are important matches for them. So for IWNRX, my eyes are on them this match.
For Alpha 7, we heard in the interview that they were feeling confident. They thought that everyone was their competition. Not a single squad was isolated from them. They just wanted to take down any names that dared to step towards them. And they keep the pressure on, at least, making it a bit more awkward for Kag on the rotate. You've got close grouping of about 3 squads there as well. So not much room to breathe, at least a bit of cover provided amongst them. They can take their time to heal back up.
A7, though, getting ripped to pieces as Kagosaka comes through, and that's Alpha 7 down. And again, I did want to say it earlier, but I feel like this is Alpha 7's biggest downfall. Is he coming to these tournaments trying to say that, you know, no one's your competition? I get that you want to have confidence coming into this, but you need to place your chips on the table sometimes to be like, this team's really good.
Yeah.
We need to take care of them. We need to watch out for them. I think respect is something that needs to be brought up on that squad, honestly, because you can't be making those plays and expecting not to just get demolished. I mean, they got an initial good shot off, but the crash was lacking there, Jackie.
They had so much time to reset from the last engagement as well, so back on full health and just made it look easy. Blinking, you would have missed it on that one from Alpha 7, sweep onto them. And it's not looking too great then. So yeah, they put a target on their back, potentially blank with that interview.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The big old bullseye. Boom. Still 4 players, 1 elimination, but it's 4 Miracle Vibes up to 5. And I think they've been playing this game much more akin to how we usually see 4 Miracle Vibes play their matches out. I think it's been a weird 5 matches so far for them, where some of those smart plays, some of those intelligent rotations we usually see from 4 Miracle Vibes just weren't there for me. They weren't there for me, but it looks like someone has switched on brain with Big Head and now are working well in these matches, which is good to see. It is really good to see because I think that they were a big favorite in these upcoming games.
They just got to keep it consistent. This has been non-stop, obviously, ever since you saw the control from DXavier previously. It's been hard for D+ Kia to actually make their move past them. Now you're
That's a nice nade.
Oh, the rebound on that. It looked like it was all about to go west, but you bounce it round the corner, get the establishing damage off, somehow reset the fight they were thrown into. You got the backup from Reject now waking their way in through the hill as well and putting damage down from range. It's all getting messy.
That was an unbelievable bounce. I mean, sure, he takes out his own teammate, but kept him alive for a little bit longer. But this is a perfect time for Reject to move in. They have 3 players still alive. DXavier sort of split up here as Paragon immediately moves back over towards the east. Central circle. Tiamba has a nice little bit of a ridge to play around with here. And Reject's not currently in. If you want to see, it's only 2 players up there with Nade as well as Chua. Potentially there's an opportunity here, but instead they're more focused over towards Kagosaka, trying to move out. Regiosio got him dead to rights here on the angle.
Being fed a few opportunities on the peaks. And it is making it very awkward. Kagosaka recovering from this one looks very slim. Everything's gone wrong for you. All you've basically got is that shroud of smoke, but even then with the angle Reject have been playing off, Osio is able to hit shot after shot when they do have to peak. You're at a stalemate for getting away from that.
A lot of teams just waiting things out. It's Tiamba though versus Inko, who've moved in. There's been some great shots. I'm not sure if that's 3 down there with just Nenebete out on the eastern side, refusing to make in. And he lives on the push as well. NXC, alive to tell the tale. A 2v4 at this stage in the game is unheard of.
You've given him the keys to the car and he is just breezed out of there, topping out at 7 miles an hour. Battling back as well, Tiamba looking to keep the carnage going. Snapshots across, looks to reset for the quick rapid reload. Knows that he could get a prime shot off here on target, and that's where it is, Blank. Softening him up and keeping it uncomfortable.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, Paragon will steal it away, but I think Tiamba's honestly happy with that regardless. QZ, NXC, able to pick themselves up a 4 elim on the game, up to 7 now towards the top side. Beautiful stuff. Kagosaka finally finished off. But again, it's 4MV. IW NRX off in the distance. Frozen's already down and taken out. They are sweeping right now. 4MV coming online. A little bit late, but better late than never.
Yeah, their hearts are pumping right now of how they're playing this. Confidence is definitely there from the choreography of PUBG Mobile we're seeing thrown out from them. Nades downhill. Reject have been losing a lot of the stock they've had to play with as the numbers are being thinned, and it is a rough battle to work with. Look at the angles you're fighting from here from DXavier, and a difference in the utility they've got to work with as well. You're being barraged by the nades. They know they fragmented them. Ostio trapped behind the vehicle, lucky to be standing.
Yeah, it's a nice nade actually as well coming from DXavier. Paragon still just cleaning out that eastern side. Pretty confident that his 3 teammates can take on the remaining members there from Reject. I don't know, man. It's a difficult game to call. I mean, Boom's still in the game with this wide split over towards that north side. Waiting on this next circle, though. That's probably going to be the decider here. Heads up towards that north side. Now it's up to 4MV versus Boom. But already a shot comes through onto 4MV. I think that might have been a flush as well. Boom do actually get taken down by Paragon all the way in the back there. One player goes down, another one hits the deck. What is happening here?
They had a good spread on it. You had the better angle to work with for Miracle Vibes in the back, completely causing issues as well. Again, a barrage of bullets finds its way onto Boom. There's only 1 man trapped, living on borrowed time. There's a nice nade in the back pocket as well. Should be able to get that right on target with the low HP. It's got to be a goodbye moment, and he's gone.
That was crazy good. I mean, Doc was just unbelievably good over in CSA, honestly. The people were saying that Max was glazing. And he absolutely should have. This guy is insane.
He deserved it.
He deserved it. And I'm glad that Doc's actually finally waking up a little bit here in these games. But again, for a lot of these other squads in the lobby, hearing that slumbering beast start to growl awake is not a good sound for you. DXavier looking to clean out these final members coming through from Tiamba, QZ, NXC. Nade throws 1 through. That's going to get confusing for me, I reckon.
Finally for Reject, it felt like they had been alive for so damn long, basically trapped in a rough spot. They're now finally taken out of commission as DXavier are going from playing passive to taking the aggression back onto the other squads that have been put into unfavorable positions here.
For Miracle Vibes starting to get their split on now. I mean, they can see that there's a lot of fighting, or at least hear it off in the distance. So they're going to wrap for this ridge over towards that north side, pen IWNRX in. And I think this is the best thing for 4MV right now, is they've got so much information because they have taken space. Dork on the sidelines, though. QZ with a unreal spray. Hits the dome and will knock Dork back a bit.
And this could be Tiamba trying to see if they could repeat history again. Going to be far harder this time to stay alive as a solo and steal away any sort of points off the back of the placement. And that is going to be a rough timing on the heel. Taken down. He's finished off there. And the carnage continues then, bringing us down to just the final 3 squads. 2 players knocked on either one of them. DXavier up with 3 players still kicking. You've got 4 Miracle Vibes with 2 alive. How's this going to go in terms of the spacing? Yeah, it's not looking good for DXavier on the way. You could just mow your way through on the cross here if they can get the angles. They've been good in the firefights as well. Yeah.
I think with DXavier, it's not the end of the world for them right now. They can still push up. They are outside the blue, and that's going to be their biggest difficulty. IWNRX still have 3 players, though, Jackie, and they still, I would say, are not to be underestimated in these lobbies. But being crunched between 2 squads is never an ideal situation. Quick step up here from Kine. We'll spot 1 from 4MV, but that'll be about it. And I think DXavier panicking almost at this point, I'd say.
Potentially. I mean, the pressure could be getting you in terms of the angles you've got to contend with here. You do get the full reset off and have the manpower advantage in terms of the fights, but you're going to be ushered forward. There's not a lot of cover to work with, and that's the problem. That's when you're going to get sweep from the side. And how do they contend with both squads at the same time, Blank? They don't have enough guns for it.
Yeah, and right now, all DXavier are doing is just putting themselves in the sightlines of IWNRX as 4MV just keeps them penned into that cage right now, and they're throwing away the key. It's a difficult scenario. You can see them all stimming up, getting ready for their last stand here. Ike Aragon charging the gates.
It's your last opportunity, moving the vehicle forward to at least have cover from the side. You know where Miracle Vibes can see you from, and you don't want to expose yourself to it. Slowly edging forward as well due to the zone, nipping at their heels. They jump in the vehicle and make the bold move. Engagement's good to at least open up. This was the worrying scenario. If they can clean house here, they're in a great spot. They're able to pick those up one after another, establishing the knocks and wiping them out of the contrastion. And this could be massive now. You've got an edge blank. 4 players alive for DXavier. For Miracle Vibes down to 3. They were getting good chip damage off. They're fragmented in terms of the setup. You're looking for the flank round the back. There could be some moves to make on this one. Nate going in from the top. Is it going to be on target? You get the clear on both sides. Lamborghini's eating the brunt of the damage. Paragin looks to clear it from the edge. It's not going to work well for him. For Miracle Vibes, it doesn't matter that they're outnumbered because they certainly aren't outgunned as they put the pressure on and run away with that one in the end.
Goodness me, the Vibes were good in that last game before Miracle Vibes themselves. 4V looking unbelievable in those final moments. I mean, I got to give credit to DXavier where credit is due, though. Great smoke, instant play over towards the back line and the front line on IWNRX, but immediately see Doc just charging, sprinting on his little boots there over towards the high ground to stare down the face of DXavier. Really, really good endgame. And again, that's that tactical nature that we were expecting from 4MV coming into today, into PMWC in general. The beast is awake, and I think that teams got to be worried about this going into the rest of the group stage now, because that was a really good game that needs them a little bit of energy, a little bit of positive vibes coming their way, because coming into tomorrow, that's only going to get worse for them. So I do enjoy the fact that we had 4MV, and again, a very different team once for us here. So another recipe on the chicken dinner, and it has just been all over the shop right now. No team wants to let anyone get ahead. I think Alpha 7 just kind of fell over that game versus Kagasaka. Like you said, they had the full reset, they allowed them the time, and they were worried about making that push. D plus Kia, 7 elim game, sits them further towards that top side. Tiamba also looking kind of nice. I think they have some clutch potential, but overall the team play, not quite there at the moment.
Yeah, that's the problem right now. It feels like the individuals are looking good, but you got to get everything in a line. Get the ducks back in a row, especially going into tomorrow's games. Like you say, though, at least you've got some positives to have a look at there and sort of make your decisions on, Blank, in terms of what needs to be changed. So hopefully they can adjust those issues. Overall, though, for Miracle Vibes, having a big game there in terms of decision-making as well, even when at a bit of a disadvantage, they still knew how to play it. They took the angles they needed.
Yeah, I think for 4MV, it's just a case of like, that wasn't an easy game by any stretch of the word. I mean, they were in quite open area for a long time, some really good splits. And it was, you could almost see the duality between Paragin, between DXavier and 4MV, the way they were playing it. And I think it did just get to that moment where the circle shifting over towards that northern side, that thing you were mentioning, where DXavier were going to get ushered into that circle. That was going to be the factor that ruined them. And I think they took an awesome fight between them and IW and NRX. It's just unfortunate that you're going up against teams now where they see an opportunity. It's like, you can't really get away with that. We're not just going to let you take down that team for free.
Yeah, it was a nasty one for them, but for Miracle Vibes will be happy with that, and I imagine the desk is as well. Proverbial desk, of course. Let's get back down there with Jason Kaplan and the boys.
Let's go. 4MV, man. I've been waiting for these guys to show up. I got to cover them with Maxman over for PMSL CSA, and they were insane. And I said to you, Seven, Doc is the nade master. And you got to see a little bit there why I kept saying it.
I was doubting it at first, and then I saw it and I was like, ooh, okay, I agree. I want to see more. I can't wait to see more of that because it was quite impressive. And I'm with you too. We were wondering what was going on there with 4MV. We weren't seeing like... We saw some good performances, but it wasn't too like what we expected to. This is a good way to close out day one.
Yeah, definitely so. They've got to live up to the regional performance that they put up. I mean, there you saw Doc being MVP, despite his, I think his average survival time being 18 minutes 54 seconds across that whole tournament long, and 3 out of the
second.
Hey, I'm doing what I can. I've got some numbers in my head, right? 3 out of the 5 guys in terms of playing over in CSA as well were all masters of using utility. The most nades used during all of that time. So as you say, they are nade masters, they're utility masters, and we saw just there that in practice.
And also, something we haven't been able to touch on because, you know what, they haven't been doing too well is the fact they are one of the only teams, in my opinion, who properly play with a 5-man squad. However, we've not seen it yet. Arrow hasn't come in, but we are seeing them at least be able to show up at the end of the day. 25 points. Again, 25 points. I think, was it 8th place? Was 19 points or something like that? Yep. That immediately gets you into, like, the top 5.
Off angle on the East here for 4MV was the absolute linchpin of that. I think DXavier gave them a little bit too much time to be able to fan out, spread out, get those off angles. And as DXavier was playing, I would say a little bit more worried about how they were going to approach the late games. Despite having the high ground, they got bottled up. And 4MV, despite being a man down, exploited that.
Well, you are seeing, at least for DXavier, they're not really going to care too much in the end because they have put on a pretty damn good day with a ton of eliminations behind it. But Alpha 7, I mean, I'm just going to point out, just I quickly saw them there down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but they've had a really decent day. They were in, I believe, 2nd place, though I think Tiamba might have been able to pass them to get to 3rd. But again, these are teams that are almost guaranteed at this point already after 1 day of play to get into the main event.
And especially from that group that Alpha 7 is in, one team that kind of sticking out for me throughout the whole day has to be Inco. Inco's usually pretty good when we talk about, I think you guys were talking about this.
On Sandhawk, right?
Yeah, they're pretty good in their region, but when it comes to global events, I feel like Inco always tends to fall short. They get too much into the head, and they're just, with the way they're currently playing, I don't see this team, unless something changes on the final day when they come back, I don't see this team making it to the main event.
Really?
Yep.
You know, so you would actually say they're one of the 12 teams who won't qualify into the main event. I mean, do you think they'll...
Well, I actually...
Because they have survival stage,
sorry, I think they're one of the teams that are not going to be in the top 12.
Okay.
I'm not sure how they're going to be doing in survival stage because usually in the past, at least they have been able to clutch up. But right now, I'm just not sold on Inco. I'm seeing too many patterns out of that team of just performing the exact same way over and over again at global events.
Well, we did see them crash on Tiamba, and QZZ was able to confirm 2 of these eliminations, and QZZ was putting on a clinic as well.
Yeah, it definitely was for Tiamba in the middle of this circle. Now, one thing that I want to highlight here whilst we're taking a look at the late game is I do think, and I was saying to you guys whilst this game was going on, DXavier could have won this game.
Yep.
If they'd have kind of eliminated the threats a little bit quicker, be it Reject or Tiamba, that opens up a lot of room for them in the, well, the high ground, I was about to say north, the south side of this circle to then stop 4MV from being able to flex out the way that they did. But I think DXavier, despite having a good position, played too slow in some of those late game moments.
Something that I did enjoy out of DX is how they were able to close those big gaps that they had between their own teammates. We're talking about their splits early on in the day, how they were doing those 2-2 splits.
Yes.
I had some question marks about that. In this final game, they kind of reassured me a little bit more on how they were able to actually take on NRX. They were able to wipe them out without losing any of the other teams. given that it didn't end up working out in their favor on the final matchup, but overall, I did enjoy the change that we saw out of them from the beginning of the day to here on the last match.
I'm kind of feeling like we've seen a little bit of a change in play style over the course of just today alone. I feel like earlier on the day, we saw a lot of teams playing center as much as they possibly can. But maybe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, towards the later stage of the day, I feel like more teams were playing edge. At least the more successful teams were playing edge, picking up a lot of eliminations.
I think it does come down to the battleground, actually. Yeah. The fact that we go from Erangel, where everyone's true, tried and tested. I mean, they are on Miramar as well, don't get me wrong. But it is a very different play style. Well, not too dissimilar a play style to Erangel, but different all the same. You've got all the rolling hills. You've got people not being able to take compounds as easily and leverage them to their advantage in a lot of these situations between landmarks like city to city, etc.
Something that I want to point out, you guys started off too with talking about how this is one of the main uncertain tournaments that we have had in a long time. We don't have any team getting 2 chicken dinners throughout the day, which is actually quite a surprise for me. We have every single match a completely different winner, and it kind of attests to what you guys were talking about. We don't know who's going to end up winning this.
That surprises you, actually?
It does.
I would say this doesn't surprise me. I'd say regionally,
Really?
looking at a PMSL, I fully expect to see a team be able to pick up 2, maybe 3 chicken dinners in a day. But when you get to these stages, I think it's a lot more difficult to pull off any sort of level of consistency like that, considering the caliber of teams you have.
I think the team that came closest was probably Alpha 7 through the day, so maybe getting 2 chicken dinners or something like that, but no, not to be the case. As you said, the competition's going to be fierce. Even more fierce tomorrow, considering we have the Group of Death coming in. They're terrifying, so I'm keen to see that too.
So I'm gonna put this on you guys, which kind of feeds into the uncertainty of the event.
Oh.
We have our Sony MVP, which hopefully we don't see just yet. Hold on. Do you guys have a prediction of who the MVP is?
Oh, man.
I'm not expecting you to have an actual answer, to be honest, considering we've had a different winner every single time. But I guess you have to think about who got to the later stages of the game, who got the eliminations, who got the damage. It's okay to say you don't have a prediction.
A D+ player, maybe?
That's what
it's difficult. It's difficult, though, because I don't think they put up huge damage numbers whilst being able to do what they did. But
QCC? Chamba did finish off strong.
An Alpha 7 player?
Okay, well, let's take a look. Who is our daily MVP brought to you by Sony? Rich? Wow! Okay, a reject player. Never would have expected that.
We were totally off the mark.
We're not even
But that's
close.
the uncertainty, right? There was no one dominating team. There was no one dominating player. And Reject, they didn't even get a chicken dinner today.
That's actually quite a big surprise.
I think this really contributes so
I wonder
much.
if it was mostly because of this match right here, because of I think at one point we saw out of this match alone, 2 of the players ended up with 1,000 damage.
Do you know what's actually hilarious about that Everest situation as well? An M24 up on top of Everest. How many bolties have we seen throughout the day? The answer is significantly none, apart from that situation. You're on top of Everest looking down and you have an M24. That's the perfect opportunity to rack up the damage, surely.
Yeah.
7, do you think we have D+ in #1 at the end of the day?
I would be shocked if we don't.
Okay, let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea of where the teams currently do stand. Remember, each group has now played out 1 day, except our group playing tomorrow, Group Green. And that means half of their matches are now done, and D+ will hold on in first place at 57 points.
How close everything is.
Very close. It's even more impressive that Reject's able to take the MVP spot despite being in 7th. But you're, as you say, very close. So it's...
Oh. Okay, can we actually hold it here? Because there's a couple of interesting things which, 7, you did bring up earlier on.
Yep.
Take a look at placement points and chicken dinners. D+, they have 4 placement points outside of their 1 win. You look at like 4MV, they have 3 placement points outside of their 1 win. But then you look at teams like DXavier, 21 placement points, Tianba, 17 placement points, and even down towards the, I guess the end, Besiktas, to be fair, give them credit, they have 12 placement points outside of their chicken dinner.
But then it kind of showcases how well D+ was in regards to those elimination points by being able to finish off those 43, right?
Yeah.
You got Besiktas, they've been able to get those placement points outside of their win, but their eliminations is kind of non-existent.
There was a moment during today where Besiktas Black was in #1. So there's been a little bit of a fall from grace. Again, it's only the 6 games, but that is 50% of their games. My surprise really is D+ Kia. I said at the top of the day, I'm like, oh, is the power of career all in one place? I don't know about that. So for them to take that spot, they've been playing calculated PUBG Mobile, and it's certainly paid dividends.
Well, we still have the group of death to come, like you said. Let's take a look here at the second page. So 8th place at the moment, 36 points. We dropped down to 35 in 9th. And of course, our top 12 will be qualifying to the main event. And we still have another 8 teams who have not played just yet. But we can see it's still not that big of a gap here between, Inko, Kagasaka, Power, even IWNRX. DRX, yeah, a little bit lower at 8 points, unfortunately for them. But
it's a survival stage.
Yeah, they have survival stage to play still. If
looks like it.
If they don't make it to the main tournament.
Unless they have an insane last day for themselves, but 8 points from 6 games is rough.
You only got to be better than 50% of the teams to make it to the main tournament.
Which is hard.
Best of luck with only 8 points after one.
All right, well, we see currently D+ sitting in first place. Why don't we actually go ahead and talk to them about the day and how things went?
And we are here with Osal from D+ Kia after they managed to get themselves first place at the end of the group stage. So, Osal, first of all, thank you for joining us. I want to say, how do you feel? First place at the end of day 1 in group stage.
I don't know how to, but very happy now.
I would say so. I mean, you've relieved a lot of the pressure, so it should be easy for you to qualify for the second stage. When it comes to PMWC, how did you prepare for PMWC?
We just training for focus to us for us, just focus us. Yeah.
I like that. Focus on yourselves, focus on your own strategies, on what you can do personally as a team, as a player. Something doesn't get any simpler than that, doesn't get any easier than that. Last thing for you, Osal, is there anything that you want to say to fans supporting you back in Korea or any of the fans that were with us in the arena?
First, in global fans, to thank you for support us. And then in Korean, 갑자기 영어로 인터뷰에서 많이 좀 긴장되긴 하는데 그래도 오늘 운 좋게 1등 할 수 있어서 되게 기분이 좋고요. 또 화면 너머로 많이 응원해 주시고 있는 거를 알고 있어서 굉장히 감사합니다. 내일도 경기 잘 마무리해서 좋은 성적으로 메인 토너먼트 갈 수 있게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, you've heard it here from Osal. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a fantastic day for the South Korean representative here at the PMWC, first at the end of day 1. Make sure to stay tuned because tomorrow is going to be the second day where we're going to have a different group join us on the stage and we'll see what's going to happen there. Who will be able to stay on top and who will be able to make it into the grand finals of the tournament and who's going to fall to the survival stage. We'll take it back to the studio to wrap up day 1 of PMWC. We'll see you soon.
With Kalaris, considering you talk about our South Korean overlords and the amount of time you spent in other games working with South Korean players and teams, can you translate what Osal said at the end?
We're really good, and I...
All right, well, we can take a look here at our groups. And again, Group Green, the group of death will be playing tomorrow with teams like Falcons, like Vampire, like Liquid, like IHC. Like, there's so many. I mean, I'm not even going to name them all because I pretty much could and talk about how damn good they are. But this is going to be the real challenge, I think, for a lot of teams out there.
Like a bird of prey, surveying the savannah, taking it. No, I'm not going to do it. But Team Falcons is ready to get. You're so keen for me to do these Falcons.
Who's the better the bird, Talon or Falcons?
Is that even a question?
Well, come on, it's Falcons.
Come on.
You know. Talon is only part of a bird, Jason.
I mean, not their logo, though.
Okay, well.
Okay. You're not wrong.
Okay.
You know what I'm also excited to see? How Mad Bulls is going to fare. I mean, you think about how they went from a completely different region to a different region, and then we're able to still perform exceedingly well. I'm excited to see how they're actually going to fare there as well.
IHC? I'm interested to see how they're going to be playing as well.
That's the interesting one too, right? Because they are playing with 2 players that we already know are going to be leaving the roster and going over to PEL. So it's kind of like their last chance to make a splash, earn some money.
Yes.
You have something to say.
Do you want to know my hot take?
Yes.
The Kalaris hot take?
I think Al-Ula, IHC, is not going to make the main tournament. That's my hot take.
Can you get him out of here, Seven?
You don't like that one? Our world champions, I don't think they're going to make the main tournament.
Take.
Yes!
Yeah!
I feel like, Max, man, like, get better. Get over here, Max. I know you'd be on my side for sure. Like, there's no way. I mean, to be fair, in PMSL, they didn't look amazing. They qualified.
How did they get here?
The last game.
How did they get here, Jason?
You know, we don't need to talk about their play down Everest. They still got here. That's all that matters, right? They did better than a lot of the teams around the world.
Chicken dinner for Tililims. That's
I kind of get why and where you're going with this, knowing that 2 players aren't going to be with the team anymore, and the fact that like they have been looking very rocky, but there are reigning world champions.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why it's a cool hot take.
That was like 7 months ago.
All right, well, you guys at home who have been watching, have you noticed the skins the players are using? The Violet Thunder set and S12K are now out, and honestly, they look sick. 7, the purple and the black for me,
yes,
I'm a huge fan of.
Me too.
No,
I want them.
that's not how you get one.
I'm waiting for you to give me the UC, okay?
I don't,
once we're done with the show, once we get back to the hotel, I'm getting UC.
Well, I got a text from Max just now, and he said he's going to give it the UC for it.
Let's go.
If you also want some UC out there, guys, you can also message Max, I believe, as well.
Yes.
So that's good stuff. But the S12K, very topical at the moment, of course. An absolute powerhouse of a weapon here. You can see it in the meta, right? Everybody needs shotguns, be it usually the S12K at the moment. The DBS does make a nice appearance as well, but the S12K is blasting right now.
So what you're saying, if they pick up the Violet Thunder set, they could be absolute legends.
They could be legends, not only like the guys here in PMWC, but all mid-season tournaments in the past as well.
Well, you guys at home who are watching, we always appreciate your feedback about the shows as well, about the tournament. You can see a survey down below. Make sure you guys fill it out as well, because we love to hear what you guys have to say. If it's about, 7, we need to get you a box, maybe we can make that happen.
Please.
I hope that's a question there. Maybe we can get Claris to stop doing hot takes that just sound like utter trash.
Oh!
I mean,
that was a great hot take. I agree with it.
I mean,
I'm not taller than you, Claris?
You know what?
My tippy toes? No, you can't do it. Okay, never mind.
Should I get on my tippy toes?
Let's
no,
see. No, please, no.
Tomorrow,
we'll save it for tomorrow.
Me in the shot with you guys if that happens. But we obviously appreciate you guys being around here and participating and watching in the show. But that's going to end out our first day here at PMWC. But again, tomorrow, Group Green comes in to see what they've got to show, and you're not going to want to miss it. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.